Chapter 176. From the first impression, the first thing that Riley noticed was the black blind on her eyes and the staff. He then noticed her tattered clothing and pure white skin. Riley tilted his head to the side. What is this? Riley was not certain. Perhaps it was a sense of déjà vu. Maybe something just felt mysterious. He felt a strange sensation that could not be described in words. Excuse me, everyone? The blind woman tilted her head to the side. Because Riley had not responded, she was wondering if she had heard something wrong and mistaken it as people coming to visit her home. The thing is, Riley kept silent and just stared at the woman. Instead of him, Nanai opened her mouth and started to glance around. She was not sure if she should just ask straight out, "Are you the Sword Witch?" Or if she should ask indirectly by saying, "Do you know about the Sword Witch? If it is a long story, then why don't you come in? I'm not able to endure the wind from outside for long." Riley was sure that the woman couldn't see because of the blind, yet it looked like the woman was not weary of the visitors. Instead, she was trying to invite the guests in. Panicking, Nanai started to ramble on. Well, that is, young master, what would you like to do?" Nanai whispered and asked. Riley pondered about it for a moment and took a step forward. He said, "Well then, we will accept your generosity. Yes, please come in." Tagak. Tagak. Perhaps she had difficulties with her vision. The woman with the blind on her eyes used the staff to feel the ground and went back into her home. Riley exchanged a look with Nanai and followed in. "Earlier, you said the children are not here. So, I presume you do not live here by yourself?" Having heard Riley's question, the woman walked toward the fireplace and sat on the chair nearby. She said, "Yes, because my eyes are like this. It can't be helped. My pupil is helping me in daily living." The woman looked bitter and sad as she muttered. She was fiddling with her blind. Riley entered the home as he looked around inside and sat at an empty chair. He asked, "A pupil?" "Yes." "She has a tendency to rush things, but compared to other children of her age, she is a good child." The woman was feeling the warmth from the fireplace. It seemed she was thinking about her pupil. There was a faint smile on her face. Nanai, the one who entered the house after Riley, made a suggestion as she looked around inside. "Excuse me, if it is all right with you, can I please use the kitchen?" "If you are uncomfortable with me doing so, then I won't, but since you allowed us to come in, I was wondering if I could make tea for you." Having heard Nanai, the woman with blind on her eyes turned her head toward Nanai and nodded. It seemed she was pleased with the idea. The woman said, "Yes, thank you." With the woman's permission, Nanai promptly moved toward the kitchen. She noticed that the kitchen was a mess. She looked around the kitchen in disarray and sighed. "Should I tidy it up a bit?" Because she was trained as a maid, she was unable to leave such a mess be. Thinking it could not be helped, Nanai started to show off her stuff. "I am sorry, Miss Willa. I don't have time, so I'll use it for a moment." Nanai apologized and sighed to Willa, the head maid of the Falata house who must be at the mansion at the moment. She used 2 telekinesis magic spells at the same time and cleaned up the mess at the kitchen and the living room as she boiled water. "You didn't have to bother with those." Riley watched Nanai quickly starting the cleanup. He then redirected his gaze at the woman. "The house looks pretty old. It looks like you had been living here for a long time." The woman was keeping her mouth firmly closed. Having heard Riley's question, she lifted her head, which was directed at her laps. She directed her face toward where Riley was and asked back, "Excuse me, but where did you come from?" "Inside," Riley thought. "You are finally asking me that?" And complained, "I am thankful for being treated with tea even though I'm just a stranger. Still, I need to ask why you have come to meet an old woman like myself." Listening to the woman, Riley wondered where she was getting at. He furrowed his eyebrows. "Old? I should know if you are here to steal gold jewelries or just here to be a conversing partner to an old woman, don't you think?" "Well, I don't think there is anything here that's worth stealing, but still." For some reason, the woman was not concerned. She seemed to be assured with lots of margins to spare. Riley stared at the woman and responded as if he was making an excuse. "If we are thieves, then we wouldn't be sitting with you and talking to you or making tea for you. We would have bounced after packing what we came for." "Ooh, that makes sense." In response to Riley's answer, she laughed quietly. Facing Riley, the woman asked again, "Then can you please tell me?" The woman was asking where they came from and why they wanted to see her. Nanai was bringing the tea. Riley glanced at her and sent a message through telepathic communication. She tilted her head to the side and responded in telepathic communication. "She might be the one. Let's check." Greater than, Riley asked Nanai to give a brief summary to Nara and have him come back with her. Riley gently slid the teacup toward the woman and said, "Please have some tea. The aroma smells wonderful. It must be the winter herb." It probably was not easy to extract the flavor from it. She must be very skilled. The tea didn't have a particularly strong smell, yet she figured out what it was. Nanai looked quite surprised. She looked at the woman. "The scent. You can smell it." "As blind as I am, my sense of smell is quite good." Having heard the woman, Nanai thought about Sarah, her fellow maid. She sniffed and sniffed, but her gaze ran into Riley's gaze. She tumbled and prepared teleportation magic. "First, how about we introduce ourselves?" The woman felt around the table and grabbed the teacup. Riley also followed suit and grabbed his teacup and introduced himself. "My name is Riley." He thought about giving a fake name. However, he felt like she might notice, so he decided to tell her his real name. However, he skipped his family name. "Riley, I believe this is my first time meeting you. Do you know that name?" The woman with the blinds shook her head. It seemed that she was thinking hard about something. She said, "No, this is my first time hearing that name. However, I think it has a great meaning." She promptly introduced herself. "My name is Inaril Esodams." "Esodams?" "It is not a nobility's name, it's just a name." Earlier, the woman had praised Nanai for her superb tea brewing skills. She realized she could no longer hear Nanai's breathing. The woman perked up her ears. "The young lady who came with you. Where did she go?" "She went to the restroom." It seemed Riley had prepared a response. He answered immediately. Riley asked the next question right away. "This is a question I didn't get to finish asking earlier. Have you been living here for a long time?" "The building is pretty old and the furnitures are pretty old too." "Everything looks very old." "Yes, it has been quite a while." Having heard Riley's question, Inaril fiddled with top of the cup. She nodded and said that was the case. "Ever since I became blind, my sense of time had been fading. It would be difficult for me to tell you how long it has been since I settled in this place." She added that it had been pretty long since she had settled here. Next, she asked about Riley. "So, Mr. Riley, considering how your voice sounds, you must be quite young." "Pardon?" "Ah, yes, that young lady earlier. Are you two lovers?" "What the? That's so out of the blue." What should I say?" "The atmosphere? You can't even see, so just what atmosphere are you talking about?" Riley looked dumbfounded. He felt a presence from the rear, so he casually turned his head. "They are back?" Wait." Riley turned his head around to look, but he casually moved his eyes back because of what Inaril said. That just now. Perhaps it was just my mood. The young lady who brewed me a cup of tea must be a mage. She is quite skilled on top of that." Inaril's blind was directed exactly at Nanai, who had just appeared before Riley. How did she know? She talked about the atmosphere between two people. Although she shouldn't be able to see, she figured out exactly who it was that had just appeared through teleportation. Riley narrowed his eyes and glared at Inaril. "Are you really blind?" "Yes, I cannot see." Having heard Riley's question, Inaril brought her hand toward the blind on her eyes. She started to slowly untie the blind that was wrapped around her eyes. "What are you doing all of the sudden?" The blinds that covered her eyes was untied, and her face that was hidden underneath was revealed. Riley's mouth opened on its own. "Will this be enough as the proof?" On Inaril's face, on her eyes to be precise, there was a long cut wound. It appeared to be the result of someone cutting across her eyes with a sword. She showed her scar which went across both of her eyes. She covered her eyes with the blind and said, Sound of the breathing. Pardon? I think another guest came, am I right? Ineril faced toward Nara, who had just arrived here by following Nanai, and tilted her head to the side. Nara still had not figured out the situation yet, so he started to whisper to Nanai. Who is she? First, can you please check her color? Color? Nanai said she will answer his question later. Ineril had a small smile on her face. Ooh. It was not that she was laughing to belittle and let it be known that she knew what they were up to. It was a bitter, sad smile. To let them know she heard it all, she added something about Nara. Since you aren't talking about colors, it seems you also brought someone who is a basilisk. I was not trying to hear it, but I ended up hearing it, because my eyes are like this. Nara looked at Ineril, the woman with blinds who was sitting at front of the fireplace. Nara furrowed his brows, took a step toward her and asked, You, what are you? It was not because it had been found out that he was a basilisk. Is the color purple? Nara was standing behind Riley. Riley asked Nara as he glared at Ineril. Nara opened and closed his mouth a few times like a fish and said carefully, No. This woman, as if he could not believe it. Nara blinked his eyes several times and stared at Ineril. He explained about her color that he tried to observe. Does not have any color. It was at the entrance of the Romella village. There was Iril, a girl who was wearing a white and flat hat. She looked back at the young man who was following her. She clicked her tongue. Ryan, stop dragging your feet. Follow me quickly. No. Wait, just what are you trying to do so suddenly? Also, the master is by herself, isn't she? If it is not something important, won't it be better for you to go by yourself? Grandmother is all right. On the contrary, it is better to take care of things like this quickly. Grandmother does not have much time left. Not much time left? What do you mean? You don't need to know. I won't understand unless you explain properly. There will be a test. A test? Iril was leading the way. Having heard what she was saying, Ryan had a puzzled look on his face. He suddenly stopped walking. What are you doing? I told you to follow me quickly. Ryan was following Iril to the outside of Romella village. He had a reason for stopping all of a sudden. It was because he found someone he knew. Among mercenaries, this old butler was more famous across the land than Count Stein, his father. The butler was walking toward the Romella village. Their gazes met and the butler stopped walking. Young Master Ryan? Iril floated a question mark on her face. Yuing? What's this? Someone you know? The mercenaries called him the mercenary hero. Ian, the Falata family's butler, was facing Ryan in hooded cape, who was on his way out of Romella village. Chapter 177. As I thought. It was you, young Master Ryan. Again, Ian carefully observed the face of the young man who was coming out of Romella village in front of him. With an intrigued face, Ian started to walk forward. Since the incident last time, I figured you would be staying with the Mogard family. The incident on the day of the successorship announcement. Ian was recalling the incident where Ryan was infuriated like lightning in the corridors of Falata family mansion. Ryan was looking at Ian. When Ian casually asked, Ryan tightened his fists. I was shunned by them. It seems the Morgard house learned about the incident. They were essentially saying they don't need a hunting dog that has lost his teeth. Ryan opened his tightened fists. He looked bitter somewhere. Ryan casually glanced at the sword that was hanging on his waist and asked back, what about you? What brings you all the way out here? You aren't even with Riley. You are alone? I am. Ian agonized over how to respond to this question. He decided to just give a wishy-washy answer. Ian said, it just so happens that the Count told me there is an errand that he wanted me to handle near the Romella village, so I'm currently carrying out a mission. Riley won't like having you separated from him. Ian, I am surprised that the rascal allowed this. Having heard Ryan's question, Ian flinched his shoulders. Ian avoided Ryan's gaze and answered as if he was muttering, well, I am also like you, young Master Ryan. Perhaps I should also say that I became a hunting dog who lost his teeth. I have been surpassed by a new servant. I am not saying I could never catch up, but that new servant happens to be so incredibly skilled. So, he was rambling on. In addition to him being surpassed by Nanai, He was also quietly suffering the incident where he didn't get past the teleportation portal that she made. Ian asked Ryan, who would she be? This is, thinking that he was late in introducing her. Ryan was going to quickly introduce Iriel to Ian. However, his lips were blocked by her arm. Hey, Ryan. Wondering what this was about, Ryan floated a question mark on his face. Iriel whispered quietly to Ryan so Ian would not be able to hear it. That man, is he strong? What did you say? That grandpa. I'm asking if he is strong. In Korea, people often address any elderly man as grandfather or grandpa even if they are not related. Ian waited for Ryan's response. Is he strong? That is, it would be odd for anyone who lived in the Falata mansion to not know how strong this old butler named Ian was. In the past, the man used to be called the hero mercenary. There were even rumors that, besides Count Stein, the only one who was skilled enough to fight Ian would be Ryan, the firstborn. Even though Ian didn't learn swordsmanship from the Falata house, the old butler had acquired a solid swordsmanship over his life. He was acknowledged as magnificent by not just mercenaries but the people of the mansion as well. Ryan replied with silence, so Iriel decided on her own. She tilted the tip of her lips and mumbled in sleazy way, he must be pretty strong. Intrigued, she looked at Ian. Iriel took a step back and said to Ryan, all right. Actually, this turned out pretty well. Let's do it right away. Right away? Do what right away? Looking at Iriel's smile, Ryan had a bad feeling about this. He waited for her next words. This is the second test. Second test? Ian was not able to hear what they were whispering about. Ian furrowed his brows. Iriel handed over something that she had been hugging to her chest. Here. It was long and flat. It was wrapped in bandages. With the object handed to him, Ryan looked at Iriel, wondering what this was. What's this? Try fighting with that. It was a mysterious object. Ryan stared at it and furrowed his brows as if he still didn't understand. Watching the man's reaction, Iriel pointed at Ian with her finger and said, against that grandpa. Ian flinched his shoulders. Gee, grandpa. Perhaps it was to agitate Ian. Unlike the whispering voices they used earlier, the words could be heard a lot better. Feeling wronged, Ian looked at Iriel. Excuse me, young lady. I don't know how you know young Master Ryan, but I'm not at the age to be called a grandpa. Ian was requesting Iriel to correct what he had just heard. However, Iriel ignored him and just stared at him. Again, in a barely audible voice, she said to Ryan, my grandmother can live only if you pass this test. Having heard her whispers about her grandmother's life being on the line, Ryan stared at her face from the side. Ryan directed his gaze at the object that was handed to him from Iriel. Young Master Ryan? Ian was looking at Ryan and Iriel. Ryan's eyes were gradually showing animosity and Ian also narrowed his eyes. I don't think I'm old enough to be senile. Young Master Ryan, your hostility is directed at me? Ryan didn't answer. He untied the tightly wrapped object and realized what it was. He gasped for air. A sword? It seemed Ian was also surprised. His narrowed eyes suddenly widened. That is? Ryan held the sword. He felt a solid sensation through his palm. Ryan gulped and said, now that I think about it, when I was at the mansion, I don't recall ever having a duel with you. This turned out well. Ryan aimed the sword, uncovered from the bandages and continued. I wanted to fight a duel against the famous figure who made his name known across the land as the mercenary hero. Ian was intensely staring at the sword that was aimed at him. He then moved his gaze to look at Ryan who was burning with hostility. Young Master Ryan, I am no longer a bastard who deserves to be called a young master. Aren't you already well aware of that? Your sword. Please draw it. Having heard what Ryan had just said, Ian crumpled his face and brought his hand toward the treasured sword he had hanging on his waist. There is no color? Dumbfounded, Riley looked at Ineril who was sitting on the other side. He slowly got up. What are you? There probably isn't. Before Riley could ask Nara, Ineril, the woman with blinds on her eyes who was sitting in front of the fireplace, spoke. It is obvious that I do not have a color. Nanai had been holding her breath and observing the three people in front of her. Having heard what Ineril said, Nanai carefully walked toward Ineril. "Excuse me, may I touch your hand for a moment?" "Yes." Sitting in her chair, Ineril smiled gently and nodded. "Of all tea I ever tasted, your tea was among the best with great aroma. How could I not allow you such a simple request?" Riley didn't understand why Nanai had asked such a question. Soon, Riley saw the hand that was on the armrest of the chair and furrowed his brows. It cannot be. The strange feeling that Riley had been sensing ever since he had first met this woman was due to her hand. To be exact, it was because of her skin that was pure white like snow. Riley had just realized this. Nanai carefully touched the top of the woman's hand that was on the armrest. Nanai was surprised all of a sudden and took the hand back. "It's cold." "See, cold?" Just like Riley from earlier, Nara asked with a puzzled look on his face. Nanai bit her lips and nodded to respond. "Wait." Nara tumbled and walked toward the fireplace. Just like Nanai had done earlier, Nara also touched Ineril's hand. "Tea, this is?" Nara stared at Ineril with an intense gaze and repeatedly opened and closed his mouth like a fish. Ineril could not stand the awkwardness and the silence. She broke the silence first. "Yes, Mr. Basilisk shouldn't be able to see my color. That's because my body." She rested for a moment and continued in serious tone. Already died 30 years ago. Nara and Nanai were holding both of Ineril's hands. Having heard her voice, they mumbled in order. 30 years ago. Body already died? Hearing Nara and Nanai, Ineril had a bitter smile on her face. She slowly nodded and explained briefly about how she died. By the sword of a very magnificent hero. A hero? Below her blinds, a teardrop rolled down along her face. Having noticed this, Nanai thought it would be better not to ask any questions. Nanai shook her head toward Nara. "If you really are someone who has already died 30 years ago." Riley was not interested in why or how she died. Riley asked in serious voice. "Then why are you here?" With a sad look on their faces, Nara and Nanai watched Ineril cry. They held their breaths and turned to look at Riley. Young master, please." Riley didn't give a damn about the gazes he received from Nanai and Nara. Riley didn't take his eyes off from Ineril who was sitting in front of him. He crossed his fingers between his hands and continued the questioning. "How could you have a conversation with us? Are you a ghost or something?" "No." Riley was no longer talking to her in a respectful tone. Ineril turned her head toward where Riley was. She shook her head. "In that case, are your eyes drenched in pitch black color?" Nanai and Nara's shoulders flinched. "Why, young master, eyes being drenched in pitch black color?" That is, despite Nanai and Nara's reactions, again, Riley didn't mind them at all. Thinking about a purple human who he had run into before, Riley said, "A dead person is alive and moving. That's a little strange, don't you think?" Even that famous priestess does not possess the ability to revive the dead. Feeling the tension, Nanai and Nara looked at Ineril who was sitting in her chair. "By any chance, could you show us your eyes? Could it be that you cannot show them to us because of a sword wound?" Having heard Riley's question, Ineril vacantly opened her mouth. However, somehow, she looked relieved. Ineril said, "It is you." "What?" Riley crumpled his eyebrows. "I have a responsibility that I must fulfill even in my death." With a smile, Ineril got up. It was definitely here. She was trying to get to the fireplace and extended her hand toward it. Wondering what she was trying to do, Riley hardened his face. "Wait, your hand." There was fire burning in full force in the fireplace. Yet Ineril was putting her hand in there. Nara panicked and tried to stop her. However, Ineril's hand was quicker. Her hand was already inside the flames. Ineril was putting her hand into the fire, and Nara tightly closed his eyes. However, even after a while, he couldn't hear anything. Nara tried opening his eyes a little. "Excuse me, what are you doing now?" Ineril tried opening and closing her hand that she just put inside the fireplace. This time, Ineril furrowed her brows. Huh? Isn't that hot? Ineril went back to digging inside the flames with her hand. Nara asked if she was all right. However, he could not hear the response for that question. It's not here. Pardon? Huh? Why is it not? Ineril stopped her words before finishing the sentence. She suddenly turned her head. Iril. It was at a forest on the outer edge of the Romella village. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Ian was pushed back. Kuayuk, with a vacant look on his face. The young man there had no choice but to watch the old butler being pushed back. He had been chasing the swift movements of the girl's arm. Gramps. What are you? Uyuk. I said what are you? Iril. The girl swung her sword in a large motion and pushed back the old man once again. She then shouted at the old butler that she was fighting. That swordsmanship. Where did you learn it? Chapter 178. The young man was well aware that the old butler possessed formidable muscular strength. Watching the butler being pushed back, the young man had impressed look on his face. It may look like the girl is swinging recklessly, but each and every move, they are all flawless without any gaps. They are magnificent. It seemed that the girl was not too concerned about the difference in physical size and strength. She was swinging her sword and pushing back the butler. Watching this, Ryan struggled and got up. Still, earlier, during his duel against the butler, Ryan was being beaten with quite a substantial difference. Remembering this, Ryan turned his gaze toward Ian. How come Ian is using the same swordsmanship as the master? He was curious about this. Just how? A few days ago, after being kicked out of his own family and being abandoned by the family of the fiancé he was with, what Ryan had decided to search was the sword. Wandering around aimlessly, he had been helping people or slaying monsters. He was living like a vagrant. The reason why he settled in Romella village was because he met a girl named Iril and a woman named Ineril. So, did you say your name is Ryan? I heard from Iril that you are from a family that is famous for swordsmanship. In that case, you must have swung swords for a long time. Ryan challenged the woman who couldn't even see because she had a blind on her eyes. Although he challenged her numerous times, the results were all same. One-sided defeat. It was a shock for him to face defeat from someone who was blinded. Also, what was even shocking was that the sword that the woman swung never once carried mana. How did you do it? With just pure swordsmanship techniques. The blind woman maintained perfect victory records. Ryan asked the woman because he thought the woman seemed to know very well the answer to the sword that he had been seeking through his aimless journey. That's swordsmanship. Please teach me too, Ryan. The woman asked Ryan like this. You have spent countless days with swords, right? I could tell from clashing swords with you. That's right. While you were swinging your sword like that, through those days, how often have you wielded your sword with the heart of wanting to protect someone? He asked a question about his heart. The question was like the one that Count Stein, his father, asked before. If you had been swinging your sword with just the intent to win, then I cannot teach you the swordsmanship. Having heard her words, Ryan bit his lips. However, I can teach you the heart you seek. She said she could teach him the mindset. Having heard her words, Ryan decided to serve the blind woman of the Romella village, the one who was called the Sword Witch, as his master. He had been staying here ever since. Gramps, I'll give you 3 seconds. Tell me in 3 seconds where you learned your sword. If you don't, I really might kill you. Listening to the voice from the little girl, who was his senior in swordsmanship, Ryan got a grip from the sidetracking thoughts. He looked at Ian's side again. It seemed he was gasping for air. He calmed his breathing. With intrigued eyes, Ian looked at Iril, the girl who had her sword aimed at him, and finally said, Actually, I would like to ask you that question, young lady. Ian wiped off the sweat that was flowing below his chin. He asked what he was curious about. How come you are using the same swordsmanship as me? With his eyes narrowed, Ian was asking the same question. Wondering what was happening, he looked at Iril. The look on her face was exuding more violent atmosphere than ever. Also, as if she could not go easy on him anymore, Iril was about to charge in at Ian with deadly intensity. At that moment, Ian said, the owner of the sword that young Master Ryan is holding in his chest right now. Iril was about to charge toward Ian, but before she could even take any steps to kick the ground toward him, her legs petrified. The owner of the sword must be dead. That's a sword of a dead person. How come you? How? Listening to Ian, Ryan held his breath. Shut up. Just like the fireplace at the master's home that never ceased to burn, Iril looked like she was burning up in intensity. However, after Ian's mumbling, her intensity froze like a frozen lake during middle of the winter. Not dead. Iril. Ryan was trying to take a step toward Iril. Iril was holding her sword on her right hand. She swung it widely through the air. She raised her head that she had pulled down a moment ago and shouted, "My grandmother is." Ian opened his eyes wide and strained them to stare at Iril. He confirmed the purple eyes on Iril's face and tightened his grip on this sword. "It's coming." Not dead. It seemed what Ian muttered inside was right. Iril stomped on the ground to charge toward Ian. She was coming at speed that was several levels faster than before. "Iril," Riley muttered as he wondered if the woman simply forgot to include the "na" sound in her own name. Iril shook her head and grabbed her staff for the blind. "I am sorry. I think I'll have to save the detailed explanation for later." Tagak, feeling the ground with the staff. She was trying to get out of the house. Riley extended his hand out to grab her. "Hey, wait a minute." Not just his hand, but his words stopped in the middle. Nara and Nanai were standing to left and right of Riley, wondering what that was for. They had question marks on their faces. "You, Mr. Riley, please follow me too." Just now, from Inaril, Riley was able to detect something. He was staring at Inaril's back. Inaril opened the door and breathed in the air outside. She added in a calm voice, "The sword I am supposed to give you is missing." The sword disappeared. "By any chance, are you?" Having heard her words, Nanai furrowed her eyebrows like Riley. She remembered what the goddess told her in Riley's dream. "When you wake up, please find Mr. Riley's holy sword. Of the purple people who live in your world, one of them should have it." Inaril said she died 30 years ago and the sword that she was supposed to give to Riley was missing. Riley and Nanai put together the puzzles in their heads and found answers. They tumbled and headed out to catch up to Inaril, who left the house earlier. "What the? Just what's happening?" Nara was the only one who still didn't understand the situation. Breaking cold sweat, he also left the house and followed after Riley and Nanai. "I'll help." Inaril was using the staff to feel the ground as she walked. Nanai caught up to her and said she will help Inaril. Nanai then promptly asked, "The holy sword, that is the one that went missing, right?" "How could you know that?" Riley was the only one who's supposed to know about this, yet Nanai was also aware of this. So Inaril panicked. She turned to where Nanai was standing and asked, "This kid became my accomplice." Riley said Nanai was his accomplice. Nanai put on dissatisfied look on her face. Meanwhile, Inaril put on a puzzled look on her face. "An accomplice? You mean more like a help." "Anyway, hurry up and tell me. Tell me what happened." Riley added that it was all right for Inaril to tell Nanai, thinking it could not be helped. Inaril sighed and explained why she quickly left the house. "I have a granddaughter." "A granddaughter?" "I can't say that she is related to me by blood, but she is as precious as a real granddaughter to me. She is a child who I took in. To be precise, that child found me, but the important thing is that I think that child, Iril, took the holy sword." Riley looked at Nanai and asked, "Your eye?" "Not yet." "TSK." Riley crumpled his face and clicked his tongue. He looked around and asked Inaril this time, "About this girl who is your granddaughter, what's her age?" "About 15 to 16. "What does she look like?" "She has her hair tied to the back. She has parted bangs to the front. She is probably wearing a round and flat hat. The hat probably looks pretty strange because I made it myself." Based on her description, Riley started to look around the village. Inaril shook her head once again and suggested, "That child. She is quite famous in Romella village. I think it would be faster to ask the villagers." Having heard her words, Nara decided to do so right away. He found a villager who was walking by. He quickly went to the villager and asked, "Hello, excuse me. By any chance, have you seen a child named Iril? Iril, why is an outsider asking about Iril? The villager was a farmer. He looked at Nara with suspicious gaze. However, he found Inaril behind Nara and asked, "Do you know Miss Inaril?" "Ah, yes," she said. She was looking for Miss Iril. Nara nodded, and the farmer muttered that he should have just said so earlier. He pointed at the opposite side of the path he just came from. "If you're asking about Iril, she was headed to the entrance of the village with some young man. Now that I think about it, I heard he is a new pupil that Miss Inaril took in recently." He looked strong and appeared to have the good-looking face of someone from a nobility family. Now that I think about it, Iril is at the age where she should start thinking about her future." Having heard the farmer's explanation, Riley turned his head toward the direction that the farmer pointed at. He then looked at Nanai. "Nanai, yes." With her response, Nanai was trying to swing her arm wide. Nara quickly turned to go back to where everyone was. Wait, I'll go with you." Nara was aware that Nanai's movement was a preparation for the teleportation magic. He tumbled and extended his arm out. However, not just Nanai, but Riley and Inaril were, along with a burst of light. They were gone. Huh? Nara was extending his hand toward an empty space. He was petrified like that. The farmer, who told Nara the whereabouts of Iril, was also petrified like Nara. Ugh. On her hat and shoulders, she was drenched in blood. Iril looked at the ground where the corpse was lying down. Her breathing was rough. Iril, because it was winter. Every time she panted, her breath came out visibly like smoke. Ryan vacantly stared at Iril. Ryan looked like about half of his soul was out of his body. He directed his gaze down to the dead body that was stepped on by Iril's feet. The dead body was silent. I am well aware. It was not certain if Iril had calmed down. She started to mutter in low voice. "I know at least that grandmother already had died. I know that grandmother is a dead person." Looking down at the dead body, she tightly held on to the sword. She bit her lips and tried to suppress her fury. "I wish you could just die." But Iril was huffing and puffing. She slowly moved her eyes and looked at the old butler who was looking down at the dead body. The dead body could not speak human language. To be precise, Ian was looking at the dead body of a monster. With sorrowful eyes, Ian looked at Iril. She opened her mouth. "If you died, then grandmother would be sad." The opponent that Iril swung her sword like a lightning earlier was not Ian. Ian had a long journey here. He then had to duel against Ryan and then Iril right afterwards in a row. Ian was exhausted, and there was a monster behind Ian that was about to ambush him. This was the reason why Iril suddenly gritted her teeth and swung her sword. "You are the hero, aren't you?" Iril lowered her sword. With bitter look her face, she asked Ian. "Before I saw your sword, I didn't notice it at all, but the one who is said to have become a hero after cutting my grandmother, the Sword Witch. You are that magnificent hero, aren't you?" Ian didn't answer. "Please follow me. I'll introduce you to my grandmother." Iril lowered her head all the way down and muttered that she would introduce Ian to her grandmother. Ryan extended his hand toward her. "Iril, I am sorry, Ryan, I think we will have to stop the test for a moment." Thump, thump. Iril was walking. Her steps were lacking in strength. Watching her walk like this from the back, Ryan saw black mist forming behind Iril. Ryan furrowed his brows. That is, while Ryan was vacantly staring at the mist forming behind Iril, Ian, who was looking at Iril with bitter look on his face, suddenly crumpled his face and charged forward. Because of Ian's sudden movement, Iril put on a question mark on her face, and red liquid was spread on her face once again. An unidentified purple hand made of vapor didn't pierce through Iril's heart, its intended target. Instead, it pierced Ian's heart. Chapter 179. What the? Why? Feeling the blood drops splattered on her face, by the hand encased in purple light that filled a part of her vision. Iril's thought process came to a sudden halt. This is why all of the sudden, as if it was disappointed about missing its target, the hand fiddled with its fingers. Ian looked at the hand. Having managed to hold on to his consciousness, Ian muttered, "As I thought, there are still remnants. Blood was gushing out from Ian's pierced chest. He looked at Iril in front of him and struggled to talk. Please. Run. Ian had a blank look on his face. It seemed that he was unable to comprehend the situation. With a pale blue face, he started to open and close his mouth. Was it because Iril was not able to get a grip? Ian crumpled his face to stay conscious despite the pain. He pushed Iril away hard and said, "The one that this hand is targeting is you. So please run away as far as you can." Even after being pushed by Ian's hand, Iril was still petrified as if she hadn't snapped out of it yet. "That is just what are you? Young Master Ryan." Ian concluded that he could not let this be. He quickly turned his head towards Ryan and shouted. Ryan also had his mouth vacantly open. Having heard the shouting, he flinched his shoulders. "Take the young lady to safety." Even though Ian's chest had been pierced and was gushing out blood, he was still conscious and thinking hard to make the right decision. Watching this, Ryan realized why Ian was called a hero by the mercenaries. Ryan gritted his teeth and started to move his legs. Iril. After getting a grip, Ryan came to Iril and started to pull her arm. Gramps. Iril started to struggle and extended her hand out desperately towards Ian. Iril. Ian was holding on to the hand that had pierced his chest. Toward Iril, who was being dragged away by Ryan, Ian said with great difficulty, To your master, please deliver this message for me." Based on the sword and the response that the girl showed, Ian thought that the master who fell by his sword must be still alive. Ian pulled together his fleeing consciousness and said, "Please tell her I am sorry." Ryan, who was pulling Iril away, looked at the butler's face. Ian, considering the hand that had pierced his chest and the amount of blood loss, Ryan was sure that Ian definitely knew that this was going to be his death. However, Ian could not look more determined. "Please tell her that." Ian struggled to continue. "I adored her." The light in the butler's eyes was growing lifeless. Ryan bit his lips. He nodded and started to pull Iril away again. Gramps, let go." Gramps. Iril was being pulled back. She shouted and struggled. "My grandmother. He is the one whom my grandmother longed to meet again for so long. I must bring him to her. I cannot let it be like this. Iril, we must go." "Instead of me, that old man needs to be brought to grandmother." "Let me go. Let go." Ryan was born with exceptional muscular strength. With that, he earned the title of Strong Sword at the mansion. Iril was ahead of Ryan when it came to skills and fine movements. However, when it came to raw strength, Iril could not win against Ryan. "We must leave," Ryan shouted at Iril. It seemed the purple light hand realized that it missed the target. The hand started to move back. Kuayuk. Ian was desperately trying to hold on to the hand. Now, he faltered and got on his knees. "Damn it. Just what kind of ability is this? Is it related to dimensions? It takes physical form when it attacks and disappears like smoke when it isn't attacking? Is that a part of its abilities?" Back in Ian's prime, he had run into a few purple humans with similar powers. Ian was shaking his eyes to desperately hold on to his consciousness that was becoming fainter. "It's dangerous. I must warn young Master Ryan. It will close the distance in an instant and target her again." The purple space appeared behind Iril in a blink of an eye and the hand jumped out of it. Thinking about this, Ian raised his hand toward Iril and Ryan, who were moving further away. "If that young lady is in Iril's, my master's will know. If she dies here, the tragedy might repeat." To be precise, Ian was trying to reach for them with his arm. Huyuk. Now, his vision had already gone dark. His body fell to a pool of his own blood. "Am I going to die like this?" Perhaps it was the weather. Perhaps it was the wind coming into the hole in his chest. Ian thought it was getting cold. Before he died, he thought about Riley. It's cold. Thinking about Riley, who must be on a winter trip with Nanai, Ian mumbled inside, "Young master, please watch out for cold." He was going to think about the people from the mansion and other mercenaries he had met so far. However, sadly, his dying wish would not continue to the end. Ian. It was because he could hear voice. "Am I hearing things?" In the utter darkness, The voice was coming from above. The voice sounded familiar. It was the voice of the youngest son of Count Stein in Falada family. "What are you doing here?" Ian could clearly hear the voice. Ian figured the phantom voice before death must be extra special. He smiled and waited for the end. "Nanai, yes, that lass is at the inn, right?" "Yes, she is probably there." The voice of Riley, the young master he had missed so much, was not the only voice Ian was hearing. Now, Ian could also hear Nanai's voice. Ian was now thinking that the phantom voices were quite generous considering that he was on his way to death. The voices could be heard again through Ian's ears. "Hurry and take this rascal there. He is still breathing. As long as you take him there, she should be able to save him. He is one tough rascal." "What about you, young master?" Ian was smiling while facing death. The tilted up tips of his mouth were bent the other way after sensing something terrifying. "I will go find the one." Ian's consciousness was faint because he was on brink of death. However, the sensation was enough to shock him awake. The deadly intent was so sharp that it felt like just breathing was enough to get one's neck cut. The little bastard who did this to Ian. The sound of a sword being drawn, it was barely audible. The one responsible for the deadly aura said, "I'm going to hunt down and beat the shit out of the bastard." At a forest near the Romella village, a blind woman was tightly holding her staff and running through the grass. As soon as she moved to the forest with Riley and Nanai, she felt the smell of blood. Inerl tumbled and rushed to the direction. Now, she felt an evil energy not so far from here. She was chasing after it. Ryan. As for the man who was collapsed and bleeding, she had left him to Riley and Nanai to find her granddaughter and her pupil. She was rushing through the forest. Inerl quickly turned to the right. "Someone is targeting me. Who could it be?" Instead of the energy from her granddaughter or her pupil, Inerl was chasing after the energy from a sword that was similar to her own. She felt a presence that was catching up to her in fearsome speed. Inerl turned her head around. Without any sound, a sword was flying toward her with mana. Inerl detected the sword. She stopped running and swung her staff on her right hand. Kuk, Guang. Because it contained mana, the sword's power was as deadly as its speed. When it collided with Inerl's staff, her body was pushed far back. "I would like you to explain in detail what happened and what is happening." Soon, from the direction that Inerl was facing, a low voice could be heard along with footsteps. "The thing is, my butler almost died." "Mr. Riley." Inerl realized it was Riley who threw the sword at her. She mumbled his name. "Although I don't like bothersome things, I don't like my own people being messed with." He drew another sword from his waist and aimed it at Inerl. Riley asked a question to Inerl. "My butler was with your granddaughter and your pupil. How come he is on the ground with a hole in his chest?" "I would like to definitely find out why." "Did you do it? Is that your specialty?" Having heard his question, Inerl was going to shake her head, but instead, she quickly twisted her upper body. "Well then, it was because another sword had been thrown toward her face." "What is it?" "You better explain properly." Riley had thrown two swords at her to threaten her to speak. The look on the man's face was cold as ice. "Mr. Riley, what happened to your butler is very unfortunate. However, it probably wasn't my pupil or my granddaughter who did it." Riley wiggled his eyebrows. "Are you saying you did it then?" "Please calm yourself. I was with you the whole time. I'm asking if you had a hand in it." "No." Inerl shook her head once again and said, "The purple humans that the basilisk mentioned. How many of them did you say you have met so far?" Riley thought about the purple humans he met so far and said, 5. "In that case, you are one short of all 6 parts." It seemed Inerl was well aware of the purple humans. Riley subdued his deadly aura toward her a little and heeded to what she had just explained. "Please follow me. We don't have the time to do this here right now." Inerl started to move. Riley retrieved the swords he had thrown at Inerl and followed her. "Mr. Riley, of the purple humans you have met so far, how many did you finish off for good? What I mean is, how many did you incinerate?" Riley said, 2. The dark mage Huriel who controls corpses and Cabal the mercenary with monstrous strength. Riley had made certain of their deaths. He explained about the other purple humans. 1 bastard ran off, 1 became a fool. As for the last one, That one cannot be hunted down at the moment. That makes 5. Having heard his explanation, Ineril, who was pulling her chin and running, said in a low voice, "That must be the left leg, the friend named Epidemic. It looks like you know him well." "Yes." She paused for a moment and added, "I am no longer a part of them, but I used to be one of the purple humans in the past." Riley and Ineril were running side by side. With piercing gaze, Riley glared at Ineril's face. 6 parts: right hand, right leg, head, and heart. The people with special powers who appear to be purple in basilisk size were called by those names. "In that case, yes, I was the right hand." Riley felt a presence in the front. He redirected his gaze to the front. Kuryuk, along the path that they were running through, there was a monster with the face of hyena. It was lurking around with a flail. "I'll handle this." Although she could not see, it seemed that she could detect the smell or roar of beasts. She tightly grabbed the staff. She swung her right hand as soon as she closed the distance. Cuck. Cuck. The monster revealed its animosity toward the 2 humans that were running toward it. It swung its flail to smash the Ineril's head who was charging towards it. However, the flail missed its target. It merely grazed the empty air. While running with Ineril, Riley opened his eyes big after seeing Ineril demonstrating her swordsmanship. "It cannot be." Thump. The monster's head fell. This was my ability as the right hand among the purple humans. After cutting down the monster, Ineril started to run again. She said in a quiet voice, "The blessing of the sword." Of course, the place I lived must have been completely different from where you were, so the swordsmanship couldn't be identical down to the fine movements, but it is like the blessing that you have. Chapter 180. A blessing much like the one he had received in his past life. Ineril said that she had the blessing of the sword. With a look of disbelief, Riley looked at her. "That cannot be. The blessing of the sword can only be possessed by just one person." Ineril was dashing forward. Having heard Riley, Ineril pulled her chin and explained briefly why she also possessed the same blessing. "We each lived in different worlds." You are right. One person in the world where you used to live and one person in this world. The blessing of the sword can only be possessed by one human. Still unable to understand, Riley had a question mark on his face, remaining silent. Ineril added, "I used to have the blessing." Having heard that, Riley realized what she was getting at. Riley furrowed his brows and looked at her. "The sword technique I just showed you is like a memory from when I had the blessing. If everything was as she had stated, then after she died, nobody would possess the blessing of the sword. Considering how your voice sounds, you must have been born into this world not long after I died." It was as intended by the black butterfly. It seemed Ineril was aware of the black butterfly, the goddess from Riley's past life that Nanai had met in his dreams. Getting a rough idea of what was happening, Riley nodded. "When you died and I was born, the blessing of the sword was returned to me." "Is that what you are trying to say?" Ineril nodded. "It is a guess, but that's probably right." "Young master, as you said earlier, the blessing can be possessed by only one person in the world. It is an ability from the world below." The world below. It looked like Ineril also knew about a few things regarding his past life. Riley casually asked, "It looks like you know about certain things very well." "Yes. It is also the reason why I'm still alive. The one who enabled me to move gave me an order along with an explanation that you will come and find me." "An order?" "The holy sword." Ineril muttered the words holy sword. She paused for a moment and finished what she could not earlier. "Deliver the salvation to you." "That is the order I was given." "Salvation? Were you the one who possessed it?" "Still, that sword doesn't exist in this world. The power from your past world is killing the people of this world. There is nothing to be surprised about a sword from your past world existing in this one." Ineril stopped walking. She looked around and turned to the right. "This way." Following Ineril, he found what appeared to be a trace of someone having passed through the grass. He found more traces and furrowed his brows. "This is." He saw a few trees that were pulled out in a mess. He caught up to Ineril and said, "About the one you call as your pupil. I don't know who she is, but I think your situation is quite dire. We should hurry." Unlike the path earlier, This area had many obstacles, so Ineril was not able to run as well as before. Riley extended his arm out and held Ineril by her waist. Go straight in this direction? Yes, she is continuing to move. She is probably running. From what? Being held by Riley, Ineril felt the wind on her face. She said, Mr. Riley, you said earlier that 3 of the purple humans are still alive, right? That's right. By any chance, is a figure named Rabathra among them? The man who is in charge of being the heart. Riley thought about the mysterious arm that had come through the dimensional space and had taken the Archbishop away. He confirmed that Rabathra was among the ones who were still alive. It is likely to be him. That bastard. He must be after the Salvation. She was saying the Salvation, his holy sword, was being targeted. Since a while ago, the jolting sensation in his palm refused to stop. Riley looked at his palm and started to pour in mana into his legs. Ugh, ugh. Inside the forest, Ryan took a quick look behind him to see that the black space was gradually closing the distance from the back. Ryan gritted his teeth and started to pour in mana into his legs. Damn it, damn it. He held Iril on his waist. He thought that running away might be easier if Iril snapped out of it. However, Iril bit her lower lips with tears in her eyes. She was unable to get a grip. If I died instead. Iril was mumbling that she wished she had died instead of the old butler. Ryan looked at Iril. It seemed that Ryan had reached the limit of his endurance. He hid behind a large tree and gasped for air, panting. Just what is that thing? It was not like the chaser had eyes. It was a black space floating in the air. It occasionally had a hand jumping out of it. This monstrous object was coming toward their direction. It was precisely targeting Iril. It won't cut with a sword either. Ryan's sword had passed through the bizarre object. Meanwhile, as it was closing in with a violent intensity, the object tore off and stumped the grass and trees along its path. Am I seeing things? If that's not the case. I don't feel any mana from it, so how could it do all of that? Leaning on the tree, Ryan was trying to catch his breath. Tranquility came to the forest. Wondering why it was so quiet all of the sudden, he slowly peeked out from the side of the tree. What the? The black space that was flying through the air to chase them until a moment ago, the black hand, had disappeared without a trace. It disappeared? Ryan wondered if everything that he had seen so far was just him hallucinating. Also, he thought that maybe he was dreaming. However, he could hear a sound. It sounded like something was being grinded. Crunch, crunch. Holding his breath, he focused on the sound. He realized that the sound was coming from the tree that he was leaning on. A squirrel? Perhaps it was a bug instead. Ryan thought about what could make such a grinding noise through the tree. He suddenly opened his eyes big and pulled Iril. Crack. Soon, the large tree developed a crack. Through the crack, a large purple light hand appeared and chased after Iril. Damn it, I wasn't hallucinating. It killed Ian. It destroyed the tree. It was chasing after them. Ryan realized that the black hand over there was not an illusion and he wasn't dreaming. He put his hand on the sword on his waist. Weak, containing mana. The sword was swung at the black hand which had come very close to them. However, the black hand didn't stop moving. Cuck. Damn it, Iril. We can't continue like this. It is too much to run while holding on to you. Get a grip and run with me, or if you are going to have that vacant look on your face. Taking a few steps back, he tried to convince Iril to run. However, he found Iril's enraged face. She was biting her lips. Ryan stopped what he was going to say. It's because of that bastard, isn't it? That bastard killed the one who my grandmother was longing for. Iril pressed down on her hat with her right hand. She put her hand toward the other sword wrapped in bandages that Ryan had been carrying separately. I'll avenge him. Iril, instead of my grandmother, I will. The sword was not tightly wrapped in the bandages. Iril swung the sword in a large motion and unwrapped the bandages. Toward the hand that came right up to her face, she swung the sword toward it. Iril, no, that hand won't. As Ryan feared, the sword she swung was unable to make an impact on the black hand, just like the time when Ryan tried it before with his sword. Iril's swing went through the empty air. Damn it. Ryan was watching Iril from the back, thinking he could not let this continue. He extended his hand toward her. It was to pull her away from there somehow and protect her from the Black Hand's reach. If she dies like this, then I won't be able to face Ian. Ryan thought about Ian's face just before he died. Ian had begged Ryan to protect Iril. Ryan was able to grab onto Iril and pull her. However, he realized that there was a bigger problem now. What the? Another black space had appeared behind Ryan and another Black Hand jumped out of it. Apostrophe. Is this the end for us? More than death itself. Ryan regretted not being able to carry out Ian's dying wish. Ryan tightly closed his eyes. I feel like I can understand a little about what the master told me. Ineril once asked Ryan if he had ever suffered the desperation of not being able to protect someone. Ryan thought about her words. However, he could hear someone's voice. That's not how you use the sword. We will handle it from here. Ryan suddenly opened his eyes big. UK? Jack. Along with the sound of someone's feet dragging on the ground, Ryan and Iril's bodies were spun around once and raised up to the sky. The woman with blinds pierced Ryan's arm sleeve and Iril's clothes with her staff to hang them on her staff. She swung her arm in a large motion to send them flying to the sky. Afterwards, the woman took a stance. Master, grandmother. Ryan and Iril saw the woman who had appeared at the scene and sobbed. Perhaps because the objects didn't have eyes, the two Black Hands were unaware of the fact that Iril and Ryan were gone. The hands were charging in. Now, their target had been changed to the blind woman. Now there are two, just like the Black Hands. Ineril could not see. However, she had the senses that allowed her to feel the energies from the hands. Salvation. Ineril turned her face toward the sword that Iril dropped. She raised her right arm. Pack. The sword was under Ineril's feet. With that sound, the sword was stuck on her palm. Master, be careful. Those hands. They are bizarre ones that dematerializes when attacked. Ryan shouted as he fell back down to the ground. Ineril nodded as if she understood. Will it work? Like before? She placed the staff behind her back, with the sword close to her chest. Ineril seemed to become her breathing for a moment. She tried swinging the sword in her hand. It was like a dance. Apostrophe. As I thought. It is not working. Cutting through the wind, the sword was swung in clean motions. However, unfortunately, it seemed that it was not possible to stop the Black Hands that were coming toward her. Even his master's sword was not able to cut the Black Hands. Feeling like there was nothing left now, Ryan vacantly opened his mouth. Please take it. It seems to be longing for its original owner. The sword is probably wishing that it wasn't being held by an old woman. Grandmother? Ineril was saying things that didn't make much sense. Ryan and Iril floated question marks on their faces. Number. It's not that there is anything wrong with you. This bastard only cares about the blessing. Do you think it cares about the person who wields it? It's been sitting around and grew fat. It looks like a young master who grew up the wrong way. Ryan realized that there was another voice besides his master's voice in the mix. Ryan flinched his shoulders. Wait, this voice, I have heard it somewhere. Ryan had no idea when he showed up, without any presence. He had just shown up out of the blue next to Ineril. The man haphazardly glanced at the Black Hands and grabbed hold of the sword that Ineril handed to him. That's an interesting analogy. Still, it must be a treasured sword that has spent a lifetime with you. Why don't you say something after being reunited with it? The Black Hands, which had trampled over even huge ancient trees, were right in front of his face. However, the boy and the blind woman could not look more leisurely. It was as if they were on a picnic. Say something after being reunited with it. In a respectful stance, as if she was serving a king or a god, Ineril placed the sword on her two hands and handed it to Riley. Ryan had never seen anyone being so respectful and proper. He moved his gaze. I am so sick of it. The one who received the sword from Ineril was the youngest son of the Falata family who Ryan knew very well. Chapter 181. Riley that Ryan knew was the kind of person who refused to leave the library during the winter and stayed right next to the fireplace and Coco. However, Riley was in the forest near Romella village. Ryan couldn't figure out why Riley was here. Why is he here? Before Ryan had the time to think about it some more, Riley tried swinging the sword left to right. He snorted through his nose and looked at its old edge. I really am so sick of it. It truly had been a long time. He was wielding the sword only after dying and being revived. He peeked a smile and looked at the black hands that were coming toward him. Step back for a moment. Inerl had taken a knee to the ground in a respectful pose. Having heard his voice from above, she nodded lightly and got up. I delivered the sword to the successor. All right, I said. I got it. Wielding the sword, he swung his shoulder as he responded, and Inerl suddenly disappeared as if she had suddenly sunk to the ground. Master. Grandmother. After being thrown to the sky, Uriel and Ryan landed on the ground. They were trying to find where Inerl went. They felt a presence behind themselves, so they turned their heads. Both of you watch carefully. To her granddaughter and the pupil she had taken in not long ago, Inerl told them to watch the boy who was swinging the sword. She turned her face toward the boy and added, "He is the master of the sword." The master of the sword? Riley is? It looked like her pupil knew who Riley was. Inerl tilted her head to the side for a moment. However, she was not able to ask him if he knew Riley well. Suddenly, flames started to catch on to the bandages that trapped the sword. Flames on the sword. Inerl was not able to see this. Instead, Uriel watched the bandages burning up in flames. She muttered with a look of disbelief. Ryan also vacantly stared at the sword burning up in flames. Now, the bandages were all completely gone. They had become dust. Ryan finally got a grip and looked at Riley. The bandages are gone. Now, there were just the blade edge and the handle on the sword. Uriel observed the sword, snapped out of her shock and looked at Riley. I don't know who you are trying to please, but after burning away the bandages by setting his sword in flames, Riley swung the sword at the black hand that was almost right in front of his face. What the? It was literally in a blink of an eye. What just happened? Riley looked like he was still standing in the same spot. His clothes waved lightly in the air. It felt like a sharp light had just swept through the area. That was all that others could feel. The arm is cut off. The black hands were unstoppable. So far, it didn't matter how they swung their swords at it. However, this time, without any sound, a thin line was drawn on the black arm and the cut-off part fell to the ground. It's working. Until now, cutting it or trying to deal blunt damage to it only resulted in a sensation of passing through the empty air. This time the black hand had been cut in half by Riley's sword and fell to the ground. Uriel and Ryan saw a glimmer of hope. With hope in their eyes, they started to follow Riley's movements, not as a girl and a young man, but as swordsmen. Their desire to witness and remember Riley's movement was more important than everything else. Again, Riley swung the sword. He was trying to cut down the other black hand that was coming from the back. Even after all bandages had burned away, the sword was still burning in white flames. The swing of the sword looked like a flag was flowing through the air. The sword grazed past the second black hand. It seemed Uriel and Ryan were not able to follow his movements again. They just had their mouth open vacantly. Tsk. Now, both the black hands were on the ground. Riley clicked his tongue big time all of the sudden and quickly turned his body around, dragging the tip of his foot on the ground. He made a circle with it and swung the sword at the black space that was still floating next to him. I cut the black hand with salvation, and yet this black space is still here. It means it is not over yet. Riley generated a quick, swift and powerful whirlwind with the sword to push the two black spaces near to him. He then promptly moved his legs and moved to where Inerl and others were. If these things were connected to the owners of the hands, there should have been a flinching reaction when the arms were cut off. There was not even the slightest reaction. That means these things do not have the ability to connect the hands to their owners. They must be controlled by someone else. Riley was standing in front of Inerl and the other two. He looked at the black spaces which came together to form a bigger space. Riley narrowed his eyes. They combined. but the black space is still smaller than the one I had seen in Lower Salia. It might be possible for more small black spaces to open nearby. It is just that the Holy Sword was already in Riley's possession. It was correct to assume the party responsible for controlling the black spaces and the hands was unable to achieve their initial objective. He failed to achieve his objective, and yet these things are still here. There are two possibilities. They could be staying here to kill Riley, who had taken possession of the Holy Sword. The other possibility was that they were here to accomplish a goal separate from the Holy Sword. As I thought, Riley felt an energy from behind. He opened his eyes big and turned his head around. Inerl quickly turned her head around the same time. Inerl quickly tripped off her granddaughter and her pupil to get them to fall over. Inerl twisted her upper body in a large motion. Even if I add the other black space that has just appeared in the mix, it would be still smaller than the last time. Riley projected that a few more spaces would appear. He cut off the third black hand with the sword and brought his hand to his waist. "You are using dirty tricks, Rabathra." Having confirmed her pupil's safety, Inerl faced the black space and spoke. Through the black spaces, a resonating voice could be heard. "You are the bitch who is using dirty tricks. You dare to betray us after taking the place of the Great One's right hand. No. Inerl pulled her chin. It seemed that she was expecting a response toward the man beyond the black space, who must be infuriated about now. Inerl said she will rectify his misjudgment. "I merely chose the right path, you arrogant corpse bitch. Because of you, the position of the right hand was vacant for the past decades. I need the position coughed out again." Inerl kept her silence. The one beyond the black space poured out curses at Inerl and used his ability on Iuril, who was on the ground with sharpened eyes. Again, another black space was forming in front of them. While on the ground, Iuril held her breath and became petrified. By the way, this bastard, wind blew at Iuril's face, is still not trying to save his own ass yet. He must be confident. It was Riley. Again, the sword engulfed in white flame was swung. The black hand that charged toward Iuril was cut off clean. "Last time, you poked at my nerves, so I had a hard time for a while. You could not have been the one to yap all that directly. Who was the runt?" In an instant, Riley cut off fifth and sixth black hands that appeared shortly afterwards. He predicted where the next black space was going to appear. He quickly turned his head toward the direction. How? After that, Riley neutralized the seventh and eighth spaces with sword throws before they could do anything. Riley gritted his teeth and said, "About me getting hit that one time. Alright, I just need to think of it as stepping on a poo. All I need to do is clean it off." However, Riley thought about his precious butler who was lying on the ground, drenched in blood. Riley's face twitched with deadly intent. He continued to talk to the one beyond the black space. "I cannot stand my people being messed with." It seemed that Riley still had not found out about Ryan being there. Riley was grinding his teeth towards someone beyond the space. Ryan held his breath. "Have you ever fought to protect someone?" Ryan was not sure if Riley was the very definition of that, but he was certain that Riley was fighting with the heart to protect someone. Iuril was also holding her breath. "I'll make you pay dearly for making a hole in Ian's chest." Iuril was overwhelmed by Riley's deadly aura. However, she was also thinking about the old man who had his chest pierced because of her. This was why she was holding her breath. "Ian?" Having heard Riley's words, Inerl's lips trembled as she said Ian's name. "Did you just say Ian?" Riley was huffing and puffing at the one who was controlling the black hands by opening the black spaces. He turned his head and looked at Inerl. Below Inerl's blind, a teardrop rolled down. The teardrop followed down along her chin and fell down. It wet the forehead of Inerl's granddaughter, who was vacantly sitting there. "Ian. Why is Ian?" "Grandmother." Not sure what to do. Iuril's lips trembled. She thought she should tell Inerl what happened. She held back her own tears. "Grandmother, the truth is, because of me." Because of her, the butler named Ian, the hero that her grandmother had been looking for. was dead. Iril was going to explain all that. However, Iril heard someone's voice. It sounded like the voice was running out of breath. Young master. Iril turned her head towards the direction of the voice. There, she found a girl who she had ran into before. Recently. Iril opened her eyes big. Huh? The girl was wearing a maid uniform. It seemed she had gotten there through teleportation. There was a dimensional portal open which was swirling in shape. Red Dragon. Andil? What? Ryan knew who that maid was. Surprised, he opened his eyes big. He looked at Iril and tilted his head to the side. That big sis. She was the one who used magic on Andil's mountain. Iril was muttering that Nanai was a dragon. Ryan, still with his eyes open wide, looked at the maid who had just appeared at the scene. Wait. Now that I think about it, she is a 7 circles mage at that age. Something is off. The maid girl didn't notice Iril and Ryan staring at her. She bowed toward the master she served and took one step to the side. Mr. Ian is all right. Iril's eyes shook wildly. Fortunately, it was not too late. After the girl stepped aside, an old man with herbs on his chest was walking forward while being supported by someone. Ugh, young master. Ian. It seemed that Riley had been worried all along. With a vacant look on his face, Riley stared at Ian. Sighing in relief, Riley looked angry. You really? I'm sorry. Again, I ended up causing problems. In a loud voice, Ian shouted his apology. Riley stared at Ian, as if he had seen enough. Riley sighed and shrugged. Do you feel like living? Yes. Then that's good enough. Riley stared at Nanai. He had a look that questioned why Nanai had brought Ian here. Nanai lightly lowered her head and explained. That is, Mr. Ian insisted that he must come here. So, as soon as Miss Pregia's treatment was complete, we came here. Having heard the explanation, Riley looked at Pregia who was supporting Ian. Don't worry, he made it past the difficult part. Perhaps because his fundamental constitution is so strong, he recovered quickly even with a little bit of prayer. Pregia lifted her shoulder and told Riley that he could relax. It seemed that Riley was finally relieved. He sighed and moved his gaze toward Ineril who was standing next to him. Ian? Ineril carefully tried calling out his name. Ian was looking at Riley. He turned his gaze to the side and looked at the blind woman with light purple hair. Master, his voice was full of longing. Is it really you, Ian? The blind. You are still wearing it. Ian. They were reunited after several decades. It seemed they were being overcome with emotions. Ineril's voice was choking as she called out his name. I don't know what the situation is here, but the emotional reuniting scene continued. At that moment, an emotionless voice could be heard that shattered the mood. I would like you to postpone it for a later time. It was Riley. Nanai, wrap this up. Yes, young master. She waved her right hand and formed an isolation barrier. At the same time, she collected the people who were separated in 2 groups to one safe location. She opened a dimensional space behind her and brought out the swords that Riley had been using. Ian is safe? So that's that. There were several dozens of black spaces. Riley was standing in the middle of them. He spun his holy sword, the Salvation, fixed his grip on the handle and said to the man who must be listening from beyond the space, as for the rest that should be done, they should be done. It seemed the sword was responding to the owner's will. The holy sword named the Salvation started to grow the size of the flame on its edges. Chapter 182. Isn't that right? Lightly swinging the sword that was on fire, Riley asked. However, no response could be heard from the black space, which only had a cut-off arm coming out from it. All right, don't bother responding. For now, that is. Riley causally rolled his eyes and looked at Nanai. With his glance, he gave her a different order. He then cut off another black hand that was coming from behind. We might as well talk face to face. So, although it looked like Riley had his feet planted on the ground, his body slid forward. The group who was watching this opened their eyes wide. That is Riley? His speed was so incredible that Ryan could barely follow Riley's after images. He thought he knew Riley well, but now, Ryan felt like he had just gotten struck by a hammer on his head. He had a vacant look on his face. This is unbelievable. With the group behind him, Riley was cutting off every black hand that was coming toward them and burn them with the white flames. Before he realized, Nanae came to stand next to Riley through teleportation. Riley muttered toward Nanae, "Will it be possible? I won't know for certain until I try." Having noticed Nanae suddenly appearing next to Riley, Iril rubbed her eyes and checked where Nanae was standing only a moment ago. When she could only figure that Nanae must have used magic, Iril thought. As I thought, she is a dragon. Nanae was a beautiful girl, but Iril thought Nanae must be Andal the dragon who she had run into on Andal's mountain. She gulped and looked at Riley, who was with Nanae. In that case, who was he? The boy appeared to be 3 to 4 years older than her. He was swinging her grandmother's sword. Iril's eyes were gleaming as if she was mesmerized. He could be a dragon, or someone who can handle a dragon. Ian also looked surprised. Not so different from Ryan or Iril. Ian was blinking his eyes, however. He was not sobbing or seriously agitated. He looked calm. He narrowed his wide-open eyes and watched Riley's movements and Nanae supporting Riley. That's all he did. Young master, just like how he wrote in his journal once, just like he expected, speculated. The young master of a certain count family that he served was swing the sword in a way that was more magnificent than Ian had ever expected. Does that one make the total count 20? Riley thought about how many black hands he had cut down so far and mumbled. There were 27 black spaces. Initially, there was just one black space with an arm. Now, there had increased to 27. I think it was about this much. Riley estimated that the one responsible for these black spaces must be running out. Nanae was supporting Riley from the back by shooting magic to keep the hands in check. Riley signaled Nanae with his eyes. "I'll try it." Nanae read Riley's eyes, lightly nodded and swung her right hand. Because Nanae was speaking in dragon's language that she had learned from Andal. As Iril watched Nanae floating several rounds of flames in the air, she opened her eyes big and said, "That is." It wasn't the flames that made her mutter, it was the black spaces. They were disappearing one after the other. "It's done, all 27 of them." Nanae had a serious look on her face. It seemed that she had just used another magic. Nanae put forth her right arm toward the direction where Riley was looking at and said, "I gathered them all." What? Greater than. Having heard Nanae, the one beyond the black space realized that something was off. He sounded like he was panicking. "It looks like you never ran into any mage who could do this." Nanae asked the question to the one beyond the space and started to explain what it was that she had just done. "It's dimensional distortion." Looking at the black spaces that were coming together, she explained that she compiled all black spaces that were scattered about by folding and opening spaces. "Well, I guess you would not know about it." Magic did not exist in the world that young master came from. Even in this world where magic did exist, there probably wasn't any other human mage who could manipulate space. The scattered spaces started to come together as if they were drawn to each other like magnets. Before, the voice had echoed throughout the area because it had come through multiple sources from the scattered spaces. Now, the spaces had been collected into one and the echo had been subdued quite a bit. "How dare you? You dare to toy with the power bestowed by the Great One. This power is something only I can handle." Greater than. Riley didn't give a damn about what the voice said. He just observed the size of the space that was combining. When it completely combined, Riley was certain that the size was identical to the one he had seen in Lower Salia. Riley tightened his grip on the sword. "Come out." Riley spoke to the one beyond the space. "I said come out." It seemed Riley's provocation worked. The black arms that had been cut off by his sword earlier all twitched around like earthworms. They also started to combine into one like the black space. With lightning sparks, the hands combined into one. It was the same hand that had smacked Riley in Lower Salia last time. "It is your master who does not know." The hand in front of him was the one he had seen last time. However, the voice was not. Riley narrowed his eyes and to get information out of him, said, "About the leader of the bastard that you serve. I'm certain I squashed him like a bug before coming here. Is a fox pretending to be the tiger of a cave that's missing its original master?" Riley thought about the demon lord that he had ended by making him fall to the ground after a lifelong struggle in his past life. He thought about who could be causing this ruckus from the other world. "I must admit that it was my mistake to not clean up the rest completely. I assumed everything would have been solved if I just killed the demon lord." It seemed the one behind the space was agitated to hear this. The black hand, which was exuding a violent energy, flinched. "Now that I think about it, that last Riatrina, was her power being able to read people's mind? I heard that she is the head, I'm certain, at the Duke Filiznian family's mansion." When Riley was having nightmares during the long winter hibernation, Riatrina had peeked at his memories. Now, Riatrina had become a fool. "After peeking on my memories, what do you think happened to her, you runt?" "Just what are you talking about?" "Greater than. You know what happened to her, don't you? I'm sure you checked." The black hand stopped moving. Riley took a step forward and continued to ask, "The bastard who is controlling you all from behind. What's the bastard's name? There must be a proper name, right? I'm sure you are not just worshipping this bastard because of the power." Riley figured that the demon lord that he'd defeated was not the type to do this kind of thing. So, Riley was certain it could not be the demon lord who was behind this. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is it Agara, Yseel? If not, is it Kyladiak, Nemophila? Is it one of those bastards? If not, then who is it?" Riley listed the names of demons he knew from his past life. Inerel, who was standing outside the isolation barrier, answered the question. "The name is Helena." Riley opened his eyes big and glared at Inerel. "What?" "Helena is the name of the being who was captured and enticed into 6 beings from this world to do her bidding as the 6 parts. She granted them the abilities. She is the one who is trying to reveal the world below to this side." Riley was glaring at where Inerel was with a piercing gaze. The one beyond the space started to curse at Inerel with a voice full of fury. "You bitch, you are just a corpse who betrayed the 6 parts. Yet you dare to utter the Great One's name so carelessly? Greater than." The black hand was overwhelmed by Riley's deadly aura. However, it quickly turned its direction and extended toward Inerel. However, it was blocked by the isolation barrier that Nanai engaged. After that, the hand was cut off in half by Riley's sword. "Young master, Helena is..." Nanai was standing next to Riley to support him, with a concerned look. Nanai looked at Riley. "Only the brave hero can. This world. Please save this world." The name of the priestess who asked Riley to save the world in his past life was none other than Helena. "Helena." Riley pulled his chin and gritted his teeth as he muttered the name. The one beyond the black space thought Riley had let his guard down. The one beyond the space finally revealed himself. Now that it has come to this, the one who came out from the black space was a handsome young boy with blonde hair. "I, Rabathra, shall judge you all for the Great One's sake and wash away the disgrace created up to this point." The boy called himself Rabathra. It was not just Riley and Nanai who were shocked. Ian and Pregia, who were watching this from outside the isolation barrier, also opened their eyes big. "That's Rabathra? How come Rabathra is..." He was supposed to be an old man with old white hair and long beard who worked as the Archbishop of the Holy Temple. However, for some reason, he was now a handsome boy with blonde hair. "Really?" Pregia already had her eyes turned to golden color. She was looking into the area inside the isolation barrier. Having confirmed that this was true, she muttered vacantly, He is really Rabathra." Uriel and Ryan were shocked. They turned to look at Pregia, who shouted from the back, "Why is the priestess here?" "Now that I think about it, isn't Rabathra the one who is the Archbishop of the Holy Temple?" Ryan remembered the Archbishop who had come to the mansion as Riley's guest. The situation was unfolding with surprise after surprise. In disbelief, he was not able to close his mouth. "Riley? Just who?" Riley still didn't notice Ryan. Riley was glaring at Rabathra with a piercing gaze. Rabathra was still walking out of the space. Riley muttered quietly, Helena. Nanae watched him mutter. She soon felt the deadly aura that was making her skin feel like it was getting burned. She held her breath. Riley must be enraged. Nanae was well aware what kind of hardship Riley had been subjected to in his past life. Nanae could tell how Riley must have been feeling. She bit her lips and took a step back. Young Master Riley, please excuse me for everything so far. I only intended to take that corpse bitch's right hand. But it seems that now you know our Great One's name. So, I have things I would like to ask you. I think I might have to resort to more regrettable actions. Well, if you answer willingly, then I won't have to go that far. The blonde boy opened his arms wide and walked toward Riley. The boy's refreshing smile felt like it could make anyone who saw it feel at ease and feel safe. All right. However, it didn't seem to work on Riley. I now have a few things I would like to ask. As he said those words, Nanae, who was standing behind Riley, used telekinesis to place a spare sword on his waist. It was the sword head she brought out of the dimensional space earlier. She lowered her head and asked, "Shall I step back?" "No." Riley took a short breath to maintain his composure and told Nanae, "It will end quickly anyway." Rabathra was smiling with his eyes. Now, with narrowly open eyes, he stared at Riley and Nanae. "You make sure that bastard doesn't run off with his ass." Concerned that Rabathra might escape, Riley stared at him, even forgetting to blink. Riley quietly said, "Watch him carefully." Nanae would have swung her sword in fury if she was in Riley's position. Instead, Riley was calmly trying to get information out of the opponent. Nanae was impressed. She nodded to respond. That bastard's memory, clues about Helena, reason for looking rejuvenated and everything else. Even his soul. I need to shake him down completely. I'll make sure he isn't dead. I'll be careful so that he will be left barely alive and breathing. So, have Pregia ready to come too. Riley was saying all that while tightly gritting his teeth. Having heard the voice, Nanae wondered if she should take back her thought about feeling impressed earlier at Riley's composure. She nodded again. Yes. Chapter 183. After ordering Nanae to watch the bastard to make sure he does not escape, Riley made the flame on his sword to burn more intensely and said, "Wow, your rejuvenated self looks great." As the Archbishop of the Holy Temple, Rabathra had eye-catching white beard in the past. Remembering this, Riley observed Rabathra, who hadn't just gotten a little younger but had completely reverted to being a child. Riley asked him, "What's your secret?" "It's thanks to the Great One, I was reborn." It seemed that he was trying to pay respect to the one he served. He lowered his head a little and praised the being he served. Noticing his response, Riley's eyebrows flinched. "Wow, I never knew." Rabathra walked toward Riley. Riley was facing him. While suppressing his anger, Riley asked as if he was patronizing Rabathra, "I never knew that the bitch was also an expert in plastic surgery." Plastic surgery? It seemed Rabathra didn't know what that was. He tilted his head to the side, as if he was trying to say never mind. Riley shook his head and said, "It's nothing." "Even if you knew what it meant, you will just yell at me saying I spoke ill of your Great One or whatever. It would be better for you to not know what it means." Rabathra narrowed his eyes to say that he did not like what Riley just said. Of the two arms he had opened wide, he lightly closed his right hand. Wait, Guang. It sounded like something had been shot. Fang. Sounds of explosions in the air repeated. "Did you think I was just sitting around because I didn't expect you to try pulling off a sneak attack?" Guang. Again, it sounded like something was launched from behind Rabathra. Fang. Again, from the sword that Riley swung. What sounded like a balloon pop could be heard repeatedly. TSK. Having realized that his surprise attack had failed, Rabathra clicked his tongue. Instead of using one at a time, this time, he used the ability to generate multiple of them to pour down at Riley. To draw comparison to the magic of this world, it was like a magic arrow, which was a basic magic. However, there were a lot of them, and one thing unique was that they were invisible. "You think increasing the number a bit is going to make a difference?" Riley asked lightly. Surrounding Riley, The sounds of things being shot and popping explosions continued. How did he figure it out? Is it not some ordinary senses? Rabathra could not understand how Riley noticed his ability, which is supposed to be invisible to naked eyes. Rabathra looked at the sword with white flame that was on Riley's hand. Is it because of the sword? In the past, in Errol, the right hand had this bandage-wrapped sword hidden. Now, in Riley's hand, it was exuding white flame for some reason and showing off how majestic and brilliant the sword looked. When the Great One asked me to bring that sword, I wondered why she was so interested in that sword that didn't seem to have any significance, but I see, it was a weapon that was worth worrying about. His black spaces and hands, they were things that should have been impossible to cut. However, the sword did. Remembering these, Rabathra glared at the sword and prepared his next ability. Should I try that, or this? Rabathra was rolling his eyes around. Looking at his face, Riley seemed amused. Riley said, "You seem to have a lot of margins to spare? Are you considering your options? Everything you can do, everything you can use. It would be best for you to try them all." Before Rabathra realized, Riley's voice was coming from his back. Rabathra gasped for air. He saturated his hand with purple light and swung it. "I might made a mistake, controlling my power, and cuck." Rabathra's eyes were opened wide. "If you died, then that would be bad for me." As he finished speaking, Riley swung his sword. Riley cleanly avoided Rabathra's purple light hand, and at the same time, he cross-cut Rabathra's shoulder in a long diagonal line. Ugh. In an instant, his shoulder was cut off clean. Rabathra's face filled with pain. When did he move to the back? He gritted his teeth due to pain. To retrieve the right hand that was cut off, Rabathra quickly extended his left hand. "First, I must retrieve the arm. As long as I have it, I can always attach it back and handle the rest." He reached for it, but his left hand didn't reach the right arm. "I'll hold on to this." From the side, Nanai was watching Riley and Rabathra's duel. She moved her lips a few times to use telekinesis. Cuck. That lass. His cut-off arm floated up in the air and was moved away to a distance by Nanai's telekinesis. Rabathra's pain-stricken face turned toward Nanai. "Well done." Riley would not have had any problems even if Nanai hadn't done this, but to maintain the mood, Riley praised Nanai and proceeded to his next move. "Your other arm, I'll cut that one clean off from you as well." The voice was coming from right in front of his nose. Rabathra cringed and quickly used another ability. He managed to barely dodge the sword with white flame that came at him to cut off his left arm. Is it a teleportation? It didn't allow him to move long distance like Nanai. However, regardless, Riley realized Rabathra could teleport a short distance. Finding it to be a bother, he clicked his tongue. From the looks of it, this bastard doesn't just have a few tricks. Rabathra was using the supernatural powers that were used by espers from Riley's past life. Riley gave a look to Nanai who was standing behind him. He then started to chase after Rabathra who drew a distance using teleportation. First, there is the black space which can be used to hide or reveal one's body. Second, there is the hand of black energy that could be drawn from the black space. Third, he can launch something invisible. The teleportation makes 4. Thinking about the abilities Rabathra had demonstrated so far, he felt something flying at him again. Riley swung his sword. Fang, fang. Something invisible collided with Riley's sword and popped with explosive sounds. In addition, he probably still has the abilities he had as an old man. Back then, the abilities that he might have possessed are using the soul-like thing of the dark mage who was killed at the rainfield. Rabathra attached it to the corpse of Astroa. Remembering this, Riley swung his sword and moved in. "Damn it. If I knew you were such a hindrance, I should have eliminated you back then." Watching Riley gradually closing the distance, Rabathra muttered quietly as he narrowed his eyes. Amused, Riley laughed through his nose and said, "That's my line." "Why are you telling me that instead?" Long ago, Riley had seen that Rabathra had placed Pregia, the priestess of this world who lacked quick senses, in the front. Since then, Riley had guessed that the old man must have had some ulterior motive at least. However, it seemed the look on Riley's face was saying that he had made a mistake. Riley said, "Well, I enjoyed all of the expensive gifts you served up to me, but, as I thought, eliminating you would have been the right move. I have become quite complacent compared to the past. I was thinking about getting free gifts by keeping a rotten one alive. Something invisible came towards Riley again. He cut it and caused yet another explosive sound. Riley swung his sword at Rabathra, who was just standing there. I'm sorry, young master. But a second time, Riley closed the distance in an instant and swung his sword. Rabathra laughed through his nose, formed a visible layer around himself and said that. However, Cuck. Rabathra was not able to finish the sentence. What the? Why is the barrier? Along a diagonal line, Riley's holy sword engulfed in flame cut through everything, including the barrier and his chest. Riley glanced at his holy sword. This rascal, although it was transported to this world, it is just like the old times. Riley was comparing how it was in the past life and this life, and he concluded that it was the same. As if the sword was responding to his question, the sword expanded the white flame. Unlike you, I am not sure if I changed or stayed the same. The holy sword's name was Salvation. If you are the same as before. In Riley's past life, the holy sword existed to hunt down the Espers who gave up on being humans and the demons who were called the mortal enemies of humanity. The holy sword had two distinct advantages. Then you should be able to handle this. Riley injected the salvation with his mana. He then swung the sword at Rabathra, who was trying to form another barrier. With Riley's mana, the salvation exuded blue light. The sword was swung in diagonal direction while waving its white flame in the air. How? Rabathra was shocked. Along with his barrier, his chest was torn apart. It is the same. The first advantage that the salvation had was that it was an incredibly sturdy sword that could handle being swung while being endowed with Riley's mana. How come? Why isn't the reflect working? The second advantage was that the sword could neutralize the powers of Espers and demons from his past life. Reflect? Was there an ability like that? Riley walked toward Rabathra, grabbed him by the collar, cringed one of his eyes and asked, "Never mind that. Now, spill it out." You lost, so act like a loser. Just answer the questions that the winner asks. Rabathra was glaring at Riley. Rabathra snorted. You are laughing? You closed the distance between us. That's a mistake, young master. What? Please go to hell first and wait there. That maid lass, that corpse bitch. I'll send them all to your side soon. So, with those words, Rabathra's body melted down as if it became molten rubber. After that, as if he was an egg on the verge of hatching, his skin started to protrude all over and shake. Ugh, this bastard is really. Watching this, Riley crumpled his face. Is self-destruction the final move that you chose? Well, I thought you would use some other moves, but you are giving up pretty fast. Riley noticed that Rabathra was intending to self-destruct and sacrifice his body in the process. However, Riley didn't let go of the collar. He merely stared at Rabathra with thinly opened eyes. This is it for me too. Holding Rabathra with his left hand, Riley lifted his right hand which wielded the salvation. If you won't spill out the answers willingly, then I have no choice but to force you to. What? Rabathra was at the brink of explosion. His face was mashed up beyond recognition, but he floated a question mark on his face. Along with the sound of a sword piercing the flesh, Rabathra's face turned back to its original handsome form. Rabathra's face was filled in pain. Tadak. A sword had pierced his chest. Rabathra looked at the flame that was burning in full force on the sword. It seemed that he had finally realized it. Rabathra glared at Riley. It cannot be. You finally figured it out? Riley let go of him from his left hand. He raised up his right hand which wielded the salvation. Looking at Rabathra who was in the air and had been pierced by the salvation, Riley said, "This is the sword of the world below that you bastards desperately searched for." Riley used his left hand to draw the spare sword he had on his waist. He then used the sword to brush the blade edge of the salvation. I'll give you a chance. The other sword caught white flames just like the salvation. Riley used the other sword and poked at Rabathra's chin as he muttered. Riley suddenly threw the sword to the front. Are you going to tell me yourself? The sword spun in the air as it flew through. Its handle struck the body of a tree, made a blunt noise and started to come back. Otherwise, the spare sword came flying toward Riley. It had pierced the black hand that was slowly approaching Riley from the back. Would you like to have all of your memories drawn and become a fool? The giant black hand that was formed from combining all other hands earlier had been pierced by the spare sword, which was burning in white flame. As if the hand had become just a stone, it became stiff. It was not moving as Rabathra wanted. What are you doing? Riley's salvation was piercing his chest as if Rabathra's body was a part of Kebab. Rabathra looked at the salvation and his black hand had been immobilized due to being pierced by the spare sword. Rabathra started to grind his teeth. You bastard. Ah, you are done. You are done. So, Riley waved his hand at Rabathra as if he was done with Rabathra. With his eyes saturated with murderous intent, Riley asked Rabathra, Helena. Rabathra's lips shook. Helena, where is that woman now? What is she up to? What is she eating? Who did she meet? Everything you know, everything you can guess, things you don't know. You will have to tell me everything in detail. Chapter 184. Riley put his face right in front of Rabathra's and exuded a deadly aura. It seemed that Rabathra was overwhelmed by it. Rabathra's eyes became blurry. He also started to open and close his mouth like a bass. The Great One. The Great One is the Great One? Riley noticed something was odd about the way he was talking. Riley narrowed his eyes and asked, you keep saying the Great One? Looks like she is not a human being. The Great One. The Great One is. Rabathra kept on repeating the same thing. Riley shook salvation in his right hand and asked again. Tell me. The Great One is. Helena. That last is she still human? Riley asked if the priestess who had made him hold the holy sword in his past life was still human. Rabathra's eyes started to roll to the back. The Great One. Riley was not sure if Rabathra had lost it because of his deadly aura. Puzzled, Riley pulled his chin and muttered inside. What is this? I didn't send that much deadly aura? Riley wondered if he should slap Rabathra to make him get a grip. He was slowly lifting his left hand. However, at that moment, Rabathra's face started to melt down like how it had earlier when he had tried to self-destruct. There was no precursor movement, but suddenly, his face was getting mashed up like clay. Riley turned to look at Nanai. What happened, young master? Don't you think it is similar to something you have seen in the past? Something from the past. Nanai looked at Rabathra and mentioned that it might be similar to something from the past. Riley stared at Rabathra's melting face and thought of his past. Now that I think about it, in his past, when one of the followers of Helena had run his mouth carelessly, his face had melted down like this. Riley had seen it happen. Riley raised the intensity of the white flame on the salvation and turned to look at where Pregia was. No, young master. This cannot be healed with the salvation or Miss Pregia's power. Rabathra's face, neck and entire body were melting down. Nanai said this could not be stopped. She used Blink, a short-range teleportation magic, and closed in instantly. If my calculation is correct, he will melt away completely and disappear in a few seconds. In that case, before that, Nanai stood next to Riley. She paused for a moment and placed her hand above Rabathra's melting head. I'll recover his memories. Nanai said she will extract his memories before his body melts away, before the soul in his body disappears. With her hand above Rabathra's head, she closed his eyes gently and said, young master, the time magic. Riley realized what she was asking for. He placed his hand on Rabathra like Nanai and used time magic. Slow magic. Rabathra's body was melting down rapidly. However, The melting slowed down significantly thanks to his time magic. You have about 30 seconds. That's enough. It seemed Riley had an extraordinary amount of mana. It looked as if Rabathra's body's melting process came to an almost complete halt. Iril was watching this from the outside of the isolation barrier. She brought her hand toward her mouth to cover it and thought, as I thought. He is a dragon. Iril thought that Riley was also a dragon. She looked like she was asking what they should do when she pulled in Iril's sleeves. Gee, grandmother. What is it? Grandmother, do you know those two? I could say I know or not know them. Are those two dragons? Iril whispered and asked. Ian and Pregia were listening to their conversation from the side. Dumbfounded, they looked at Iril. Dragon, young master and Nanai. Ian and Pregia looked at each other and tilted their heads to the sides. They muttered. For a moment, they put looks on their faces as if they thought it was a possibility. However, they soon peaked smiles and shook their heads. No, they are not dragons. Ian, who had been with Riley since his birth, responded. I can guarantee it. Pregia, who was with Nanai when Nanai had been under the care of the Holy Temple briefly, also responded. You can guarantee it? What do you mean? Iril had puzzled look on her face, questioning how that was possible. Instead of Iril, Ryan asked the two. You two seem to know those two very well. I am not sure. I don't think I can claim to know them very well. I can just say that they are not dragons. Ian and Pregia strongly claimed that Riley was a human. Unable to accept this, Ryan asked again. He is the rascal who sat around and did nothing except take naps, let alone ever wielding a sword. I have never once seen him do mana training. Yet. How could he do all this? Having heard Ryan's question, Ian looked at his face and said, to prove that Riley was a human, I have watched young Master Riley since the time he in Lady Iris's womb. Young Master Ryan, if you think young Master Riley is a dragon, then that means Lady Iris must be also a dragon. If Lady Iris is really a dragon, then did we really need to worry about her illness, which would have been trivial to a dragon? That is, she coughed blood after eating the soup that was poisoned by Madame Oruli. Ian narrowed his eyes. Are you going to say that there are things we don't know about that as well? As for how Count Stein met Lady Iris, you know about that very well yourself, don't you? Ryan avoided Ian's gaze. It seemed he was not interested in questioning Ian anymore. Meanwhile, Iril was still not satisfied. Pregia looked at Iril and said, I can understand to some extent why you think that Nanai may be a dragon. I wondered about that myself at first. However. She is not a dragon. She is a human. Pregia remembered when she visited Andal at his cave the last time. Andal the dragon had called Nanai his pupil. However, she buried this detail and instead took a roundabout approach. Around spring, I spent a few days with Nanai. Back then, I confirmed that she is a human being. How? That is. Back then. Having heard the question, Pregia turned her eyes to golden color and said, it is because I confirmed it with these eyes. Iril vacantly stared at Pregia's eye color changing to gold. It seemed that Iril had remembered something very important. Staring at Pregia's face, Iril looked shocked. By any chance, until just a moment ago, things were so chaotic that Iril was not able to check out Pregia's face very well. However, now that she observed Pregia's face in detail, the face was almost identical to the face she saw on the board recently at the village. Are you the priestess of Salia? Because she had disappeared, there was a reward for finding her. Looking at her face, Iril pointed at Pregia with shaking finger. Pregia nodded and said that was the case. Yes. So, I can guarantee it. I can put my title as the priestess on the line to say this. Nanai is not a dragon. She is a human being. As for young Master Riley. I am not sure. Pregia glanced at Ian as she said that. However, it seemed Ian didn't really mind it. With a serious look on his face, he just crossed his arms and watched Riley and Nanai. I'm sorry, young master. The clothes that Rabathra was wearing only a moment ago were now on the ground. Looking at the clothes, Nanai apologized to Riley. It's fine. This is not your fault. Riley shook his head as he also looked at the ground. The owner of the clothes seemed to have wandered off somewhere. There were just clothes on the ground. It is that lass who did it, right? Although she was not able to extract all of the bastard's memory, it seemed Nanai was able to find out some things. Having heard Riley's question, Nanai nodded. She compared the memories from Riley's past and the memories from Rabathra and said, yes, definitely. It was the method used by that woman, Helena. As soon as Rabathra was about to say something, he started to drool from his mouth, thinking about how it all had happened. He compared it to how the followers of the priestess from his past life melted away. Riley clicked his tongue. The self-destruct earlier was done by Rabathra himself. However, this one was done by Helena. Or someone who is helping her. So, we could not stop the bastard from melting away, even with the salvation or Pregia's healing, because I didn't pierce the one responsible for the ability. Nanai nodded. Riley was going to ask what Nanai had gained from Rabathra's memories. However, he felt a gaze from behind, so he slowly turned around. There was Ian. I totally forgot. Riley then saw Pregia, who was standing next to Ian, ill with vacant look on her face as if she just got up from a sleep, Ineril, who was wearing the blinds, and he found Ryan. Riley had his eyes meet with the big brother who had been chased out of the mansion. Riley's head became vacant for a moment. Big brother, why are you here? I would like to ask you that instead. The situation was wrapped up for the most part. Sharing tea at Ineril's house, they talked about what had happened so far. Of the people gathered here, the people who were feeling the most awkward were Riley and Ryan. I thought you would be at the Morgard family household. Ian asked me the same question earlier. As for the answer, you can just hear it from Ian. Ian was standing near the kitchen and glancing around. Ryan glanced at him and said to Riley, I have a mountain of questions. I think staying awake through the night won't be enough to talk about them all, but... Ryan paused for a moment. He then started to glare at Riley with a piercing gaze. I'll ask you just one thing. With eyes that had many emotions mixed in, Ryan looked at his younger brother and asked, are you really Riley who I know? Ryan chose the one question out of the countless questions he wanted to ask. With just one kind of emotion, he stared at Riley. Although Ryan was a big brother who was born from a different mother, still, he was the big brother who Riley had grown up with under the same roof. Riley just stared at Ryan with a steady gaze and said in quiet voice, yes. Just in case there was not enough explanation, Riley added, in the past, present and the future, I am Riley Finn Falata. I'm the youngest son of the Falata family. I have never lived the life of another person, Riley said with a serious look on his face, and Ryan watched him while leaning on a wall. He stopped leaning and turned. In that case, that's enough. Ryan was about to leave Ineril's home. Riley was about to ask something like he did earlier. However, he kept it inside and closed his mouth. Did that bastard die? Yes. Practically speaking, the rest of the group was having their conversations elsewhere. Riley looked at them and walked toward them as he tuned into their conversation. Grandmother, I didn't know that you were fighting such people. Someday, before I become unable to speak, I was going to tell you. I didn't know that the day would be today. Nanai and Ian seemed to have decided to focus on their roles as servants. They were in the kitchen, preparing tea and fruits. Ineril, Iril and Pregia sat around the table so that they all could face each other. They were talking about what they had experienced just now. Young master. Nanai welcomed him. Have you finished the conversation? Yes, probably. There was much left unsaid. However, Riley thought they would have the time later to talk about them slowly. He nodded and Nanai lifted a tray which contained teacups. She said, well then, I guess it is Mr. Ian's turn. What are you talking about? Having heard her voice, Ian flinched his shoulder and started to glance at Riley. Right. Ian looked at his chest where a hole had been created earlier. With a refreshed look on his face, Riley asked, have you told your teacher about your feelings? Having heard Riley's question, Ian flinched his shoulder again. He brushed and started to act like he was busy with something else. I don't know what you are talking about. You had been singing about it. Yet. Sing? Who sang about what? Who? Covering her mouth with her fist, Nanai laughed lightly. However, she suddenly turned her head toward the door. Since the Rebathra incident, Riley also had widened his senses, just in case. He also felt someone quickly approaching Inaral's house and looked toward the door. Young master, someone was coming toward Inaral's home. Chapter 185. Who is it? Inaral was listening into their conversation. She had felt the presence of someone approaching this way as well. She turned her head toward the door. Should I go check? Nanai thought it might be a good idea to see the face of the one who was approaching this way. So, she asked as she moved the mana inside her. Riley shook his head. We will know soon enough anyway. There probably is no need for that. Just get other magic ready. Nanai nodded. She hid her body by sticking to the wall. She then prepared the restraint magic that she was planning on using on the guest who was going to arrive here soon. Only until a moment ago, there were warm, friendly conversations going inside Inaral's home. Now, only silence was left in the place. Breaking that silence, footsteps could be heard. It seemed to be in a hurry. Soon, the firmly shut door was opened wide. The guest revealed their identity. The guest was sweating heavily, especially their face. Ugh. The face was familiar. Riley and Nanai, who had been on full alert, relaxed their faces. What the? It was you. Riley's voice had no hostility in it. Inaral realized the one who had come wasn't anyone bad. She lightly sighed. Mr. Nara? Prisia was sitting. She muttered the name after discovering the face of the boy who had entered the house. Ugh. Oh man, as I thought, you all came back here. With his palm on the door, the boy greeted everyone. He took a moment to calm his breathing and entered. Come on, you left me behind? Nanai was hiding in the kitchen. She started to pretend that she was busy and picked up the tray that she had placed in the kitchen. Who left who behind? It's just that you were late. As if he had done nothing wrong, Riley placed his fist on his waist and acted proud, as if he was trying to say he couldn't beat Riley. Nara declared surrender. However, he stopped walking in. Nara realized there were a few more people here in comparison to when he was dragged here the last time, so, he wondered what this was about. He blinked his eyes. Mr. Ian? Ms. Prisia too? Ugh. Riley figured there would be many things to say and hear. Finding it to be a bother, he pointed at an empty seat. Sit first. I think there will be much to talk about. The conversation continued until nightfall, so Riley and others decided to just sleep at Inaral's place. They made places to sleep on the floor by laying blankets. Everyone was traveling through a dream world of his or her own. They sure are sleeping soundly. A lot of stuff happened today. Nanai and Riley had left the house for a moment. Nanai had used a phrase from Riley's past life and shrugged. To think they would use that phrase, compared to before. I have gotten better at it. Right? She was asking if her common sense had improved since summer. Riley looked at her and then broke into a smile. All right. Yes, you have gotten better. Having heard the response she wanted to hear, Nanai also smiled. She started to think about the things she had heard in Inaral's home today. My head is a bit overwhelmed because I heard so many things today. There were the memories she had extracted from Rebathra. In addition to this, she had heard many things from Inaral and Ian. It seemed her brain was overwhelmed because she was trying to organize them all. Nanai sighed lightly, and Riley said, I know. Things are tangled up in a complicated mess. Inaral was once called the right hand in this world. She said she was already dead and was only waiting for her body to disintegrate. At that moment Ian just stared at her with a vacant look on his face. Riley was thinking about the Ian from that time. What would happen to Miss Iril when Miss Inaral's added lifespan is exhausted? Unlike Riley, who was thinking about Ian, Nanai thought about Iril. She was thinking about the brief conversation she had with Iril on Andal's mountain last time. It seemed that Nanai was finding the situation regrettable. Well, she could continue living in Ramara village or she could leave this place. One of the two, don't you think? She probably will inherit her grandmother's house or something. Inaral looked like she was in late 20s to early 30s at most. However, She was older than Ian. Thinking about this, Riley emphasized that Inerl was a grandmother as he muttered. She is a grandmother, huh? In his past life and this life, he had never met anyone he could call grandmother. He shook his head. So, how long did she say she had left? She said she had about a week left. Those were the number of days remaining for Inerl. Her body had died a long time ago. To warm her cold skin, she always kept near the fireplace. Even at best, she had a week left. Because Riley had brought up Inerl, Nanae brought her hands together and started to fiddle with her thumbs. I feel like I am seeing my former self. Nanae felt like she knew how someone who was prepared to die was feeling. Riley scratched his head and asked, "What is it? Does it bother you?" "It would be a lie if I said I was not bothered by it." Nanae stopped fiddling with her thumbs. Now, she thought about Ian, the senior butler who must be snoring inside Inerl's home. "I'm worried about Mr. Ian too. He must have longed to meet her for a very long time," Nanae said in regrettable tone. Riley glanced at her face from the side and asked, "It does not matter, don't you think?" Ian thought she had already died. Despite that, he got to see her face and talk to her again once. "So, I think he's got to resolve the feelings that piled up inside?" Nanae also glanced at Riley's face from the side and responded in terse words. "Even so." Her response, although short, contained many meanings. Riley put on a perplexed look on his face. "What are you going to do?" Nanae turned her head to the sky as she asked. Riley said, "I am not sure." He had many things to do. He also felt like just going back to the mansion. There was the case of the epidemic, the purple human who they had not resolved yet. There was also the matter of Helena. For reasons unknown to them, Helena had turned her back on humanity. In his past life and this life, Riley had never gone to school, but Riley felt like a student who hadn't done any of his homework although the vacation was almost over. In Korea, students are hammered with loads of homework to do during vacations. If I really played around all this time, then I wouldn't feel so wronged about this. Instead of playing around and doing nothing, this time, Riley could say he had been running around and working diligently. With a bitter look on his face, he looked at the holy sword hanging on his waist. The most urgent matter is epidemic, which is related to the migration of the monsters. Thinking about epidemic, he thought about Helena's case which also needed to be handled next. At the moment, I'm not sure how I'm going to chase down that Helena lass. They had no idea how to get to the world below that Ian and Inerl spoke of, the world that Riley had come from to be exact. If we do find a way, are you going to go there? Having heard the question, Riley pondered about it for a moment. He looked up to the sky like Nanae had done earlier and said, I will go. Toward the night sky, Riley breathed out, making frosts in the process. He then added why he planned to go there. I need to go finish the conversations I didn't get to resolve. I don't think I'll be able to sleep soundly unless I do. Kick. Mr. Riley, Nanae and Riley turned their heads toward the sound. Ms. Inerl. She was coming toward them without the staff. Nanae quickly went next to her and supported Inerl. You are not even using your staff. If I did, that will awake anyone who is asleep. Inerl smiled in relief after being supported by Nanae. Inerl turned her head toward where Riley was and carefully approached him. Mr. Riley, you are there, right? Yes. Riley stared at her blinds which was facing him. Inerl pulled her chin. It seemed she was hesitant. She carefully opened her mouth. I have a favor to ask. A favor? Perhaps this could be considered her last will before disintegration. She nodded and said, the sword. Would you like to share the sword with me? Wondering what this was about, Riley carefully listened to what Inerl said. Dumbfounded, he just stared at her. Sword? It is a very simple and personal desire. Mr. Riley, you had lived your life with the blessing of the sword as well. In that case, perhaps you thought about it once at least too? Having heard Inerl's question, Riley thought about his past life in which he had swung the sword quite frequently. He realized what she was asking and peeked a smile. Have you ever lost before? At least, when it was a matter of the sword, I have never lost once, Inerl responded. Full of confidence, she soon shook her head and corrected herself. Number, I have lost once. It would be right to say I lost on purpose. Riley thought about the sword wound on her eyes and the story that Ian had told him back in the mansion. He figured he could understand what she was talking about. He nodded. It was Ian? It is an embarrassing past for an old woman like myself. Inerl blushed. She then asked Riley again, will you please grant this request from an old woman? Hearing her desperate plea, Riley sighed briefly as he looked toward her house. To simply put, my teacher's swordsmanship was unmatched in the entire world. Although I am serving Falata House. I am certain that my teacher's swordsmanship is superior. One time, Ian had said those words with pride. Thinking about this, Riley turned to look at Inerl. All right, young master. Having heard Riley's response, Nanae pulled Riley's sleeves, concerned if this was a good idea. Will it be alright? Nanae didn't think Riley would lose. She was concerned about Inerl. Inerl didn't have long to live. Nanae was concerned about Inerl overexerting herself or getting hurt badly. Don't worry. Riley patted Nanae on the shoulder, telling her she should just focus on being a good referee. Riley added, I'll adjust properly. After that, Riley and Inerl moved to an empty space behind the house. They faced each other and extended their hands. Both of you. Please do not overdo it. From the dimensional space, Nanae brought out two practice swords that were made of wood. Nanae handed one each to Riley and Inerl. Nanae pierced the ground with the holy sword in the middle of the empty area and started to count down. 3, 2, with just one more number left. Riley and Inerl each started to take a stance. Their stances were different from the others. The stances are different. They both had received the blessing of the sword, so they both could wield the holy sword. However, because their ways of holding the wooden swords were different, Nanae's eyes filled with curiosity. I wonder who would win. Initially, Nanae was leaning toward stopping this duel. However, she was a servant of the Falata House after all. This was a matter of the sword. Even Nanae could not help but get excited with anticipation. That feeling was ahead of all others inside Nanae. Also, this was a duel between two individuals with the blessing of the sword who have never lost a battle, so she was feeling that way even more. 1. Pang. With the last number, Nanae used a simple noise magic to declare the start of the duel. Riley and Inerl both dashed toward each other. Pack. Sounds of wooden swords clashing could be heard. Using this opportunity, someone carefully walked next to Nanae with his index finger placed on his lips. You are? Nanae looked at the young man next to her and crumpled her brows. I'm not here to pick a fight. The young man vacantly stared at the duel and whispered, I just wanted to watch. The wooden sword of his younger brother and the wooden sword of his teacher. The young man was diligently chasing after the swords. It was Ryan. Chapter 186. The two didn't say anything, only their wooden swords clashed with each other, and that signaled the start of the duel. It seemed they were very focused. They didn't notice that Ryan had came to stand next to Nanae. They both lightly pulled their wooden swords from the clashed stand-off position as they dragged their feet. As I thought, Inerl and Riley were dragging their feet in opposite directions from each other. Riley spun his body around once and swung his sword in a diagonal angle. He didn't use mana. He had decided to fight Inerl with pure swordsmanship alone. Inerl's clothes were making flapping sounds in the air. Her sword was making a sweeping sound through air as well. Riley started to chase these noises with his ears. I think I understand. By making decisions based on the visual, sound and intuition, Riley was going to avoid Inerl's sword and deal a blow. However, Riley's sword was not able to strike the target. Instead, it collided with something solid. It was Inerl's wooden sword. It seemed she was also surprised by Riley's move. She opened her mouth lightly and then turned her body. For the third strike, her footing changed. He is, Inerl muttered inside. She raised her senses to the edge in order to read Riley's next move. Inerl swung her arm. Pack. Against an ordinary opponent, she would have dealt a strike well before the third attempt. However, only another blunt collision sound could be heard, much like earlier. Someone who is blessed by the sword. Someone who is blessed by the sword. They both muttered those words inside. It looked like they were declaring that the warm-up was over. They both tightened their grips and accelerated their speed. I'll end it in next 5 moves. I'll end it in next 4 moves. No. 3 moves. No. 2. I'll just end it now. I'll finish it now. The two had a conversation through their swords. They either glared or gritted their teeth and started to swing their swords. Their swings were so fast that they were invisible. The only thing that others could confirm from their movements was that they could hear the sounds of something being swung through the air. It was to the point of being impossible for them to check what was being swung to where and at what speed. Are they really not using mana? Yes, Ryan was watching their duel. He asked Nanai, who was also vacantly watching the duel. Detection magic sparkled in her eyes. She checked the duel and nodded. Not even a little? That's right, from what I've observed. I think so. As if she was mesmerized, Nanai watched the two swing the swords and twist their bodies. She then realized that there were others who had been inside the house, who were watching this by peeking from the window. Is everyone awake? Nanai had soundproof magic placed surround the area so the sounds of the swords won't leak out. She opened her eyes big and checked who it was. Mr. Ian. Of the people who were watching through the window, he had the most serious face. Nanai bit her lips and focused on their duel again. That woman. She can't even see. How is she able to endure young master's sword like that? That man, he said he is not even a dragon. How is he able to endure my grandmother's sword like that? Nara and Iril were watching the duel from the window. They muttered like that inside and gulped. Near the chin and the tip of a foot, their swords grazed past them very closely. Again, like snakes, their wooden swords started to get tangled up in strange ways. Pack. From the next exchange of blows, the wooden swords made a loud cracking sound and spat a piece of wood. The two both tilted their heads to the side to dodge it and started to swing the swords again. As I thought, she is incredible. I think I can understand a little why other people complained so much about my swordsmanship. Riley had never had a duel last this long in his entire life. He thought about how people had said he was ridiculous after facing his swordsmanship. Riley looked at Ineril. You are incredible, but her way of swinging or the type of footing she used was very different, perhaps because she had lived in a different world from his. However, she was evenly matched in skill. I think it would be good to end it here. Before Ineril's body could be harmed as Nanai was concerned about, Riley decided to end this duel now. He started to breathe a little differently so he could move the mana inside his body. Will you be alright? After that. It could be dangerous for you too? Because she was blind, her energy sensory was a little ahead of Riley. Having realized the mana movement, Ineril asked Riley. Riley responded, who is worrying about who? Riley wrapped his sword in a blue light as he asked back. Ineril also layered her sword with blue light. I already died once. However, young master, well, I already died once too. Riley jokingly said that. He then pulled the wooden sword to his back and charged in. It's coming. What? With a serious look on her face, Nanai mumbled. Ryan asked while looking at her, wondering what that was about. However, he didn't get to hear an answer. Quang. Unlike blunt noises so far, it was a more solid collision sound that echoed throughout the area. Kuuk. Ryan and Nanai's bodies faltered. Just now, that was, their swords were wrapped in ample amount of mana and they were swung and collided. The collision caused a whirlwind which swept through the area. Ryan gasped for air and narrowly opened his eyes that he had tightly shut earlier. The whirlwind still continued. It was so powerful that Ryan was ashamed of the fact that he was titled Strong Sword. He felt like he had finally seen a glimpse of real strong swords. It was at that moment. Again, two swords of blue light seemed to be drawing two lines across the air, and, once again, they caused a loud sound of explosion and whirlwind. What is this? Ryan was pushed far back. He blocked his face with his arm and narrowed his eyes so he could see what was happening in front of him. Quang. The exchanges of blows were no different from earlier in speed and intensity. In fact, they were significantly faster. Ryan held his breath and strained his eyes. Is this really the height of swordsmanship achieved by human beings? If it was Ryan who was performing such moves, then he would have exhausted all of his mana with a single blow of such kind. However, as if Riley and Inerl were snorting at Ryan's inside question, they were pouring out mana into their weapons and swinging away. She can't even see, yet. From the clash of the swords, Inerl's old house shook. He is so young, yet. From the clash of the swords, the tree branches shook. Is this a dream? Ryan watched the wooden swords crossing the air without finding their targets and occasionally clashing against the opponent's sword. He vacantly watched such moments continuing. He realized this was not a dream. He was impressed. This should be about the limit for her. Riley still hadn't realized that there were people watching. He was only fixated on Inerl. He clashed his sword with hers once again and muttered inside, although it is from a past, as expected of someone who was blessed, I think I would have had to exchange blows for days if there was no handicap. Riley was glaring at Inerl, who was parrying his sword blows. The handicap that he was thinking about was the time. He was not thinking about a minute or a second. He was thinking about her lifespan. My body is. It seemed that Inerl had also realized this. She cringed her face a little. Her body was at its limit. The very first symptom that appeared as a response to this was her ivory white skin. Her skin was as white as it was before the duel. Now, her face was as pale as a corpse. Even Riley furrowed his brows because he felt bad about this. I'm not saying this because she managed to do all this despite being blind. I'm more surprised that she demonstrated such abilities despite having a dead body. Riley thought about what Inerl had told him. She said that Inerl was always next to the fireplace and keeping watch over the salvation. Also, she had spent a lot of time covering her cold skin, which was due to her dead body. While thinking about these, Riley pushed off Inerl. Inerl was pushed to the back. At the same time, Riley had a moment to spare. At that moment, he detected the gazes from various people who were watching them. He moved his eyes toward outside the isolation barrier. He found the faces of people who were sticking close to the house's window. Riley's eyes ran into Ian's. Riley hesitated for a moment. He let his guard down. It was a split second. However, among skilled swordsmen, a gap in defense like this was huge. Having found this, Inerl thrusted her sword toward Riley, aiming at his neck. I won. Inerl thought she precisely pierced Riley's gap in defense. She was certain of the victory. At that moment, as I thought, you are sharp. The tone of his voice sounded like he was thinking that was a close call. He avoided Inerl's sword with a paper-thin margin. He put strength in his arms and bounced away Inerl's wooden sword from her hands. Cuck. Inerl lost the sword from her hands, wondering how it had come to this. Her face moved towards Riley. How did you do it? Inerl was sure that she had won. However, at an instant, Riley shifted his position to the side. She was asking about that. At an instant, your movement. When she aimed for the gap in his defense, she was not able to read his movement. She muttered in puzzled tone. Riley responded, if I was my former self, the game would have been decided by that gap just now. But Riley pierced the ground with the wooden sword he had. He shrugged and added, I'm different from who I was from my past life. To resolve the curiosity that Inerl had, Riley explained that he had used time magic. Time magic? Although it was only for a moment, Riley was able to move so fast that even Inerl's senses could not follow. It was because Riley had used acceleration. I see. Magic. If you think that was cheating, then you could think that too. No. Inerl shook her head. I knew that you were holding out a move for the sake of me, who is an old woman. Also, it is not right to let good abilities or weapons rot away without using them. Inerl thought about why she was able to aim for the gap in Riley's defense. She then realized that he was being considerate. That was magnificent. Inerl bowed and expressed her gratitude. She looked at her hands. They were shaking. It was due to the reaction from the duel, but also because she was overcome with emotions. I should be the one to say. It seemed Riley also learned a few things from the duel against Inerl, although it was hard to tell. His hands were shaking as well. To calm them down, He tried making fists and releasing them. Riley also lowered his head. I have resolved all of my longings. I have nothing left now. Is that so? Riley lifted his head and asked Ineril, who was vacantly standing there. You really don't have anything left? Having heard the question, Ineril aimed her face toward Riley. She then lightly smiled and said, I have a dead body now, but I used to be a human before. It is not like I don't have any regrets left. However, should I call this a lifelong wish? Something I had wished for a very long time that has been resolved? Riley felt like he knew what her wish was. Riley asked as if he was trying to get her to spill the beans. You mean losing? Ineril nodded. Yes, losing. In swordsmanship. To someone. Riley was quite sympathetic to this. Since his past life, he also had been wishing he could lose to someone. Didn't you say you had lost once to Ian? That was. With a lightened heart, Riley shrugged. To switch the mood, he brought up Ian. Ineril hid her lips with her fist and started to snicker. Oh, yes, that's right. That's true. Ineril started to explain the other wishes she had that she was afraid that she might leave unfulfilled. Perhaps these are not regrets or dying wishes. I do have a few things that I could call my worries. Ineril said she was aware that she was not in position to ask for favors, but she asked if she could leave them to Riley. Ineril started to explain what they were. First, it is about Iryll, my granddaughter, so that she could protect herself. I taught her swordsmanship, but that's all I taught her, so she probably doesn't know much about how the world works. I'm worried about that. Since you said first, then it sounds like you have another one. Second, it is about Ryan, the last pupil that I took in. I took him in because Iryll asked me to, but I have not yet taught him much. You said you two were siblings, right? And I heard that monsters will swarm Romella village soon. I don't know if my body will last until then. I was indebted to many people, so I would like to step in, however. Although Riley was waiting, the answer he wanted to hear was not coming. He slowly moved his eyes and looked at Ian. He was stuck in the window like a cicada. Chapter 187. You said you are Ian's teacher, right? Riley asked as he looked at Ian's face in the window. Ineril, who was blind, was wondering why Riley was asking. She tilted her head to the side and responded, yes, he was my very first pupil. He is also my hero. I would have been tied to Helena longer, but he saved me. He is my hero, although not by much. She was older than Ian. A long time ago, Ineril had lost her life and she had been living her life since then as a dead body. She said she had taught Ian swordsmanship with the blessing of the sword that she had. I couldn't directly deliver him the blessing of the sword, but I taught him my swordsmanship, just like my granddaughter. She asked Riley, was I wrong to do so? Ineril thought Riley must be the senior who had the blessing of the sword before her, so, to confirm, she was asking if it was wrong to do so. No. Riley shook his head and said, it's not forbidden in particular. It's your freedom to teach your swordsmanship to anyone you want as much as you want. Riley also had once taught someone his swordsmanship. It's not something I should butt in, not just in his past life, but even in this life. He had lightly tossed advice to Sarah, the maid from the mansion. Also, recently, he had taught Nanai, the maid who had been serving him, a few moves through demonstrations. What I want to ask you is something different. Riley redirected his gaze from Ian. Now, he was looking at Ineril, who had her head tilted to the side. Riley was blurring the end of his sentence and Ineril tilted her head to the side. I heard you have about a week left. Riley pondered hard about how to say this. In the end, he asked about that. Yes. Having heard the response, Riley scratched the back of his head as if he was finding this to be such a bother. He quietly continued, I'll just throw you a straight ball. Pardon? Ian said he wished you could live a little longer. Instead of finding a roundabout way to say it, Riley told her what Ian had said. Ineril's lips shook lightly. He said a week is too short. He has waited several decades for this reunion. He said he doesn't want to wait again. He thought his head teacher died. However, it turned out that she was alive as a corpse. Now, although she was here, Ian was going to have to say goodbye again. Ian wasn't even sure if there was such a thing as an afterlife, and he was not sure if they could meet again even if there was one. With bitterness, Ian confided in Riley about it. Riley was thinking about the conversation. Ian said he has something he wanted to tell you. He said it is something he was not able to tell you before. He said he should definitely tell you now that the opportunity to talk to you has come again. However, he said a week was too short and he complained to me. Riley had no idea what Ian wanted to tell Inerl. He approached Inerl and extended his arm out. My butler said he had a few things to say, so Riley moved his mana as he continued. Try living a little longer, Mr. Riley. Inerl realized Riley was using mana. Inerl appeared to be panicking. She opened her mouth and muttered Riley's name. Well, perhaps it is not right to say you should try living a little longer since you already have died. It would feel cold when your hand is held as well, Mr. Riley. Even so, this is against the way of the world. Of his time magic spells, Riley used slow magic. He was extending the time that Inerl had left in this world little by little. He said to Inerl, who was panicking, "This is just out of a whim. Gods are like that too. Don't you think? That one who is called Goddess had me born into this world with all of my past life's memory intact. That's not supposed to have happened in the first place." So, Inerl was stepping back to avoid Riley's magic. However, her back step was stopped by Nanai's hand. Even if another thing that is not supposed to happen does happen, it would be alright, don't you think? Because of the duel earlier, Inerl's skin was pale as a corpse. Now, her skin had regained some vitality. Riley retrieved his hand and said, It's been so long since I exercised. It was not certain if it was because it was morning now or if it was because it had been a while since he had exercised and hence he was tired. He yawned big time, enough to tear his mouth. He then gestured to Nanai to come closer. Let's go back. Now, instead of here, I would like to go sleep on a nice bed. Riley looked so sleepy that he could fall asleep on the street right now. He was rubbing his sleepy eyes. Nanai thought that it could not be helped. She prepared a teleportation spell. I'll leave the rest to you all. Inerl was standing there with a blank look on her face. Ryan, Ian and the others were looking at where they were. Nanai said those words as goodbye toward those people. She then supported Riley and went inside the portal. The year ended. The winter was almost winding down. The spring had just come around the corner at Falata Mansion. A pretty-faced maid came running to the young master who was sleeping in. Young master, 5 more minutes. Please take a look at this. It was his designated maid, Nanai. By her calling, Riley woke up. He cringed in protest, wondering why she had to wake him up. Ugh, what is it? With a crumpling sound, she handed a paper to Riley. It was full of letters. Nanai pointed at the part that was written in relatively larger fonts. Due to the great migration of monsters which started from Ansirium's epidemic, thousands of monsters swarmed at Romella village. The monsters were exterminated overnight by mercenaries. It was a newspaper. Mercenaries? Are they talking about Nara? The newspaper article didn't just have letters, it included drawings as well. Riley checked out the entire article. He found Nara in a drawing. As the representative of the mercenary group, Nara had his spear resting on his shoulder. Riley peeked a smile. If you continue to read further, it mentions Miss Rorona, Mr. Ian. Miss Iril and Miss Inerl too. If you look here, although they were not on the drawing, the article included the name of Rorona, who was a fellow mercenary with Nara, and Iril and Inerl who Riley had met in Romella village. Romella village's sword witch, the most dedicated contributor who saved the village. Uncover her mystery. The blindingly bright light that surged from the Romella village. The missing priestess was there. Appearance of the former mercenary hero. What is he doing now? Riley read the rest of the article and other headlines. He furrowed his brows and looked at Nanai. What is this? It looks like they have done something big. Riley now held the entire paper by himself with his own hands. He started to really read the contents of the newspaper. I don't see Big Bro's name. Yes, I didn't see young Master Ryan's name there. Perhaps because they were inside the mansion, concerned about someone listening. Nanai said it in a quiet voice by whispering it next to Riley's ear. She added, "Still, if you look at the bottom, there is a mention of someone's exploit. It is brief, but I think it might be about young Master Ryan." Having heard her explanation, Riley checked the bottom. He saw the part which read Mysterious Hooded Cape. He shrugged. "I see. The newspaper was about people who were still in Romella village. It didn't just talk about Falata House's Ryan and Ian, it also mentioned Nara, Rorona and Pregia, who were indebted to the Returi merchant group at the moment. Also, the article even mentioned Ineril and Uriel, who lived in the village. Now that I think about it, I forgot to tell Mr. Retri that we met Mr. Ian. He is quick at figuring things out. He probably figured that I returned to the mansion right after meeting Ian. I'm sure he promptly directed his attention to find other ways to make money after that." "I guess so." After reading the entire paper, he folded it and handed it to Nanai as if he was trying to tell her to take the paper away. Nanai received the paper and smiled big. "I'm so glad. They seem to be doing all right." "Who?" Mr. Ian and Miss Ineril. With the newspaper held against her chest, Nanai smiled. Riley put up a bitter smile and mumbled, "Well, if it was anyone who didn't know about the circumstances for his absence here, they would think that Ian was neglecting his duty and committing total thievery. Ah ha 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 ha. Let's just think of this as giving him a winter vacation. When the time is up and when Ian gets to say everything he wanted to say. When he gives her a beautiful send-off, he will come back." Riley closed his eyes again. "I'm going to get some shut-eye for a bit, so wake me up during the dinner time." "Are you going to sleep again?" "Sleeping is the profitable business." "I guess that would be true for you, young master." Nanai knew that sleeping was closely related to how Riley collected mana. It looked like Nanai didn't know what to do. She looked conflicted. She started to glance around. It was because a guest had came to see him. Hey. In the garden, while waiting for the spring that had not come yet, Riley was trying to take another nap. However, his eyebrows got twisted after hearing the voice from above. Hey. Top of Riley's head was hit by the tip of someone's foot. "I know you are not asleep. Get up." With veins bulging from his forehead, Andal, the red-haired young man, moved his foot again and kicked Riley's head once again. Excuse me, teacher. How about we wait a bit and have the conversation when young master is awake?" Nanai looked like she didn't know what to do. She looked at Riley and Andal back and forth. "Nanai." "Yes." Andal called her name. Nanai responded in a quiet voice. "When did you change like that?" "What do you mean? Changed? I always told you that you should be proud and hold your head up high as my pupil. Yet, take this to your heart once again. You are my pupil. Therefore, you don't need to lower your head to anyone, even to the young master you serve." "No, I have always been like this. Anyway, I need to wake him up." "Step aside." Andal walked towards Riley to kick his head. Nanai broke out in a cold sweat and blocked Andal's path. Now that I think about it, is the case with epidemic resolved?" "I heard that it is a big problem in Ansirium." "I have not heard anything new since." Nanai was glancing around and wondering what to do to prevent Andal from pestering Riley when he was trying to rest. She flexed her wits and asked Andal about epidemic. "I know. I actually came here because of that." Concerned that there might be someone around the garden, Nanai used soundproof magic in secret and started to focus on what Andal had to say. "I learned that the purple human bastard who spread the epidemic is in Ansirium, so I went after him. He completely destroyed a city. However, a problem came up." "A problem?" "Yes." Having heard what Andal was saying, Riley, who was pretending to be asleep, opened one of his eyes narrowly and looked at Andal. "An arrogant human came to see us first, and he asked if we would like to negotiate." "Negotiate?" "Yes. Just a human said that." He was saying that just one human recognized Andal and the other dragons and came first to talk to them. Finding it hard to believe, Nanai asked, "Was it like Mr. Nara? What I'm saying is, was it a being who had a special ability like the basilisks?" "No." Andal shook his head and said, "That bastard was human." Andal looked at Riley, who had Nanai standing in front of him. Andal added, "Even that rascal over here, although he looks like he couldn't possibly be human, he is a human." isn't he? This bastard that I ran into in Ansirium had the same feel to him. Andal was saying he met someone who was like Riley, someone who was a human but wasn't like a human. Nanai hardened the look on her face, hoping for a more detailed explanation. She narrowed her eyes and asked, when he said negotiation? What kind was he talking about? He said he wanted to go fishing with his old friend. Pardon? So, he said that he will hand over Epidemic who we were looking for if we bring him his old pal. About that, by any chance? Ah, young master. The words were nonsensical, so Nanai tilted her head to the side. Meanwhile, Riley already had opened his eyes and was actively listening to what Andal was saying. Nanai looked back at Riley. Was it a woman? Woman, number. It was a boy. In human's age. He appeared to be about 12 years old. Riley was thinking that might have been Helena, so he asked. Having heard the response, he thought about Rabathra when they ran into him in a forest near Romella village last time. A 12-years-old boy. The bastard said that his old pal is the most skilled swordsman in the world. Of the humans I know, when it came to someone who is the most skilled swordsman, I could not think of anyone else but you. So, Rabathra had once lost his life to Helena. Riley was trying to figure out how he had come back to life. Riley tilted his head to the side and asked, friend? If it was Rabathra who Andal met, Riley figured that Rabathra would refer to Riley as a friend. Pondering what this was about, Riley crumpled his eyebrows. Ah, one more thing. Riley was thinking hard about something. Andal said he forgot to mention one more thing. He said that the most skilled swordsman friend will come and find him if I told that friend the following. So he told me to make sure to tell you this. What? That day. The words that the brave hero said just before he fell from above to the ground. He said he remembers them well. Having heard what Andal had delivered, Riley furrowed his brows. Chapter 188. Just now, what did you say? Are you having memory problems? Don't make me say it twice. Andal hated being asked the same question twice. He crumpled his face and let out his frustration. Nanai, with a serious face, repeated what Andal had said just now. That day, the words that the brave hero said just before he fell from above to the ground. He said he remembers them well. Having heard what Nanai repeated, Riley thought about his past life. He covered his mouth with his hand and furrowed his brows. What's wrong with him? Andal had never seen Riley acting this way. It seemed that Andal was more surprised and dumbfounded than anyone else. He broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Nanai. Nanai? Yes, you look a bit odd too? Wondering if something was up, Andal went back and forth between Riley and Nanai, tilting his head to the side. Unlike Riley, Nanai had come back to her senses. She shook her head and said, no, it is nothing. Nanai remembered the rule about being careful not to mention Riley's past life so easily. She glanced at Riley who had a serious look on his face. She sent a signal. Riley's eyes met with Nanai's. Riley lightly nodded and said to Andal, it is just that I think I have heard that line somewhere. I think I heard that line before, but I cannot remember where from. No matter how much I think about it. Andal, with a serious look on his face, checked Riley's face and asked, your memory seems to be coming and going lately. It is a bit unstable. By any chance, are you suffering from that illness that old humans are known to suffer often? An illness? What was it? Dementia? You mean dementia? Ah, right, dementia. It was a familiar word. Riley and Nanai peeked a smile and relaxed the heavy atmosphere a little. They started to roll their brains again. It is not dementia, so don't worry. Of what the human that Andal had run into in Ansirium said, Riley was thinking about brave hero and fall. Riley thought about the conversation he had with a certain someone just before he died in his past life. If you're asking me how it feels, I'm exhausted. Honestly, I'm exhausted. Standing above the clouds, the man had blood-like red skin and black horns. Riley remembered the conversation he had with the very last demon that he had fought in his past life. Riley asked Andal, by any chance, can you show me how the guy looked like? What? As I thought, you know something? Having heard Riley's request, Andal looked at Riley with suspicious eyes. Thinking it could not be helped, Andal used mirage magic to form the shape of the child he had met in Ansirium. Here, this is how he looks like. With piercing gazes, Riley and Nanai glared at the boy's face which Andal had formed with mirage magic. They furrowed their brows. It's different. It's different. The boy looked young. However, somehow, that belied the true age of the being and it showed on his face. Riley and Nanai exchanged gazes with each other. It seemed they had confirmed it and were okay with Andal disengaging the mirage magic. Anyway, it is not certain if the old friend that this bastard is talking about is you. However, if you know something, then I would appreciate it if you helped us. You just need to show your face for a moment. As for the rest, we will handle it. He was talking about the other dragons beside himself who were making their moves concerning this incident. Nanai checked Riley's mood. Is the situation so serious that everyone needs to be involved? Riley said there was no solution, so this is the best we could do. If we let that epidemic man live, ruining a city or two like Ansirium or Salia would be the least of our problems. Throwing the man into the sky or burying the man deep in the ground. Andal said they needed to eradicate that monster using any means necessary. Andal looked at Riley. Are you going to come along? Having heard the question, Riley asked back, if I don't come along, what is going to happen? We would collide with the human we are supposed to negotiate with. Andal said he was planning on killing the boy who seemed to be hiding the epidemic man, the purple human that the dragons were chasing after, and extract the memories from him. Having heard his plan, Riley sighed big. It is not important to know how that bastard figured out our identities and approached us first. Watching Riley sigh, Andal lightly lifted his right hand and ignited a fire above it. We are superior beings who are beyond this world. Pack. He then squashed the flame. Andal continued. Our task is maintaining this world's balance of the world. Our task. Riley watched his friend huffing and puffing, all agitated next to him. This time, Riley sighed briefly and sighed. What if that bastard who fell and died with me was also reincarnated in this world? In Riley's past life, this being was called the Demon Lord. It was the demon who had finally and barely met his end after Riley went through all sorts of hardships. Riley was thinking about the possibility of the Demon Lord being reincarnated into this world along with himself. Riley supported his chin with his palm and agonized over this. If it really is that bastard, then this is dangerous. Riley thought about how it would play out if Andal and his fellow kin members went to fight the bastard. Riley crumpled his eyebrows. It won't change anything even if Andal brought a few lizards with him. They will all die. Nanai, who had Riley's memories, seemed to be thinking the same thing. She glanced at Andal to check on his mood. Andal was still huffing and puffing. I already have a headache because of Helena. Why do I need to mind that bastard too now? Although Riley could not be certain, since Riley was living in this world with the blessing of Sword and his memories still intact. Riley could not jump hastily to the conclusion that the Demon Lord from his past life was not in the same situation as Riley. What are you going to do? Nanai glanced at Riley. Feeling her gaze, Riley agonized over this briefly. It seemed that he had found an answer. He messed up his hair and got up. I'll go too. Why are you surprised? I said I'll go too. Riley had agreed to go with Andal so easily, so Andal wondered if he was just hearing things. He dug his ear holes and asked again. What did you say? I think I can understand why you said not to ask twice. Riley was not interested in repeating himself for the third time. Riley turned back to look at Nanai and said, you stay here. Pardon? However, stay. Riley told Nanai to stay at the mansion. He placed his hand on her shoulder and explained why. One of us needs to stay. Isn't that right? Are you going to go instead of me? That is, no matter how we look at this, it would be best if you stayed here. Use your magic to trick my family for the time being. I'll be back soon. While he was going to be in Ansirium with Andal, Riley was asking Nanai to trick his family for the time being by staying at the mansion. He looked at Nanai. He was asking if Nanai could handle it well. If it was Ian, he would have said finally, you have decided to work hard, and shed tears of joy. Facing Nanai's silence, Riley pretended to be preoccupied. He bought up Ian for no reason and muttered. Nanai had a dissatisfied look on her face. She took a step closer to Riley and raised her hand toward him. UK. Feeling the sudden pain from above his forehead, Riley cringed. He stared at Nanai, who was taking a step back. What was? You asked me, didn't you? Nanai had taken a strand of Riley's hair out. Riley was going to argue and ask what that was for, but Nanai asked him a question instead, so Riley tilted his head to the side. I thought we might get found out if I don't do this properly. So, Nanai dropped the hair to the floor and drew dragon's language in the air. The hair she dropped to the floor disappeared, and instead, a doll that looked just like Riley appeared. Ms. Sarah in particular. She has such great sense of smell, so I think we would be found out even with this, but it was a doll created with magic. It looked just like Riley. Intrigued, Riley stared at the doll, as if he was impressed. He turned to look at Nanai. This is me, right? Yes. I tried to make it look exactly like you. It seemed the doll could not talk. It just had its mouth vacantly open. It was one unfocused guy. Riley stared at the doll some more and changed the look on his face. In complaining tone, Riley asked, by the way, don't you think this one looks a bit absent-minded? Having heard his question, Andal and Nanai responded at the same time. No. It is just like you. I think it looks just like you. The doll's face looked like he was about to drool. It seemed that Riley was thinking that this wasn't right. He shook his head, smiled awkwardly and looked at Nanai. Come on. Still, it is not this much. That is, I made it to look like you as much as possible. Nanai blushed. For some reason, she mumbled while pouting. Andal, who was watching the two from the side, snickered and joined in. What do you mean this is not it? It looks identical. The blurry, unfocused look on the face, the gaze that just screams let me sleep. It's as if the doll came out of a waffle machine with your name on it. What's different about this doll in comparison to you? Andal looked satisfied. He insisted over and over that the doll that Nanai made was just like Riley. Riley put a frustrated look on his face. What's that look for? Andal put on violent look on his face. He was daring Riley to voice complaints. Andal pointed at Riley with his chin as he asked, that look in your eyes, are you saying that my pupil is not skilled? Riley had a dissatisfied look on his face. With his crumpled face, Riley raised his middle finger at Andal. Why, young master? Watching Riley give Andal the finger, Nanai gasped for air in silence and checked on Andal. Andal just stared at Riley and said, What? He smiled as if he was satisfied. See, you know whose pupil she is, right? Despite the middle finger being aimed at the man, strangely, Andal was all happy. Nanai wondered why Andal was acting this way. She tilted her head to the side and then remembered what had happened last year. Starting today, you are my pupil. Pardon? Say it after me. Doctor, number, teacher, apostrophe. Try it. Teacher, teacher, good. I like the sound of that. Ha ha ha. During last year's fall, Nanai was thinking about the time when Andal had accepted her as his pupil. Back then, Andal had raised his middle finger too. He looked happy. Remembering this, Nanai looked at Riley. By any chance, the teacher is still thinking that joke is this runt? Riley, the one with the finger, was not expecting Andal to respond this way. Riley looked dumbfounded. What's this? Compliment? Compliment? The middle finger means compliment? That's right. I'm complimenting you for your cool acting in the corridor just now. Andal still remembered the practical joke that Riley had tossed at him to make fun of him. Riley asked Nanai with his gaze. That is, yes, I couldn't. Greater than, less than greater than. The two were having a conversation in secret so Andal wouldn't hear it. Andal was still flexing his shoulders. Nanai and Riley saw Andal and nodded. Of course. Greater than. The mood was more eased now in comparison to earlier. Riley and Nanai both broke into laughter. You will come back soon, right? Was it because of the mood? Unlike earlier, Nanai's voice did not sound as worried as before. Having heard the question, Riley also responded in a voice that was not as worrisome as earlier. That's right, Chapter 189. It seemed that Nanai was satisfied with Riley's answer. She nodded and put away the doll she had made into the dimensional space. She bowed. In that case, I'll be waiting. She believed that he would return. She had no doubt about it. She bowed, ending the conversation, and returned to the mansion. Andal was vacantly staring at his pupil. He asked Riley, "Are you guys scheming something behind my back?" "Scheme? What scheme?" "It is just that. Just now. I felt something strange. That was unfamiliar to me." "Aren't you going to go?" As if he had enough, Riley packed his personal stuff and looked at Andal. Andal was furrowing his brows, finding all this suspicious. Still, he couldn't help it. He moved his mana and prepared the teleportation spell. "You guys are really not scheming anything, right? Even if we were, would we tell you?" "You are meticulous only in instances like these." Andal had casted an isolation barrier so that others in the mansion would not notice. From a distance, Nanai saw them off. Andal waved at her and created a teleportation door. "Let's go." The area beyond the gate was probably Ansirium. It was a city that didn't have a good relationship with Salia, so Riley had never been to the place before. "You didn't leave anything behind, did you?" "There isn't anything." In secret, Nanai had left him Astroa's leather bracelet. Riley wore the bracelet, tightened the belt for attaching the spare sword, and lastly, he placed Salvation, his holy sword, on his waist. Riley walked toward the dimensional gate first. Hey! From the mansion, Riley arrived in Ansirium through the dimensional gate. Having heard Andal talking to him from the side, Riley moved his eyes to look at him. "What about that sword?" Andal glanced at the sword that was hanging on Riley's waist. He said that he had not seen the sword before and asked, "Where did you get it?" "What are you going to do by knowing about it?" "It looks pretty nice, so I asked." Andal was quite focused on the Salvation. Riley could understand why. He wiggled his brows and said, "I picked it up." "Picked it up?" To be precise, he had received the holy sword, Salvation, from Ineril, who had been keeping it safe all this time. Although it was not certain if Andal was simply intrigued about the sword or tempted to have it. Andal kept on fiddling with his chin as he walked the streets of Ansirium. He carefully asked, "Riley, if it is all right with you, I won't let you." Riley didn't even listen to the end of the proposal. He pulled his chin and smiled. Andal looked like a child who didn't get to buy the toy he wanted. Andal crumpled his face. "What the dot? How could you make the decision even before hearing what I had to say first?" "I can already tell from just looking at your eyes." "What's so obvious?" "You have the same look you had when you were like this with Nanai. If you are going to whine, then go find someone else." "You claim to be a superior being who is beyond this world, but what nonsense. Considering what you are doing, you are on par with an armed robber." Robber? Riley didn't even look at Andal. He just waved his hand at Andal. Meanwhile, Riley was looking at Ansirium's scenery. For reasons unknown, the place appeared to be rather empty. Riley found something odd and stiffened his face. Lizard, you had been calling me that. Now. You are calling me an armed robber? Hey, fine, you rascal. Did I ever ask you to give it to me? Hey, Andal, it's just right. I was just going to ask you to let me borrow it for a bit. I thought it was a pretty nice sword, so I was going to compare it to my other swords that are stuck in the depth of my cave. So, Andal, Riley was looking around the area and called his name. Andal stopped complaining and looked at Riley, wondering what this was about. "The mood here. Is it always like this?" "The mood. Presence of people. The place is lacking of people's presence." Aha. Having heard the question, Andal also looked around the area. He then explained the strangeness that Riley felt. Although this place is usually not as lively as Salia, it is not like the place should be devoid of people. While listening to Andal's explanation, Riley quickly looked around the houses and streets he had passed through so far and the overall scenery around him. He thought it was strange that he had not run into a single person so far. Riley had a puzzled look on his face. "I can see why you are finding this strange. The houses around here. Take a look. What color are they?" Overall, the city had a dull atmosphere. Riley was observing the city carefully. Having heard Andal's question, he realized that there were only gray and black colors. Riley muttered, by any chance?" "That's right." Andal nodded and said, "It's that bastard." Riley realized that Andal was talking about Epidemic, the purple human that they had run into the last time. Riley looked around the city again. According to the merchants, it is a living disaster. Thinking about what Tree had told him, Riley had a look of disbelief. The severity of the epidemic was far more serious than what he had seen in his past life. "It was not this serious in my past life." While Riley was thinking about this and muttering inside, Andal, who also started to look around the city, continued his explanation. "I am not surprised that you didn't notice. The most common color in Ansirium is gray. However, all black color we are seeing here are epidemic. Is that what you are trying to say?" Andal nodded. "Right. The look on Riley's face hardened even more. The epidemic left black stains. Riley realized that what he could observe with his eyes was not all of them. It seemed the city called Ansirium had been absolutely devastated by this single individual, let alone any presence. There wasn't even any trace of people here. It's all done by that one bastard. The epidemic man didn't just possess the power of epidemic, he also had immortality. Last time, they were not able to put an end to the man." Thinking about this, Riley crumpled his face. "I had been wondering why there was no news from Ansirium lately. Is this the reason?" Andal nodded. He took a knee to bend his upper body. He picked up a black pebble that was rolling around in the ground. Andal said, "I am not sure if I should call this a good thing, but that bastard Strassen's here. I haven't heard any other side suffering from epidemic." It was a repeat of the explanation he had already heard at the mansion. Riley nodded and started to walk again. They walked and walked. No matter where they walked, the visuals looked the same. Black-colored epidemic drenched the entire city. It didn't just make the city's color look dull. A dark aura was circulating around the city. While we were investigating, we met that human child with a strange atmosphere. He knew that we are dragons and he had come to talk to us first, saying that he was looking for an old friend. Having heard Andal, Riley had an uncomfortable look on his face. An old friend, huh? With the Demon Lord, Riley could not say that their relationship was a positive one. It was closer to being bad blood. Thinking about the demon from his past life, Riley mumbled. It seemed that he was still not sure about this. "It is too early to conclude that this bastard really is the Demon Lord from my past life. I still need to consider the possibility that this is just another trick by Helena." While Riley was muttering inside like that, Andal joined his kin members who were already inside Ansirium, waiting for his arrival. Andal let them know, "We will handle it by ourselves," and continued to walk. "By the way, how long do we need to walk?" "We are almost there." Andal was leading the way, facing his back. Riley asked toward him. However, he felt someone's gaze on him, so Riley stopped walking. He started to move his eyes around. A gaze? It was someone other than Andal's kin. Presence of humans, something that they could not feel in the rotten city, could be felt. Humans? There weren't just one or two. It seemed there were at least 15 of them. Feeling their presence, Riley stopped walking. He slowly turned his body toward where the gazes were coming from. He saw us? How? It was inside a rundown building. The windows were all shattered, so winds were blowing right into the building. There were 3 children in shambles inside. Their eyes met with Riley's and they tumbled to lower their heads to hide. Children? Riley realized that the ones staring at them were children in hiding. Andal turned to look at Riley. "What is it? You stopped all of the sudden?" Riley was looking at the building with the children. Riley said, "No. There are children." "Children? I saw children." Andal followed what Riley did and stared at the building. He shrugged as if he understood something. "They are abandoned ones." The children were in shambles. From how the children looked, Riley thought about the time he had met Nanai for the first time. As if he could not be sure with just this, he asked Andal, "Abandoned? What do humans say?" "Homeless." "Homeless, that's right, the homeless people." Andal explained that when the city was destroyed, the children who were abandoned by the higher-ups of the Ansirium city, saying that they were just burdens and the abandoned children were hiding in the buildings. Having special abilities or being one of the purple people. "It is not like that, right? We are not." It was not Andal's voice. Another young, frail voice responded to Riley's question. Riley's gaze was directed to the place where the voice had come from. The one who responded to Riley's question was a child in ragged clothing. The child had dark blue hair. You are? It was hard to tell the child's gender based on the appearance. The child was a girl who Riley had never seen before. Wondering who this was, Riley furrowed his brows. The dark blue-haired child asked, Mr. Andal, the Red Dragon, is this one the greatest swordsman in the world? Andal nodded. That's right. As far as we know, there isn't anyone in this world who knows how to handle swords better than him. I see. Having heard Andal's explanation, the dark blue-haired child looked at Riley, who was standing there vacantly. The girl lightly turned her body and started to walk. Well then, let's go. The unidentified child, who Riley had never seen before, started to walk. Riley followed after Andal and asked quietly. Riley was asking for an explanation. What is this? Is this the kid? Number? She is not the one. Andal shook his head and then started to explain about the girl. I don't know the detail either. I just know that she is quite close to the little one who asked us about his old friend. Having heard the explanation, Riley applied energy into his eyes to examine the child. He realized he was not sensing any energy from the child. Now, Riley looked like he was finding this even more suspicious. I'm certain there is no mana or special energy coming from the kid. The child who was walking in front of them was really just an ordinary child. By any chance, have you considered the choice of taking that kid as the hostage and negotiating with the kid who came to talk to you? You said she is quite close to him, right? Riley asked in a quiet voice so the girl who was walking in front of them won't be able to hear it. Andal crumpled his face and asked back, do you think we didn't think about that? Some of my Ken members said it would be quicker to try a hostage situation. However, we are only guessing that she is close to him. Also, our Lord was opposed to the idea. Lord? That silver elf? That's right. She concluded that this is not something that could be solved by a hostage situation, although I think her emotions were leading her decision on this matter. What emotion? We are supposed to be the ones who maintain the balance. It would be wrong for us to initiate violence. That was her stance. Some of us said that we should not mind such things at the moment and press on instead because the balance will fall if we don't fix this soon. However, they were overruled. Andal said he was also against the extreme measures. He continued to explain. So, I decided to bring you here. After the long discussion, we decided to bring you, a human who is a skilled swordsman, and present you to the little one who recognized us. We are going to make a decision after that. It seemed they had arrived at where the so-called little one was. The dark blue-haired girl who was leading the way lightly lowered her head toward Andal and Riley to show her respect before taking her leave. This place is? In front of Riley's eyes, there was a large lake. Nearby, there was a young boy who was vacantly staring at a fishing pole. Riley had his mouth slightly open, but he closed his mouth. Andal looked like he realized Riley's mood had changed rapidly. Andal, who was standing next to Riley, said quietly, that's the bastard. It is the little one who recognized us first and came to talk to us. He is the one who is suspected of hiding the epidemic man. Having heard Andal's explanation, Riley observed the boy who was vacantly sitting on a small wooden chair. Riley confirmed that the boy's appearance was significantly different from the demon lord that he had run into in his past life. However, Riley didn't relax. It is that bastard. It was because Riley could tell from the atmosphere. This bastard was reincarnated in this place too. Riley was able to tell that the boy they were facing right now was the demon lord, who Riley had barely managed to make him fall in his past life. Hey, I brought him. Riley was keeping his mouth shut. Instead of him, Andal spoke. The boy finally turned his head and looked at Andal and Riley. Ah, you are here. Perhaps he was sleepy. His eyes were half closed. When he turned to face Riley and Andal, he blinked his eyes. It seemed that the boy was glad to see Riley. You have the same face that you had in your past life. The child smiled refreshingly and asked Riley. Andal furrowed his brows, wondering what that was about. You. Riley took a step toward the boy and asked, what is your name? Having heard the question, the boy turned his gaze toward the fishing pole again. The boy said in leisurely tone, This boy does not have a name. The fishing pole that the boy was looking at flinched. Still, if I am to borrow the name from my past life. The boy kept silent for a long time before finally opening his mouth. Abyss. Call me that. Riley was certain that he was the one. Chapter 190, Abyss. That was the name of the demon lord. Our sky is in danger. We must not let the demons target our sky. We will be destroyed if we do not stop Abyss. The demon lord was trying to take the sky. People said that the demon lord was trying to take the sky because he wanted to slaughter all humans on the surface. So, brave hero, please help us. Only the brave hero, the one who can hold the salvation, is the only human who can defeat Abyss the Demon Lord. In middle of a concrete jungle with high-rise buildings, there was a white church with a cross. Inside, there was a beautiful girl wearing a white priestess dress. She asked the boy who was sitting on his knees. Priestess. People said that great demon had killed several tens or hundreds of people in a single breath. How can I slay him? I could never. The priestess showed a benevolent smile to the boy. She encouraged the young boy who was born with the blessing which allowed him to wield the holy sword. You can do it. Priestess. You can. In the end, the boy succeeded. Finally, he defeated the demon lord. So, how does it feel to have defeated me? When he was young and when he had not wanted to be away from his family, Riley thought he might have been better off if he had just died. Not a day went by without him thinking like this. His battles were that brutal. Literally, he was coughing blood, shedding tears of blood, and fought in battles that seemed to have no end. In the end, if you insist on asking, in the sky, the brave hero had defeated the demon lord. Riley responded to the demon lord's question. I'm exhausted. Ever since he held the holy sword, ever since many people had pleaded with him to defeat the demon lord, the brave hero had never been honest with how he had truly felt. For the first time, at that moment, he mumbled honestly, I said I'm exhausted. Honestly, I'm exhausted. The demon lord met his end by Riley's holy sword. Soon, the great demon was going to fall to the ground and disintegrate. To the demon, Riley mumbled honestly. Finally, the brave hero fell along with the demon lord. The brave hero closed his eyes. It seemed that he had shaken off all burdens from his shoulders. He looked so peaceful. It is finally over. Well, there is no need for you to be so wary. It seemed that the boy had felt Riley's glare on him. The young boy was staring at the fishing rod and vacantly reminiscing about his past life. The young boy mumbled, It has not been very long since I realized that you were also born into this world. The boy who had introduced himself as Abyss pointed to an empty wooden chair next to him and then glanced at Riley. Why don't you sit down? Riley was standing there with a blank look on his face. Abyss asked if he would like to sit down. After that, Abyss looked at Andal, who was standing next to Riley. He then nodded his chin once. You there. It is fine if you want to leave. What? Having heard Abyss, Andal furrowed his brows. Hey, I don't know what's going on here, but if Riley is the old friend that you wanted to meet, then, Andal suppressed his anger as much as possible. He then walked to where Abyss was sitting as he asked, Isn't it about time you tell us what we want to know? Abyss felt Andal's deadly aura. Abyss was still sitting in the chair as he looked right into Andal's eyes. Soon, as if Abyss was finding it to be such a bother, he scratched his hair and mumbled, If you are talking about what you lizards want. Abyss said lizards. That made a vein to pop on Andal's forehead. It seemed that Andal could not take it anymore. He was trying to use magic to attack Abyss. At that moment, Abyss lifted his right hand. What? With that hand, Abyss opened his index finger and pointed at something. Andal was infuriated and was walking toward Abyss, but he flinched and stopped moving. I already handled it. Having heard what he had just said, Andal asked back, You handled it? Andal turned his head toward where the boy was pointing to with his finger. Andal had a look of disbelief. It cannot be. She was suffering so much. So, Abyss was pointing to the girl with the dark blue hair who had led the way for Andal and Riley to this place. I took her under my wings. You took her under your wings? In the process, her memory became blurry, but it is actually a good thing. It seemed Abyss had confirmed that fishes were biting. Abyss strained his eyes and carefully held the fishing rod. He was checking for opportunities. That rascal is excessively kind and innocent like a certain someone. It looked like he felt something on the fishing rod. Abyss wiggled his brows and pulled the rod with all of his strength. However, the fishing hook had nothing on it. Ugh! Abyss saw the fishing hook dangling in the air. He crumpled his face. He then clicked his tongue before swinging the fishing rod to send the hook back into the lake. There is no bait on it. Without any bait attached to it, Abyss was fishing with just the bare fish hook. Riley wondered what Abyss was up to. It was when Riley was furrowing his brow. Abyss looked disappointed because he hadn't caught anything. He continued mumbling what he couldn't earlier. Her physical pain is over, but it looks like she won't be able to overcome the guilt of having killed people. So, it turned out well for her. During the last winter, at Ansirium, it's the epidemic. Run. Don't breathe. We must get away. If you get infected, you will die. It's a human, but like a clay. All wobbly. Save me, please. The boy with sleepy eyes saw the people who were bumping into his shoulders and running away screaming. He then saw the human with black skin who was screaming at him. Did some crazy lunatic perform a forbidden experiment again? Anyway, it looks like this city called Ansirium is not a great place to live. It's so noisy all the time as if there is going to be no tomorrow, let alone peace. I don't think I can even dream of an ordinary life here. As if he was finding all this to be such a bother, Abyss scratched his hair. As if he was disinterested, he just walked past the black monster. It was at that moment, from the back, Abyss could hear the black-skinned humans scream. Also, he could hear the whimpering of the children on the street who were covering each other and shaking. They were all something he had seen, felt and experienced in his past life. So, Abyss was going to walk past them all quietly. However, he lost his mind for a moment and stopped. Huyuk, please save us. Mommy. The human with black skin looked like it had lost its mind. It was drooling and there were frightened children next to the monster. Abyss watched them vacantly. Definitely, Abyss muttered. I feel like I'm watching that person. It seemed like this one was not wishing to hurt the children. The body was flinching, as much as it could. The monster was suppressing the body and epidemic which were out of control. Abyss was staring at them with an intrigued look. He was thinking about the brave hero who had killed him in his past life. Alright, Abyss was just going to leave. However, in this place, at Ansirium where the city had been destroyed by being drenched in epidemic, Abyss decided to show mercy to the black monster that was crying out loudly. Enough for its vocal cords to burst. Are you expecting us to believe that? Andal kept quiet and listened to Abyss's story. Finding it all to be ridiculous, he snorted and asked. Abyss was looking at the lake. He smiled nonchalantly and responded, you are free to believe it or not, child of lizards. What, lizard? Child? The tone of his words was that of an adult to a child. Now, as if that was not enough of belittlement, Abyss was smiling widely. Andal tightened both of his fists and started to move his mana. Hey, Pipsqueak. Say that again. It looked like Andal was going to stuff flames into the kid's mouth if he didn't take it back. Andal was grinding his teeth big time. Riley took a step forward and stopped Andal. Wait. Hey, Riley. Step aside. I don't care if I'm going to get scolded by my lord. I must correct how that runt runs his mouth. Ugh. Riley raised his left arm to block Andal. Riley looked at the child with the dark blue hair. The child was looking this way from the back. Riley asked, Abyss. Did you say that was your name? Do you have any proof that this is the purple human that Andal and others have been chasing? The child's body frame is completely different from what I remember. Abyss was looking at his fishing rod. He turned to look at Riley. He then smiled slightly as if he found this amusing. You must know me. Why are you acting like you don't? Because I'm a human now and my face is different? Well, you are exactly as you were. But I am the only one whose appearance changed. I can see why you are disappointed. Of course, just shut it and answer the question. Now, Riley furrowed his brows like Andal and insisted on Abyss answering the question. With a bitter look on his face, Abyss shook his head. He looked at the child with the dark blue hair and said, take her with you and then you will know. If it is the children of lizards, They should be able to handle something like looking into a human's mind. Well, they won't be as good at it as us, but Abysses had mumbled us in the end. Riley realized that he was indirectly talking about their past life, the existences which were at power with supernatural powers to be exact. Riley quietly clicked his tongue. Tsk. Now, it was more than certain that the great demon Abyss, the one who Riley had battled against with his life on the line, had been reincarnated into this world as a human boy. What are you doing? Abyss looked at Andal, who was standing next to Riley. Abyss moved his chin and asked, "Aren't you going to take her?" Abyss had his gaze directed to the child with dark blue hair who was vacantly staring in their direction. The girl, who used to be one of the purple humans and was named Epidemic. Although her memories have been erased, that's just a matter of the mind. The memories should still be preserved within her. A human being's brain is surprisingly magnificent, so there should not be a problem. Abyss's proposal was so out of the blue. Andal was getting nervous. He slowly moved his eyes and checked Riley's intent. Will it be alright? Take her. What about you? I think I'll have to talk to this bastard for a bit. Andal had never seen Riley acting like this, so Andal carefully observed his face from the side. Soon, Andal nodded and turned around. First, contact me if anything happens. Just worry about yourself. With Andal gone, now only Abyss and Riley were left at the lakeside. Riley slowly moved his legs, walking to stand next to the boy. I find this so-called fishing to be quite fun. Abyss glanced at Riley. He asked if Riley would like to fish together and handed him an unused fishing rod. Would you like to try? Riley didn't say a word. He just stared at the fishing rod. Abyss lightly sighed. He put down the fishing rod and said, "Fishing and your existence. I came to learn about them only recently." In that case, as I thought. That's right. I'm just like you. Although it was later for me compared to you. It seemed like Abyss was trying to tempt the fishes that were swimming in the lake. Holding the fishing rod with both of his hands, he was flickering it. After I fell to the ground and became just a splash of ground meat, I opened my eyes as a human in this city. Although the place was destroyed now, Abyss said his birthplace was Ansirium before the city became a mess due to the epidemic. He continued, the so-called reincarnation, which I only heard about. That's what happened to me. I was reincarnated not as a demon, but as a human. Abyss said he was reincarnated with all of his past life's memories intact, just like Riley. He suddenly twisted the tip of his lips and asked, "How old do you think I look?" "I am not sure." Riley was sure Abyss must have lived several tens of thousands of years at least in his past life. However, Abyss definitely looked younger. So, Riley asked back. 12, perhaps 13. About that age. I was born a few years later than you were. This is the reason why my search for you was delayed. If we were both born around the same time, then I would have found you sooner. You would have tried to find me? Why? I thought the child of red lizards was told about this, by any chance. Because he wanted to enjoy fishing with an old friend. Riley remembered what Andal had said before. Riley vacantly opened his eyes. I guess you did hear it. Anyway, in this place, my age is 13 at the most. If you would like, I can even call you Big Bro. Do not make me puke. Ooh. As if he was trying to say that now was his turn to hear some answers, Abyss carefully asked, "So, Riley Finfalata, now, instead of being a brave hero, I heard you are a young master of a count family." "You knew?" "As I said earlier, it has not been long since I learned about you, but you are quite famous it turns out." Abyss snickered. He flicked the fishing rod and started to list the nicknames that Riley had. The worst talent in Falata family history: Lazy Sword, Vegetable, Lazy Bum, Sloth, Scarecrow, Headache, and others. You have all sorts of fun nicknames. Considering what I know about you from the past, I cannot believe in these nicknames. Abyss was holding the fishing rod with both of his hands. He placed his right hand in his outer pocket. He brought out a page of a newspaper and gave it to Riley. He continued, "This is, I saw your face in there and knew right away that you were also in this world." The newspaper said the Sword of Salia, the Falata family finally decided the successor. There were drawings in place of where photographs would have been in the modern-day newspaper. The drawings had the faces of main figures of the Falata family. Actually, doing this by myself is a little lacking, so, Abyss pointed at his own fishing rod with his gaze and said, "As I said earlier, when I saved that kid who was suffering from the epidemic, I suddenly thought about you. So, we were reincarnated to the same world with our memories intact just like each other. Since that has happened, we might as well do this once. It would be fine if we did, don't you think? Our past lives are just that. Past lives. Riley still doubted Abyss. With sleepy eyes, Abyss leisurely asked, "What do you think? You really won't try it with me?" Having heard the question, Riley turned his gaze toward the fishing rod that was not being used. Riley asked, "Still, I killed you. Is this all right?" Riley lowered his body and picked up the fishing rod. Abyss held his chin with his right hand and peeked a smile again. He said, "It hadn't even been 30 years. In that period of time, you could say such things. Perhaps I was envious. Instead of being angry. I felt sorry. At the very last moment, when we were both falling. I saw your eyes. Only after that. After several tens of thousands of years. The one thing I barely managed to realize." With a sleepy face, Abyss leisurely continued, "I realized that I was also exhausted." Chapter 191. Abyss was focused on fishing. He quietly said that he was also exhausted. Just like Abyss, Riley was holding onto a fishing rod. Puzzled by what Abyss had just said, Riley turned around to look at him. "You are exhausted?" "That's right." Abyss flicked the fishing rod and said, "You killed me, but isn't that purely due to your abilities being exceptional? Despite having a feeble human being's body, you still reached such height." "I am astonished." In Abyss's past life, Riley hadn't just cornered him. In the end, Riley had made it so Abyss would meet his end by Riley's sword. Reminiscing about the brave hero he had fought in his past life, Abyss shook his head and went to the main point. "Anyway, it does not matter if you were the one who killed me or not. I just want to enjoy fishing with someone who can understand me. That's all." In his eyes, it looked like Abyss really didn't have any intention of fighting Riley. Also, unlike his past life, Abyss looked like he was not interested in killing humans either. The look on Riley's face said that somehow he felt like he could understand Abyss. Riley mumbled, "A demon lord is saying that he is exhausted and wants to go fishing with the brave hero? If the demon bastards that I had cut down in my past life heard what you have been saying, I think they would faint from the shock." Abyss was watching the waterline on the lake. He had a hollow laughter. "Haha, I'm sure they would." "You told Dandel the oldest friend. What was that about?" "I referred to you as such because I thought we had become close in a way. In our past life, at the very end, we became pretty close, didn't we?" "What a load of bullcrap." "Haha. It turns out there is a saying like this among the humans, becoming friends after a fight. The so-called friendship of the humans. I heard that it is something that grows bigger and stronger through bickering. Am I wrong?" Abyss saw that Riley's face was crumpling. He glanced at Riley's face and asked carefully if what he was saying was incorrect. Riley's face looked like he was getting a headache. Riley was massaging the temples of his head. "You used to be a demon. Now you became a human. Did your insides change too? If this was your past life, you would have never said such things." "I am not sure. It could be that I've changed. Perhaps I didn't change. Still. I think I have not changed much. Instead of me, you have changed a lot." Abyss snickered and said Riley was the one who had changed more. Having heard Abyss, Riley thought about the conversation he had when he had been fighting the Demon Lord in his past life. Oh, a Demon Lord is showing concern for the brave hero? Oh my, this is ridiculous. The fact that a Demon Lord is kinder than the priestess. I wonder who should I bring this up to? Did you say I am kind? Aha, if I knew about this sooner, I would have sided with you instead. Nobody would have tried to trip me off. I wouldn't have had to be concerned about people's gazes either. In that case, why don't you side with me now? It was not exactly just before Riley's death. The conversation had taken place just before his battle against the Demon Lord. Thinking about the conversation, Riley had a bitter look on his face. He started to laugh, but it was hollow. In the past, You were the brave hero who could not go a day without swinging his sword. Now, I have been hearing that you are living in a count's family and demonstrating the pinnacle of laziness. Honestly, it was hard to believe. Having heard Abyss, Riley thought about his second life in this world. Starting from the moment of his reincarnation and up to this very moment, the look on Riley's face seemed to be saying that what Abyss had said was plausible. Riley showed a hollow look on his face. Now that you mention it, that's true. Compared to you, perhaps I have changed more. Abyss was looking at Riley's face from the side. Abyss twisted the tip of his lips, smiling. He then explained his impression of Riley. Compared to the past, you seem to be comfortable. What? I'm saying you look well in comparison to your past life. It seemed the fishes were biting. Straining his eyes, Abyss pulled the fishing rod. He saw a tiny fish hanging on the hook. Disappointed, he clicked his tongue. It is small. Abyss saw the tiny fish that was struggling in the air while hanging from the hook. With just his gaze, Abyss freed the fish from a distance and released it into the water. Splash! The tiny fish looked as if it had been grabbed by something invisible. It was pulled from the hook, released, and floated in the air. It was set free and returned to the lake. You are letting it live? I learned to save the little ones. From who? Changing his mind, Riley also thought that Demon Lord had changed a lot in comparison to their past life. He casually asked where Abyss had learned this. I learned it from you. From me? That's right. Riley thought Abyss was going to babble on about the order of nature or whatnot. Instead, Abyss said he learned it from Riley. Riley was not expecting this. He put a question mark on his face. So, I have been staying with the children of Ansirium who were left behind. With your senses, I'm sure you would have noticed them along the way. By any chance, did you not see them? Riley had seen the children with ragged appearances who were peeking out of a ruined building. Riley said, I did see them. They are the children I'm talking about. After this city named Ansirium was destroyed by epidemic, the humans called adults abandoned them. They are the children who have nothing left. Abyss checked the fishing hook. He then started fishing again. Abyss started to explain about the children who were left behind. I'm staying with the children, regardless of who I am inside. Still, my exterior is similar to these children. Perhaps it would be correct to say I have been protecting them. On a side note, Epidemic that the child of lizards had been looking for is one of those children. With a look of disbelief, Riley stared at Abyss. However, it seemed that Abyss did not really mind it. He continued, although my decision started with seeing Epidemic struggling to not harm the children, fundamentally, the thought of wanting to help these children occurred to me because of you. In the past life, I had seen you desperately trying to save children. Protect them? A demon lord was? A demon lord protecting human children? As if that was not ridiculous enough, he was actually living with them. Enough with your ridiculous jokes. With a cold gaze, Riley looked at Abyss. Riley demanded that Abyss should cut the lies and tell him the truth. Do you realize who was the one that toyed with the lives of those innocent children who knew nothing? After all this time, what are you saying? Protecting children and living with them. In his past life, the children who had been tempted by the demon came back as monsters that killed humans. They were shedding tears of blood. Riley remembered this. It made Riley tighten his grip. Mister, I have a favor to ask. Can I please ask you this one thing? I am sorry, but a request from a monster. We are not monsters. Mister, we are not monsters. Really? HK. Mommy, I want to see Mommy. Kill us, mister. It hurts so much. We are in pain. Hurry. Riley was fond of children. He was kind to children. He was like this because of the children from his past. The priestess from the past had not been able to cleanse them in the end, so the monsters, those children, had to die by Riley's sword. You made those children kill their parents with their own hands and tear apart their friends. And yet. After all this time, the fishing rod that Riley's holding looked like it was about to get crushed. Abyss was looking at Riley. The look on Abyss seemed to be saying that he could not understand why Riley was reacting this way. Abyss furrowed his brows and asked back, What are you talking about? What? I have never done such things. I never ordered such things either. With a crumpled face, Abyss was saying that he had never done such things or ordered anyone to do such things. Having heard this, With a confused look on his face, Riley crumpled his brows. Explain to me once again. Riley was facing Abyss directly. Riley realized that he was starting to strain his own shoulders. Are you saying that we tempted human children, turned them into monsters and used them to kill their parents and friends? The Demon Lord was infuriated. You may have changed since the reincarnation, but I am well aware that you are not the kind of the man to lie. Explain it to me again. Abyss had the look of a young boy and his eyes were half closed as if he was sleepy. However, there was a deadly aura in his eyes now. They alerted Riley's senses. It is true that we had fought humans for a long time due to our differences. However, we demons are not so lacking that we would resort to such despicable method. Before Riley, Abyss broke the fishing rod that he was holding. With eyes full of deadly aura, Abyss faced Riley and continued. I don't know about other humans. Abyss looked genuinely infuriated. Riley was facing Abyss with crumpled face, but Riley asked, thinking that perhaps it was not the case. Did you really not know about this? Don't they do things that are worse than this? Having heard Riley's question, Abyss stared at Riley with piercing gaze and asked back, I'm asking, don't humans often do horrible things that are even more horrendous than what you have just described? That is, past life or this life. Humans are not all that different, it turns out. The abandoned children of this place, Ansirium. Looking just at them was enough for me to see that the nobilities or whatever, they are all talk. In the end, they completely ignored the children. Watching their despicable side, they made me puke. Abyss's fishing rod's handle was completely broken. He picked up the rod and said, ever since I was reincarnated as a human, when I saw humans committing despicable acts for the first time, I absolutely hated the fact that I was reborn a human. Salia Magic Tower's human experiments, the suffering of the slaves of Ansirium, suffering of commoners, the nobilities who live just fine despite having committed all sorts of evil. Also, we demons never do such things. Abyss rapidly fired away all disgusting things that he had seen humans do. He then added that demons didn't do such things. We merely let the powers collide and have the winner decide right and wrong. That's all. Despite our ways, no demon has ever voiced their complaints. It was a rough method, but Abyss said that no demon had ever voiced their complaints. He explained why no demons would have felt wronged. When we believed that the loser's side was correct, other strong demons stepped in and helped. Otherwise, they just watched. What about humans? There was no response from Riley, so Abyss continued on by himself. I have been living as a human now. I cannot say that all I have seen so far are the disgusting sides of humans. Abyss was infuriated, but it looked like he was regaining his calm a little. He disengaged his deadly aura. He briefly explained the good things he had noticed in humans. Just like there are two sides of a coin, unlike the humans who only do disgusting things, there were other humans who made me smile. It's just, Abyss sighed briefly. Well, I'm sure you know better than me when it comes to the humans who do good in this world. You had been living as human longer than I have. What Abyss was trying to say was probably that there are far too few humans who do good in comparison to the humans who do evil, or that the good humans are being persecuted by the bad ones. What about humans? Abyss had said those words earlier. Riley thought about it. He then asked Abyss the following. The look on Riley's face could not look more serious. You are being honest, right? If you are asking me if my demons and I turned human children into monsters in my past life, I am telling you the truth. Abyss nodded and said in stern voice, let me make this clear. In my past lives tens of thousands of years, I have never done such, and I never ordered anyone to do anything like that. Riley looked at Abyss's face. To be precise, Riley glared at Abyss's eyes. Riley confirmed that he was not lying. Riley said, in that case, just who? Riley carefully went over what had happened in his past life. Soon, the look on his face stiffened. I am sorry, brave hero. It is too late for these children. Too late? You said that you can definitely save them. I'm sorry. My cleansing is not enough. Apostrophe. Then, young master, you will have to cut down these children. Apostrophe. As soon as possible. Please hurry. These children. No. before these monsters kill more people. Monsters, they are children. You need to harden your heart, brave hero. You are the only one who can. It seemed that a big fish had bit on the hook. The fishing rod that Riley was holding started to flinch. Chapter 192. He was telling the truth. Andil brought the child with the dark blue hair and examined her memories that were hidden inside her head. Andil checked the memories that the child was not able to remember. Andil vacantly muttered, "This kid really is." The kid really was the last of the purple humans who Riley and Andil had been searching for. The one with pitch black skin who was revived numerous times and roared loudly no matter how many times they killed her. The one who infected Andil with the illness. Epidemic. The red-haired man was staring at the child and saying things that she didn't know anything about. The child was sitting in the seat quietly, but she tilted her head to the side and as if she was wondering why, asked, "Are you not feeling well somewhere?" Mr. Andil? It seemed he didn't hear Epidemic's question. Andil only maintained his silence. He had crumpled his face. Abyss said he had taken her under his wings. Andil thought about the little one who had called him a child of lizards and whatnot. Andil was carefully thinking about what he saw in Epidemic's memories about that little one. It cannot be. The little one had abilities that rivaled those of Riley. To think there is another one in existence in this world who is as monstrously powerful as Riley. Andil detected an unbelievable amount of mana from Abyss in Epidemic's memories. Andil muttered with a serious look on his face, "Should I let our Lord know about this?" Andil pondered if he should let the Lord of Dragons know about what he had just found out. However, Andil casually turned his head after hearing Epidemic's steps approaching him. "Excuse me, what is it?" Here. What Epidemic had brought was a dish of steaming vegetable soup. "Soup? Why did you bring this to me?" Andil had no idea why she had brought him this soup. Andil asked as he tilted his head to the side. Epidemic handed the soup to him as if she was pushing it toward him. She said, "You couldn't hear my voice, and you were muttering. I wondered if you were ill. So I decided to bring this to you." "You thought I was ill? Do dragons not eat soups like this?" Epidemic added that this was not a regular vegetable soup but had boiled medical herbs in it. However, her considerations only fanned Andil's anger. It looked like nothing positive was going to come out of this. "Do you have any idea how sick I was because of an illness I contracted due to someone? It is like you pass the illness home and then bring out the medicine." "What, herbal soup? Ugh, you little..." Andil raised his arm. He was about to strike Epidemic's head, ready to endure the pain that was coming. Epidemic closed her eyes tightly. Andil had no idea what had happened to the monster that had poured out the black epidemic. That monster was gone without leaving a trace. She looked like a child who had grown up inside rather early. Having realized this, Andil, who was about to swing his arm at her, lowered his arm. Andil looked like he didn't feel up it anymore. He had an awkward look on his face. "Never mind. What good would it do to beat up a powerless human?" Andil complained inside that he should let out his anger on Riley later instead. Epidemic was cautiously opening her eyes narrowly. Andil asked her something he was curious about. "Let me ask you one thing." "Okay." She thought she was about to get beaten. She was relieved to know that it didn't happen. "That little one who was sitting in front of the lake, the one you led us to meet, how much do you know about that kid?" "Are you talking about Abyss?" "Yes, that kid." Andil stared at her as if he was trying to ask her to explain who Abyss was in detail. Epidemic hesitated for a moment. She then started to explain carefully. "He is a good kid, although he is still very young. He seems to be very grown up, so other children and I all follow him as if he is our captain. He says I'm sleepy or I want to sleep a lot." He practically has those words always hanging from his mouth. Also, he is always leisurely. I had never seen him get angry once. Somehow, I think he is very carefree. She said perhaps Abyss' character was not becoming of his appearance. She compared Abyss to a grandfather who was sitting on a rocking armchair. Epidemic shrugged and continued. "That's all." "Sometimes." "What did he say?" "Cola." "He said he wanted to drink cola," which was strange. "Other than that, I don't have anything in particular to say about him." "Cola?" "Yes, Mr. Red Dragon. Do you know about it by any chance? This cola that Abyss mentioned?" "No, I don't know about it well either, Andal shook his head and said he didn't know. He was thinking about what his friend mumbled often. Cola. Riley also often complained and said he wished he could drink it. This was why. How many years has it been since you have been working in the pub business? I am not sure, I have not been counting. You are saying it has been quite long then. Well, I guess so. In that case, can you make cola? What? I'm talking about cola. Cola. A long time ago, Riley, the first human who Andal had become close to, complained about this when he had come to visit Andal's pub. Andal was thinking about this. Riley had a conversation with Abyss while fishing together. Riley realized that many things he knew from his past life were very wrong in some ways. They are different. Did anyone tell you about them? No, not at all. In that case, now we know for certain. Of the things that Riley didn't know correctly, there were two biggest ones. First thing was that Abyss and demons had no intention of destroying the humans, and the other thing was that Abyss had no choice but to move as someone else intended. I cannot help but feel suspicious of a servant bastard that was closest to me. What about you? It seems like you also have someone you are suspicious of. Throughout the conversation, Abyss and Riley compared their past lives. Abyss asked Riley after putting a serious look on his face. Riley nodded and said, "The priestess." Priestess? The one who gave you the blessing? The blessing was not the only thing she gave me. Riley narrowed his eyes and thought about all moments he had encountered the priestess in his past life. He then continued, "Anyway, that has a high likelihood of being related to this Helena." Others were probably stirred into it, a few dozen at first. And then a few hundred, a few thousand, tens of thousands. In the end, every one of them. Demons are trying to destroy the humans. Therefore, we must stop them. It will all work out if the brave hero kills the demon lord. That's how it was done. In the end, you and I met our ends side by side like buddies. Someone's plan worked out magnificently. Riley thought it was Helena who he found the most suspicious. Abyss thought it was his closest subordinate who he found the most suspicious. After that, one after the other, the purple humans started to appear in this world. Epidemic is one of the examples, right? If what the goddess that the girl named Nanai mentioned said is true, then I am more than sure of it now. I was done in by a plot. And you. It means I was tricked. Riley and Abyss were watching the water. A fish jumped out and disappeared into the lake. Could it be that they made a deal? If the priestess and my subordinate schemed behind us, then everything fits. I supposed it means one of the two wanted this world. For what? Riley narrowed his eyes. Something they wanted so badly that they killed both the brave hero and the demon lord for. Considering what you have just told me, I think the goddess of that world may not exist anymore. Riley narrowed his eyes. Having heard Abyss, Riley asked with a puzzled look. No matter how rotten, she is a goddess. How could she have died? Abyss shrugged. He shook his head and said, humans think that a god is all-powerful and invincible, but Abyss looked up to the sky and said, a god is not all that powerful. As I said earlier, I aimed for the sky. Simply because I wanted to meet the goddess of our past life. It was not to kill all the humans. If I wanted to kill all humans, then it would have been done. Riley thought things would not have turned out so wrong if he had listened to the demon lord's story in his past life. Riley asked, in that case, why didn't you tell me when we fought? Abyss thought hard about this for a moment and said, I had no moment to spare for the conversation. You did not have the time to spare for it either. You acknowledge it, right? Riley could not object to that, so he clicked his tongue. TSK. Anyhow, thanks to you, we got to enjoy fishing together while sitting next to each other like this. So, I don't think you need to think too badly of what happened. Still, Abyss cracked his neck left and right and said, to think that I was killed. I cannot just laugh about it. Unlike what he said, Abyss was smiling big. He suddenly lowered the tips of his mouth and looked at Riley. 6 humans. The 6 people who you find most trustworthy and dependable. Can you bring them? The question was so out of the blue. Riley furrowed his brows as if he was trying to ask Abyss what this was about. I have heard that you have been sitting around and doing nothing as a young master of a noble family. Still, you would have at least 6 people you can trust. right? What are you getting? The so-called purple humans that you told me about. The people who have a power from the other world. Abyss remembered the explanation Riley had given earlier and continued. They were called Six Parts. Is that right? Riley thought he could guess what Abyss was trying to say. Riley looked at Abyss as if he was trying to ask Abyss if he was being serious. Such petty creatures. It seems that they tried to mimic me. I should show them the real thing. Around Abyss' body, purple energy started to flow. 6 people. Abyss opened his right palm. Above the palm, 6 seed-like things were formed. That's right. With the 6 people you bring, we will show these bastards that the 6 parts we gathered are superior. That will do it. Abyss showed the seeds to Riley and made the proposition. He continued as if this was no big deal. I don't care if you refuse this proposition. If that is the case, then I'll raise the children of Ansirium, including Epidemic, and head over to the other side. That should be enough. Riley still didn't respond. Abyss asked, what will you do? Ugh. Finding this to be ridiculous, Riley broke into laughter. Now that we are already fishing, we might as well catch the big one and end it by any means necessary, don't you think? Abyss asked again. Riley was laughing as if he was found this amusing. It seemed that he thought this was not a bad idea. Riley nodded and said, all right. I knew you would come along. It seemed that Abyss was satisfied with Riley's answer. Like Riley, Abyss also had a smile on the tip of his lips. Abyss put away the 6 pieces of purple lights above his hand and started to talk. However, well then, first, Riley. His voice was blocked by someone loudly shouting from behind. Riley casually turned his head and found his red-haired friend who was rushing toward him. Riley tilted his head to the side. Riley, that little one was right. He really took away the power of that epidemic human. Andal came back after checking the inside of Epidemic's head. As if Riley was trying to say that he had a rough idea of what was going on, he calmed down Andal. I see. I'm sure that is the case. What, you already knew? Why are you not surprised at all? It was just a guess, based on the mood. Andal furrowed his brows as if he was finding all of this suspicious. He checked Abyss' gaze and called Riley. Hey, Riley, what is it? Andal waved his hand. It seemed that he was trying to say Riley should bring his ear closer to Andal. Thinking it could not be helped, Riley brought his ear close to Andal's mouth. What's cola? What? The question was totally unexpected. Riley furrowed his eyebrows as if he was trying to say that the question was too out of the blue. I said what's cola? Ooh. Andal could not look more serious when he asked about cola again. Riley had his mouth open as if he was at a loss for words. Instead of Riley, Abyss responded instead. It seems that Abyss was watching Andal as if he was amused by this. Tip of Abyss' lips wiggled. One of the 6 parts has already been decided. Chapter 193. Although it made Riley feel uneasy, he chose to leave Andal with Abyss. Riley returned to the mansion and promptly went to find Nanai. Young master. Sarah. Riley turned his head around in response to the voice that was coming from the rear. He found a maid who was quickly walking toward him. As if he was glad to see the maid, he raised his hand. By any chance, do you know where Nanai went? Nanai? Sarah tilted her head to the side and asked why he was asking that. She isn't with you? Huh? I heard that you were taking a nap in the library. Nanai told me that you said you were sleepy, so she ended up going back to her room. She did? Riley asked while floating a question mark on his face. Sarah nodded and continued. Yes. Still, one thing was very odd. It's spring now. If it is a nap, I think you would prefer to nap in the garden, but you didn't. I asked Nanai why you weren't napping in the garden and she said you seemed to have an allergy. Sarah said she thought it was odd that her young master, who liked taking a leisurely nap in the garden around springtime, was napping in the library instead. Young master, you don't actually have allergy, right? Riley figured out why Nanai ended up mentioning allergy. Riley rubbed his nose with his knuckles and said with a voice that sounded like he might sneeze any moment. Until now, I lived while never noticing anything like that, but I suddenly got a really runny nose. It is so difficult to have this happen. Runny nose? Yes, maybe it is not an allergy but a cold? The season is changing right now. The change in the temperature is quite extreme. My body feels a bit off. So perhaps I was careless. Well, you had an extreme fever during the last winter when you were hibernating. In the end, Nanae managed to fix it somehow. But still, it seemed Sarah wanted to go scold Nanae for not even properly identifying if Riley had a cold or an allergy. The look on her face changed. She looked stern. I cannot let this pass. I should have a word with her. Wait. It's alright, I'll do it. Sarah was about to quickly head to the library. Riley hurriedly blocked her path and said he would do it instead. However, in Sarah's eyes, she was burning with desire as the senior maid to go and give advice. The look in her eyes was not about to calm down. I really cannot let this pass. You are not in a good condition, yet she let you wander around in the corridor by yourself. Instead of nursing you, just where is she and what is she doing? I should go find out and bring this up to her for sure. Having heard her stern voice, Riley was now certain that he had just stepped on a landmine. Sarah was about to walk away again. Riley went to block her path again and started to try to convince her otherwise. In that case, let's go together. Together? That's right. I have been looking for Nanae as well. Sarah held her chin and pondered on this. She nodded as if she found the idea to be acceptable. All right, I would be able to scold her properly with you present, young master. She was even snorting as she vowed a hard scolding. Watching this, Riley apologized to Nanae inside and walked. First, should we go check out the library? Based on what Sarah had said, Riley wondered if they should visit the library first, so he muttered. Sarah tilted her head to the side. The library? Didn't you just come from the library? Having heard the question, Riley thought about the doll that Nanae had made to look just like him. Riley flinched a little and responded as if he didn't know much about it. I think maybe we just missed each other along the way. I was thinking about the possibility that Nanae may have come back just after I left. Really? As expected, although Riley couldn't quite figure it out, he felt like he could understand why Nanae was so concerned about Sarah's senses. Riley sighed inside in secret and asked Sarah, in that case, what about you? Sarah, can you guess where Nanae is? Who? She smiled confidently as if she was waiting for this question. She raised her index finger and waved it a few times as if she was trying to say that Riley should wait for a moment. She closed her eyes. Sniff, sniff, sniff. It looked like she was trying to utilize her sense of smell. Watching her sniff with her eyes closed, Riley thought she would be able to find where Nanae was right away. Did you find her? It seemed that Sarah had found a strange smell. She cringed and tilted her head to the side. Riley also tilted his head to the side, wondering why she was being like this. I found her, but something is. Why? What is it? Sniff, sniff. It is strange. Now, Sarah tilted her head to the other side and brought her face up close to Riley. She started to smell him. Young master, you are definitely here? She looked puzzled. Sarah explained why she was thinking like this. There are two. Your smell. There are two sources? Sarah looked confused. Riley realized this was because of the doll that Nanae had made. He flinched inside. Should I just tell her what really happened? It was not going to be possible to hide it forever. Riley wondered if it would be better to just tell her what happened now instead of being found out later and getting scolded. Leaving him behind, Sarah started to walk first. Do I also have an allergy? Sarah wondered about that since spring had just come. She tilted her head to the side once again. Have you found Nanae? Yes. Riley thought it would be better to talk to Nanae first instead of telling Sarah what really happened. Riley asked where Nanae was and Sarah looked back at Riley. Please follow me. She is in the same place. It is probably. It seemed Sarah was doubting her sense of smell because she could smell two different sources of Riley's smell. Sarah blurred the end of the sentence as if she was not confident. They are in the same place. That means. Having watched Sarah's response, he concluded that the doll and Nanae were in the same place. Sarah, isn't this the way towards the library? It is. With her eyes closed, she was focusing on her sense of smell as she walked. Sarah didn't realize which direction she was walking towards. After hearing Riley, she nodded in agreement. In the end, Your guess was correct. It looks like you just missed her, but why do I sense another source of young master's smell? Sarah had a puzzled look, as if she was trying to figure out a maze, as if she was thinking that she just needed to check. Sarah was trying to enter the library first. Riley panicked inside and flinched his face. Gayak. Sarah nervously had her hand on the library door's handle. Having heard the sound of his coughing, Sarah screamed from being surprised. Why, young master, you scared me. How am I supposed to control sneezing? Riley coughed loudly so he could let Nanai inside the library know that he had come back. Riley moved past Sarah. Let's go in. Ugh, I thought my liver was going to drop. Ugh, I'm telling you that it was not intentional. TL. I thought my liver was going to drop is something that people say to express how frightened they were in Korea. Riley opened the library door while apologizing to Sarah. He found Nanai hurriedly putting away the doll's legs. He glanced at Sarah, who was right behind him. Nanai's shoulders flinched. Just where did you go while leaving the young master behind? Standing next to Riley, Sarah was scolding Nanai in a loud voice. Riley sighed in relief inside. Ugh. Fortunately, Sarah walked into the library a step later than Riley. It seemed that she hadn't seen Nanai putting away the doll. That is, Nanai looked at Riley and then at Sarah to check their moods. Like a person who had just got asked a very difficult question, Nanai started to open and close her mouth like a fish. I went to the restroom for a moment while young master was sleeping on the sofa. In that brief period of time, veins popped out of Sarah's forehead. So, I lost track of young master. Riley was sure Nanai must have been feeling wronged about this. Still, Nanai looked ashamed and lowered her head. Riley felt sorry for Nanai. He directed his gaze away while whistling. And, pardon? Other than that, didn't you do one more thing wrong? I think it would be best for you if you thought hard about this. Nanai discovered that Sarah's eyes were burning in flames. The look on Nanai's face looked like she was asking Riley why Sarah was acting this way. Nanai stared at Riley. The book in such a place. Riley was not looking at Nanai in the eyes. He found a book that was rolling around on the ground. He picked it up and tried to act like he was busy with something else. Nanai, you. Yes. Because of Sarah's shouting, Nanai stiffened her shoulders and responded. Don't you think you have become careless while Mr. Ian is away? That is, you should have done something, even magic. However, Miss Wallace said, she said it is against the rules to use magic while handling maid work. So, are you saying you did the right thing? No, that is, you can't even tell if young master has a cold or an allergy? Pardon? What are you talking about? A question mark floated up on Nanai's face. Sarah was shaking the broom that she was holding. She looked infuriated. Sarah quickly walked to Nanai and extended her hand. Come follow me for a bit. Ms. Sarah. Wait, what was that about? Young master has allergy? Nanai's wrist was grabbed by Sarah. As Nanai was dragged to the outside of the library, she extended her hand out toward Riley. Young master. Riley had been avoiding her gaze. He opened his mouth big and coughed out loudly. Nanai was being dragged away by Sarah. It seemed that Nanai was shocked. She was speechless. Riley, who was avoiding her gaze, also didn't say anything. Nanai returned to the library after being scolded big time by Sarah. She pouted all the way out as she sat on the sofa. I said I'm sorry. You could have notified me through telepathic messaging. It didn't occur to me. Riley smiled nonchalantly. Nanai ballooned up her cheek and put on a pissed look. Hey, last time, you thought about floating magic very late while we were climbing Andel's mountain, and that put me through a tough time. Let's just say we are even. Although Riley was the one who said it, even he thought that was ridiculously shameless. Riley broke out in a cold sweat in the rear of his head. Ugh. Nanai sighed. It seemed she had been seriously scolded by Sarah. Alright, I know that Miss Sarah didn't scold me because she hates me. It seemed that she was scolded badly. Although she was saying that, Nanai was in tears. Riley was feeling awkward about this. He scratched the back of his head. Still, I'm glad you came back soon. You worked hard. Nanai wiped off the tears around her eyes. She looked happy. Riley looked sorry and said Nanai had worked hard. He then started explaining in detail about what had happened in Assyrium. At Ansirium, Abyss was there? Yes. Nanai was having a hard time believing this and asked. Riley nodded. I think it is caused by the fact that he died almost at the same time and through the same method with me in the past life. Riley explained to Nanai about the demon lord who had been reborn in this world with his abilities and memories intact just like Riley. He then also explained about the 6 parts that Abyss proposed. 6 parts? That's right. The plan was that Riley and Abyss will gather 6 parts and send them to the other side where Helena was at. Using the same method. I wanted to ask for your thoughts on this. Nanai was sitting on the sofa. Riley presented her with a paper that had something written on it. He moved his chin to say she should check it. Nanai looked at the paper and saw the names that were written there. Young Master, this is Chapter 194. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nanai confirmed that there were 4 names. She asked. You said you were preparing 6 parts. However, I only see 4 names here. Riley pointed at her. First, there is one here. Nanai tilted her head to the side and wondered who the other one was. And Riley avoided her gaze and thought about the rascal with red hair who must be bickering with Abyss in Ansirium right about now. There is another. Anyway, what do you think? Riley thought that there was no need to tell her about Andal. Instead, he asked Nanai about the 4 people whose names were written on the paper. I am not sure. There were people other than Andal or Nanai. They were all the people who Riley had met 2 or 3 times at least. First, Nanai looked at Nara's name. She had guessed why they wanted to take Nara with them. Nanai asked, the reason for taking Commander Nara there is, as I thought, is it because of his eyes? Riley nodded. There is the eyes thing. But he is also skilled at spear techniques. He has a good sense as well. Once Abyss gives him powers, he will be dashing around just fine. Basing it purely on potential, he is the best among the 4 as well. It seemed that Nanai agreed with Riley's assessment. She nodded. He certainly is. Last summer, when they had run into Nara for the first time, they confirmed Nara's skills. He was superb. More than enough for Nanai to nod in agreement. He was a basilisk, however. Other than his eyes, his basic physical abilities were not so different from humans. Despite that and despite his age, Nara possessed such talent already. It was the evidence that Nara possessed superior potential. I think Miss Iril is the only one who has as much potential as Commander Nara at such a young age. Iril was the adopted granddaughter of Inaril, who once had the blessing of the sword in this world. Iril was slightly ahead of Nara, but Nara had the eyes of Basilisk, which Iril did not have. I have no objections. Nanai, someone who once had a duel against Nara, said she had no objections. She moved her gaze to the next name on the paper. The next one is. Nanai crumpled her eyebrows. Ms. Sarah. That's right. Initially, I was going to send someone else, but I just changed my mind. Riley was impressed by Sarah's sense of smell when he had run into her after just returning to the mansion. This was the reason why Riley chose Sarah as the second person. It seemed that she was more concerned about Sarah than Nara. Nanai was not able to speak right away. She held her chin and was silent for a long time. She then said, "Is she going to be alright? I am a little worried, compared to others on the list." Nanai thought Sarah was relatively weak. This was the reason. Why? I don't think it is a bad idea. Still, Sarah possessed an extraordinary sense of smell and other senses. Even Nanai acknowledged those things in Sarah. However, if anyone asked if Sarah's dual blades was stronger than Nara's spear, then Sarah was not quite at that kind of caliber. This was why. Are you that worried about her? Having heard Riley's question, Nanai nodded carefully. Well, the other world is quite dangerous. Nanai was worried not just because of Sarah's skill in swordsmanship but because of the dangers in the other world that she would be going to as per Abyss's proposal. In other words, the world of Riley's past life. I am not sure if Miss Sarah would be able to handle that place. Nanae muttered carefully. It seemed that she thought she really could not let this be. She shook her head and asked Riley, "Young master, about this person named Abyss." "No, the Demon Lord. Is he really trustworthy?" Nanae thought about the great demon, who Riley had fought in the end of his past life. She muttered with a concerned look on her face. "Still, this is the Demon Lord who fought against you in your past life. We need to consider the possibility of this being a trap." And, Nanae mumbled with a voice full of worry. Riley had a carefree look on his face as if he was trying to say that it was going to be all right. Riley suddenly placed his hand above her head. "You sure worry about all sorts of things." Nanae looked like she was feeling wronged. She looked up at Riley. "If you are worried about Sarah, then don't worry about her too much. I picked her because I have a plan." "Did you think that I picked her without giving it serious thought?" Riley added that Nanae should skip her for now and asked her to check the third name. Nanae figured that it could not be helped, so she turned her gaze back to the paper. She checked the third name on the paper and frowned. "You are going to take Miss Pregia too?" "Yes." Riley nodded and explained why he was taking the priestess. "She is still considered missing, so even if we snatch her up, even if we kidnap her, I don't think there would be any problem. Also, she has the most selfless personality. Where she would volunteer to help if we just explain the situation. Moreover," Riley paused for a moment. He added that Pregia was needed to resolve the problem that Nanae was concerned about earlier. "As you said, I think there is a need to be certain of what that Abyss bastard is really thinking inside." Until just a moment ago, Riley and Abyss had sat on the lakeside and fished together, so doing this to him could look petty. Still, it wasn't bad to have other options prepared. Considering that rascal's personality, I think he would flex his shoulders and tell us to go on right ahead to check. But Riley did have the conversation with Abyss face to face. While looking into the man's eyes, through the conversation, Riley had become certain that Abyss was also feeling exhausted much like himself, and Abyss was thinking that these runts dared to stab me in the back? If anything happens, Pregia can heal the wounded with her holy power. Also, when it comes to having someone who specializes in healing, it would be hard to find anyone who is superior to her. Nanae nodded and said, "I see, that certainly is the case." Nanae, who was friends with Pregia, carefully thought about this. It seemed that she came to the conclusion that it would be all right. She nodded once again and picked up a pen. "Well then, first, a circle for the first name, Nara, a triangle for the second name, Sarah, a circle for the third name, Pregia, like this, I suppose." Riley looked at the two circles and a triangle that was added to the paper as he scratched his head. Nanae checked the fourth name. Young master, the fourth name. I'm sorry, I have not decided on the fourth name. I wanted to get your advice first. TL. At the beginning of the chapter, the author definitely said Nanae confirmed that there were 4 names. The author is being inconsistent. Riley took back the paper that Nanae was holding. He placed the paper on the library desk and wrote 2 more names in the black space for the 4th name. Here, Ian, Iriel. This is tough. After seeing the names, it seemed that Nanae was thinking hard about it. She furrowed her brows. There are similarities and differences, so that's why I'm asking you. Ian and Iriel. They were both similar in that they both had learned their swordsmanship from the same teacher, Ineril. If they were to consider physical abilities alone, Iriel was probably a little superior to Ian. However, if the experiences accumulated were to be factored in, then Ian, who was once called the mercenary hero, could not be ignored. This question is worth thinking very hard about. Nanae brought out a separate piece of paper and wrote myself, Commander Nara, Ms. Sarah, Ms. Pregia. Nanae furrowed her brows and tilted her head to the side. Young master, may I know who is the remaining one? The remaining one? Why, how should I put this? A good combination, a good match. I want to check that. Out of the blue, Nanae was talking as if she was going to do some fortune-telling with tarot cards. Riley was a little frustrated, thinking that it could not be helped. Riley revealed the name he had been keeping a secret. Andal. Her crumpled eyebrows suddenly relaxed. Pardon? It was as if she had heard it but was acting like she didn't quite hear it, as if she was denying this. Nanai's face looked vacant in a way when she asked. It's Andal. Andal decided to go too. Andal, you, Nara, Sarah, and Prisia. You can think that it is almost a sure thing that these 5 people will be going. Nanai's eyebrows started to wiggle. My teacher is. Why? What do you mean why? Riley avoided Nanai's gaze and said, it's because he caught Abyss eyes. It seemed Abyss liked the child of lizards who his eyes had met. Riley remembered Abyss saying that he must take Andal with him, as if he was trying to say that Nanai didn't need to mind it. Riley continued, the important one is the 6th person. We need to choose who the last one will be to go to the other world as a part of the 6 parts. Nanai was still in shock. To wake her up, Riley flicked his finger and left a red mark on Nanai's forehead. Riley asked again, is it Ian? Is it Earl? Actually, Riley was leaning towards Ian, who had stuck by Riley like a gum throughout all these long years. Still, he was not able to come to a quick decision. There was the incident in Romella village where Ian had almost died. Also, recently, he was reunited with the teacher he had been waiting for a long time, so Riley thought Ian must be happy. Riley did not want to interfere with Ian's happiness. I am not sure. I think Andal, Nanai, Nara, Sarah, Prisia. Ian or Earl. With 5 parts pretty much set, Nanai was hesitant about choosing the very last person. It seemed that she had finally decided. She moved the pencil. I think this side is better. Nanai moved the pencil and circled the 6th person's name. Riley looked down on the paper and sighed. Ugh. Watching Riley sighing, Nanai snickered and then added in a small voice, young master, you will be making the final decision. She was right. Riley had to make the final decision. Give me the pencil for me for a moment. Nanai handed the pencil to Riley and asked about what's to come next. Well then, what are you going to do? With the pencil on the paper, Riley was scribbling something. Having heard Nanai's question, he had a question mark on his face and asked back, what? From now on? From now on? Nanai figured that Riley had not thought about it that far yet. Nanai put her hands behind her back and asked, about the idea of paying back Helena with the same 6 parts. I am not opposed to the idea, but the remaining 5 number. How are you going to convince the remaining 4? While talking, Nanai thought about her teacher. It seemed that she figured that her teacher would definitely go, so she changed the number. Convince them. As Nanai guessed, Riley vacantly opened his mouth and became stiff. Don't you think the conversation will stretch out really long? I think this isn't a matter of explaining just a thing or two. Starting with your past life, there is the story about Helena, and, even if some things were omitted, Nanai thought there were quite a lot of things to explain. She looked at Riley with a concerned face. You are not planning on just taking them to the other world, are you? Act first and then handle the rest afterwards. That was Riley's plan. He fiddled with his hands as if he had just gotten poked by the heart of the matter. The answer no was not heard from Riley. Nanai figured that her guess was correct once again. She sighed lightly. You will need to talk to Lady Iris and Count Stein before you go so they won't worry. Once you head over to that world, you don't know when you will be coming back. Right? Number. You don't need to worry about that part. From our frame of mind, we will be back in less than 1 minute. Is the time frame different there? That's right. Nanai quickly figured out from hearing Riley's explanation and asked. Riley nodded and summarized the explanation that he had heard from Abyss. If we are there for a long time, then we will have a problem. But, by any chance, is it because of the physical age of the body? Right. From this world's time, we will come back before even a minute passes. However, our bodies are not, so we should handle things quickly over there so we don't end up aging before coming back. Riley added something on the paper and placed it inside his outer pocket. He then turned around. Let's get going for now. What are you going to do? Riley left the library and Nanai followed suit behind him in quick steps. Half of her face was filled with worries and the other half was filled with doubts when she asked, first, We should start with the one who is closest to us." Having said he will start working, Riley looked back to see Nanai, who was following him. "Where's Sarah?" Chapter 195. She's probably. Not long ago, Nanai was harshly scolded by Sarah thanks to Riley. She shriveled her shoulders and guessed where Sarah might be. "I think she is in the kitchen. It is time to prepare dinner too. Also, Ms. Sarah is not exactly the designated maid for Lady Iris today." So, Nanai fiddled with her index finger. Riley was about to look at Nanai and tell her to bring Sarah here. However, Riley shut his mouth. "It's fine, I'll go." Nanai looked anxious about getting scolded by Sarah again. On his face, Riley hid the fact that he was feeling sorry as he walked. However, Nanai tumbled and followed him. "Just wait in the library. Number. I still think I should go with you." It seemed she had bit her lips and worked up the courage. Nanai had made up her mind, snorted, and even walked past Riley. "You don't need to pretend to be brave." At first, Nanai marched on without hesitation. However, as she approached the kitchen, her steps slowed down substantially. "Do you think Miss Sarah is not angry now?" Nanai asked carefully. Nanai was leading the way to the kitchen, but now, she was already walking right next to Riley. "I'm not sure." They said a woman's heart was like a reed. Riley thought that maybe Sarah was not angry anymore. However, he also thought that perhaps she was still angry. While he was thinking this, he heard Sarah's voice. Seriously. It looked like Nanai had also heard the voice. She flinched her shoulders. "Sarah, subdue your anger when using the knife. She is human. She can make a mistake. Why are you being so hard on her?" Smash. The sound of a humongous kitchen knife striking the carving board could be heard. "Do you think the situation does not deserve it?" The angry voice could be heard from the kitchen, and Nanai flinched her shoulder in response. She unconsciously bit her lips. She is still mad. It was not certain if Sarah knew that her voice was leaking outside the kitchen or not. Again. Smash. The sound of the kitchen knife striking the carving board could be heard and Sarah's voice continued. "Wanting to go to the bathroom. Well, I get it. Nanai is a woman too. A few times in a month, I'm sure she can also be in a situation where it cannot be helped." While biting her lips, Nanai was eavesdropping on Sarah's words. Having heard it, Nanai's face turned completely red. "I am mad about her not recognizing young master's condition. But what's making me so angry is not her mistake." As for Riley, he was scratching his cheek for no reason regarding the mention of situations where it cannot be helped. Having heard the rest, Riley tilted his head to the side. "She keeps on trying to hide things from me. I'm sure there are circumstances. During the winter, she left me behind and wasn't that Riley's decision, not Nanai?" With an edgy voice, Sarah coughed out the heated words. All of a sudden, her voice became low and gloomy. "Sarah, that's enough. Do you think Nanai did that on purpose?" "I'm sure she did it because she didn't want you to worry. If you are that concerned, why don't you just ask her directly?" It seemed the head maid Willa was in the kitchen with Sarah. When she asked Sarah to go talk to Nanai directly about this, Sarah was silent for a while. In the end, she said, "No." Although Nanai could not see it, she was certain that Sarah shook her head with a gloomy face just now. "Ms. Sarah." Knock, knock. Nanai had a gloomy look on her face. Having heard the knocks, she stared at Riley with a surprised look. "Excuse me." "Why? Young master." "Wait." Despite Nanai's response to his action, Riley didn't mind it at all. He opened the kitchen door and entered. Nanai didn't know what to do. She tumbled around with her feet. "Oh my, young master, young master." Having noticed Riley who had just entered the kitchen, Willa put a question mark on her face, wondering what brought Riley to this place. As for Sarah, she started to fiddle with her hair, wondering if Riley had heard the conversation earlier. Sarah. Sarah. It seemed she was lost in thought about something else. Sarah was not able to answer right away. Riley called out her name again. Willa poked at Sarah with her elbow. "Pardon?" Yes." "What is it, young master? Are you really busy right now?" That is." Having heard the question, she glanced at the vegetables that were not fully handled yet. She was about to say that she was busy, but her mouth was blocked by a hand that ambushed her from the side. I am a lit up. No, it is fine. Do you need to see Sarah? Willa blocked Sarah's mouth and asked Riley if he had business with Sarah. Riley nodded and turned back. Come out. Nanai was hiding in the corridor. She peeked her head out and showed herself. Oh my. Nanai came with young master too. Willa clapped her hands together and welcomed Nanai. Riley shrugged and said it was only obvious. She is my maid, so of course she is with me. I have a business with Sarah. That. Riley pointed at vegetables that needed more work. He said, leave it to her for a moment. Let me borrow Sarah for a bit. Riley pointed his thumb behind his shoulder toward Nanai. Willa had a puzzled look, but soon, she slowly smiled. Yes, I got it. Now that Riley had the head maid's permission, he figured he could take Sarah from the kitchen to talk. He extended his hand out right away and gestured at Sarah to tell her to come closer. So that's how it is. Sarah, see me for a second. Ah, yes. Nanai, you make sure to finish the task. Still, young master. Nanai knew why Riley was calling Sarah. With her eyes, Nanai asked Riley if he could explain properly as she looked at her. I'll handle it on my own and explain well, so don't worry. I'm better at this than you think, so go on. Riley turned around and left the kitchen. He then pushed Nanai back into the kitchen. As Nanai stepped into the kitchen, Sarah left the kitchen. They crossed like that. For a brief moment, their eyes met. Leaving behind the awkwardness, they walked away. What did you say? That's what happened, so get the stuff ready. At the mansion's library, Sarah listened to quite a long explanation from Riley. It seemed that she still couldn't quite comprehend the situation. She shook her head hard and Guang. Slammed the desk with her palm. No, wait. What is it? Is there a part that you didn't understand? Mountain loads of them. She looked like she was finding all of this to be complete nonsense. Riley sighed as if he figured that she would react this way. Riley sat down. Is that so? What's the problem? From the first thing to the 10th thing, all of them. Sarah was saying that she didn't understand anything. Riley rubbed the gap between his brows and explained again. Think of it in a simpler way. Think of it as going on a trip to a different country. There is a limit to calling something a trip. Riley couldn't explain things to her as they really were, so he borrowed a term from Ian and called his past life as the world below. He then said they needed to make a move to stop what was happening in that world. This is not a trip, but, how should I say this? This is far more dangerous than a trip. Anyway, this is not a vacation trip. Whatever it was, Sarah denied that whatever Riley had explained so far could be considered a trip in the least. Sarah checked the paper that she was handed earlier. She shook her head left and right. Even Commander Nara and Priestess Pregia have to step in. I see a name I don't recognize, but this, from Riley. Sarah had heard what kind of place the world below was. She asked with a concerned look on her face. Young master, if the place is that dangerous, won't it be better to bring someone other than me? If you want someone of high caliber, then there are veteran knights of Salia Castle, or Nanai's name was on the paper, so Sarah did want to join. However, it seemed that Sarah was concerned that she might end up only dragging and slowing down Nanai or Riley. She was hesitant to say that she would come with them. Also, Sarah shriveled her shoulders. Watching this, Riley said in a tone that said everything was fine. Why are you getting all scared for? You are one of the few in Falata House who can wield dual swords. Still, young master, even if you really were lacking in comparison to Salia Castle's veteran knights, you have something that those guys don't, right? Riley decided to point out the good things about Sarah. Riley tapped at his own nose with his finger and mentioned them. Your sense of smell. Dumbfounded, Sarah avoided Riley's gaze. Also, your intuition. Sarah could detect danger from around her surroundings and warn them even if nothing was visibly wrong. It was a power that was unique to just Sarah. It was something that one could possess only by being born with it. This was one of the reasons why Riley had chosen her as one of the 6 parts. Are you still not confident about this? It seemed that Sarah didn't want to answer. She had her mouth firmly closed. Riley sighed briefly and said, I think I get why Nanai was worried. Nanai was. Sarah thought about the junior maid. She suddenly opened her eyes big and held her breath. Huh? Just now. Something. It could be that the intuition that Riley mentioned earlier was being utilized. It was something like an instinct of a living person. Sarah felt that it was sending her a warning. Look, in response to Riley's voice, Sarah used all of her might to turn her upper body around. I'll be killed. She didn't know why, but she judged that she would be killed if she stood still. Cuck. It seemed that Sarah's intuition was right. She leaned far back. Above her face, a sword passed by without any sound. It really was very close. If Sarah hadn't bent far enough, even by a few degrees, her nose might have been cut off. Sarah had barely been able to see the sword. She directed her gaze to the one who had swung the sword. Why, young master? It was Riley. Why would young master? Having confirmed that it was Riley who had swung the sword at her, Sarah could not comprehend why he would do it. She stepped back with a puzzled look on her face. See? She had no idea when Riley had drawn his sword. He was resting the sword on his shoulder as he watched Sarah. Sarah was breaking out in a cold sweat. Riley had a look on his face that said he knew this would happen. Did I do something rude to you, young master? Sarah wondered if it was because she had scolded Nanai earlier. Riley shook his head, and that was not it. Just now, you didn't see it, right? Pardon. My sword. Having heard the question, Sarah realized that she hadn't noticed Riley drawing the sword at all. At the same time, she started to wonder about Riley's abilities. Now that I think about it, just now, she had realized that Riley had been hiding his true abilities. But Sarah had never thought that it would be to the point where Sarah could not even follow them with her eyes. How did you do that just now? With her intuition, she was able to recognize the pressure. Without realizing, she had been holding her breath. She didn't know when, but now, she also realized that the pressure that had felt like it was crushing her shoulder was gone. Actually, I want to ask you that question. Pardon? How did you dodge it? Sarah floated a question mark on her face and said in a tone that said she didn't really know. I'm not sure. Unlike earlier, where she even forgot to breathe, the mood had become much lighter. Sarah stopped stepping back and said carefully, Intuition? Intuition? Sarah said that she had dodged it by sensing it with her intuition. Riley had a look that said she should have recognized this after all. Riley called her. Sarah. Yes. Pack the stuff. Chapter 196. After Riley told Sarah, I got stuff to tell you, so just come quietly, he gave her time to have a brief conversation with Nanai. Now, he was waiting for her to come back after packing. Excuse me, Nanai, what about preparing for the dinner? The vegetables were handled. I just needed to put final touch, but Miss Willa asked if I needed time to talk to you. So, I shamelessly accepted the offer. It was to give the two the time to resolve emotional problems that they didn't get to resolve before leaving the mansion. Awkward mood was flowing in the air. Riley was waiting inside the library. Having noticed the voices of the two maids outside, he perked up his ears to listen. Excuse me, Ms. Sarah. Excuse me, Nanai. They both called each other at the same time. Riley, who was waiting inside the library for the two to return, peeked a smile without realizing. Please go ahead first. Ms. Sarah, please go first. It seemed Sarah decided to do as Nanai said. Riley could hear her sighing briefly. I've heard from the young master. You will be traveling to a dangerous place? Yes, I've also heard that you are worried about me. It seemed Sarah was embarrassed. Her voice was a lot quieter than earlier. To hear better, Riley focused on his hearing. That is. What is it again? Please do not get me wrong, it is not that being concerned for me is a bad thing, it's just that. Riley smiled because he could imagine Sarah's red face right about now. There was no need for him to check, he was sure of it. I'm sorry. With tremendous difficulty, Sarah managed to bring out those few words. I was feeling anxious. That was why, although we are not related by blood, I thought we had become close. Despite that, you had been trying to do things all by yourself while hiding them from me, so That's why I was a little anxious. That's probably why I was angry. Sarah said she was not considerate of the fact that Nanai didn't tell her out of concern for Sarah. Sarah also said that she let out frustration out of anxiousness. Sarah explained how she really felt and apologized. Sarah sounded ashamed for what she had done. I'm sorry. There's no need for apology. In front of the library, Nanai was facing Sarah's apology. Nanai shook her head and said, "There is no need for it. I also had been thinking of you as my real big sister." Fiddling with the ribbon that Sarah gave to Nanai as a gift last year, Nanai timidly reduced the volume of her voice. She lowered her head and said she did wrong. "I should be the one to apologize. I am sorry, Ms. Sarah. If I really thought of you as my family, my big sister, then it would have been the right thing to do to tell you about my worries and talk about it with you, but I didn't think of it." Nanai, I'm still young, and bigger portions of my life was spent at places like the prison or the Lower Salia, so I am still not used to the relationships with people. I was afraid. Nanai tightly grabbed onto her skirt. Young master already told me about this, but it is hard to correct my thoughts. I had been worrying about things that I didn't need to, and I ended up making the people around me worry. Unable to stand it, Sarah bit her lips, extended her arms out and tightly held Nanai's head in her chest. "It's fine now. Please say no more. Ms. Sarah, we both have done wrong. We both apologized. We just need to make sure something like this does not happen in the future, right?" While being held in Sarah's chest, Nanai seemed happy. She blushed and answered quietly, "Yes." Meanwhile, Riley was secretly listening to the two's conversation. He sighed in relief and buried himself in the sofa. He thought about his mother. Those words from Sarah, "I felt like I have heard that from somewhere. Is it thanks to my mother?" Thinking about his mother, Riley had a proud look on his face. However, although a long time had passed, Sarah and Nanai weren't coming into the library, so Riley erased the look from his face and got up from the sofa. "Hey, that's enough. Could you guys come in?" Riley opened the library door and glared at two maids who were fully committed to hugging each other. As if the two maids had no idea that Riley was inside the library, they hurriedly let go of each other. "Were you inside? If you were, it would have been nice if you told me." They were scratching their heads. Watching the two, Riley looked dumbfounded. He said, "What do you mean? I did tell you that I will be waiting at the library." "Ah, you did." "It slipped my mind." Riley went back and forth between the two maids' faces. He pondered about if he should change two of the names in the list. After wondering about it for a brief moment, he went back into the library. "Have you packed everything?" "You told me to pack lightly, so I did bring just one bag." Sarah quickly showed the traveling size bag that she had on her back. Sarah asked Riley, "Excuse me, young master, I did hear that we will be going on a trip, but did you tell Count Stein or Lady Iris?" Nanai responded for Riley. "We will be back very soon." "So, very soon?" As if she had no idea, Sarah tilted her head to the side. Riley packed his stuff and looked at Nanai. "Let's save the detailed explanation for later. First, let's get to our next destination. You know whose turn it is, right?" Nanai nodded. "Yes." "Well then, let's get over there." As if she was already ready for this, Nanai moved her mana and opened a dimensional portal inside the library. She stepped aside to tell others to go in first. "Why, young master?" "Wait." Riley went at first, and Sarah went in second. Nanai vacantly looked around the library and went through the portal last. They were at the Kuta Desert. The dark sands were purified in this place. The oasis had regained its former appearance as well. When the desert was covered in dark sand, the stream of travelers going across the desert through the oasis had ceased. Now, the people were starting to come back. I just cannot get used to Nanai's teleportation. I think my inside feels nauseated a little too." Right after Riley, Sarah was the one who came after. She covered her mouth to calm her stomach and looked around the desert. "This place is?" There was only one desert that Sarah knew, so she carefully muttered, "Is this place the Kuta Desert?" "That's right." Right at that moment, Nanai also came through the portal. and the dimensional portal closed behind her. "Why are we here?" "To avoid being seen by anyone. They came to a place in the desert where people didn't pass through." He put on the desert hood that he came prepared with and said, "I have a business here." Nanai gave a desert hood to Sarah and added to supplement Riley's deficient answer, "Commander Nara and Ms. Pregia are here." "That's why." Sarah thought about a news article that said the Kuta Desert, which was drenched in black and rotting, was cleansed recently. She nodded and muttered, "I saw the news article about them stopping the swarm of monsters migrating through Romella village, so I was certain that they were over there instead, but it looks like that is not the case." Before Sarah started to mumble, Riley already had started to walk toward oasis nearby. He started to explain why Nara and Pregia were at the desert. "It's because Nara is working for Retri as a mercenary. As for Pregia, that last still has a reward on her discovery and whatnot, so she is being taken care of by Nara's mercenary group." After cleansing the desert with Pregia, Retri was the very first one to move his merchant group and dominate the business at the desert. He was currently the merchant with the biggest merchant group in the area. "Coming to think of it, I think a lot has changed in the past 1 year." "What has?" "I'm talking about you, young master. Even during last year's spring, I never dreamed that I would be walking through the desert with you like this." Having heard what Sarah said, Riley felt the same. With empty look on his face, he said, "I know." By the time they chatted away for a few minutes, the three were able to see a town that surrounded the oasis in the distance. Is that the place?" It had not been long since the desert was recovered, so the village was small. There were only few guards watching the place. The three entered the village after going through a rather simple process. They checked out each building to look for the carriage that had Retri Merchant Group's insignia. "Young master, over there." Sarah found it first. Riley and Nanai, who were walking around while looking at other places, turned their eyes to where Sarah pointed at. "That carriage over there, isn't that Retri Merchant Group's carriage?" Having heard Sarah's question, Riley looked at the direction carefully. He nodded to indicate that she was right and then started to walk toward the carriage. "It is." At the mansion's library, Riley already had checked the whereabouts of Retri. Riley was certain that this was the carriage that Retri rode. Stop. Hey, stop him. Look at this runt, seriously. If you filled your stomach, then you should be leaving quietly after paying. Instead, you dare to make a scene? What did you say? It should be free since there was a centipede in the food? Why don't you also ask the boss for psychological damage while at it? What, did you call me a runt? You little bastard, you dare to talk that way to me? What, little bastard? Come over here. See, Commander, please don't break anything. If Retri Merchant Group has to pay for the damages again, then we really won't be able to. Hey, I said stop him. It appeared to be a pub. It was loud there, and many voices could be heard from the direction. After that, you smash. A giant was thrown out while smashing the door on the way. He plummeted on the ground. Cuck. How could a little kid like him have such monstrous strength? You runt. Little kid, you still dare to call me a little kid? Let's see how much beating you will be receiving from this little kid. Through the inn's door, a boy wearing a wide fabric clothing rushed out. The clothing was becoming of the desert setting. Earlier, the author called the place a pub. Commander, please calm down. Come on, Rorona. Did you not see the uncomfortable look on our boss's face? They are the ones at fault. Why should we just watch and do nothing? Still, I know I said I would like to be on the newspaper again, but I don't want to be on it like this. Riley and Nanai found the two people who came out of the pub. They were the same as always, and that made Riley and Nanai peak smiles. Do not worry, I'll adjust it properly so it won't get on the newspaper. Ugh, Commander, please. I said don't worry, if anything goes wrong. The giant saw that Nara tilted his head to the side and floated a question mark on his face. Giant slowly turned his head and looked behind himself. Young master, Miss Nanai, behind the giant, Nara and Rorona found the three. It seemed Nara and Rorona were glad to see them. They welcomed Riley's group. Now's my chance. The giant was thinking that Nara was letting his guard down. The giant gritted his teeth and promptly turned around. I should bounce. It seemed that Sarah figured out that the giant did something wrong and was about to take off. Sarah casually put her foot forward. The giant was tumbling with his legs to make a run for it from Nara. However, he tripped over Sarah's delicate foot. He fell down once again. Why, you lass? The giant crumpled his face as if he was trying to say that he will really show what it would be like when he is angry. He brought out a small knife that he had hidden on his waist and swung it at her. As if she was staring at a bug, Sarah had been looking at the man in silence. She casually moved her legs and smacked the giant's wrist. By just a kick, the giant lost the knife from his hand. Sarah's next kick came, and the giant ended up making a handprint on the ground. The man screamed, "Ah! Stop, stop!" With the heel of the shoe, she stepped on the man's hand firmly. She glanced at Riley, and he shrugged to tell her that Sarah could do whatever she wanted. Riley went to Nara. It's been a while. I think we saw each other last year, young master. By any chance, did you see the newspaper? We were on it. Do you really think I would not have seen it? Nara was watching Sarah neutralizing the giant. He decided to leave the rest to her. Nara stopped huffing and puffing. He relaxed his face and looked at Riley. By the way, what brings you all the way here, young master? Did you come to see Mr. Rattray? No, not him. I have something to discuss with you. Something to discuss? With me? Nara pointed at himself. Riley nodded to say, yes. Riley started to look for another person. Prisia is with you guys too, right? It would be exhausting to explain twice, so give me some of your time. Riley looked for Prisia, and Nara opened his mouth a little. About that. Having heard Riley's question, Nara blurred the end of his sentence, as if he was trying to ask Rorona to answer for him. He kept glancing at Rorona. Young master, Ms. Prisia is currently. Chapter 197. Riley wondered if it was such a difficult question to answer. It wasn't just Nara who hesitated to respond. Even Rorona, who had a relatively straight-shooter kind of personality, blurred the end of her sentence. She carefully said, "She can't have a conversation right now." She can't? Riley furrowed his eyebrows, as if he was trying to say that they should explain in detail. Riley looked inside the pub. She is not in here? Riley looked for the presence of holy power, the kind that people of Holy Temple possessed, which was different from mana. Riley confirmed that the power could not be felt from the pub. She is not here, Riley muttered. Rorona nodded and glanced at others passing by as she said, "It's a little uncomfortable to talk about it here. So why don't we go to a different place?" Rorona said she didn't think she could talk about Prisia out in the open because Prisia had a reward on her discovery. Rorona quickly turned to look at the pub that had its door destroyed. She smiled awkwardly. It hadn't been long since we arrived at this oasis, so we don't know the way around very well yet. I have something I need to go ask Mr. Rattray real quick, so can you please wait here? Riley stopped her and asked her a favor. Wait. Do not tell Rattray that I'm here. Pardon? Why? It's not that I'm trying to hide something. It's just that explaining things multiple times would be such a bother. Just think of it that way. Rorona tilted her head to the side, wondering what this was about. She nodded as if she understood. Okay, I understand. Along with Nara in the front, Rorona led the way to where Prisia was. Why is she so far away from everyone? It would be dangerous for her to be by herself. There's still a reward on her discovery. Riley was following Nara and Rorona to where Prisia was when he asked. Nara said, "That is, Ms. Prisia said she will be alright by herself. We did place guards around, but there probably isn't anyone right near where she is." Riley and Nanae thought a more detailed explanation was necessary. They tilted their heads to the side. "You know where she is?" "Yes," Nara nodded and also added the supplementary explanation that he didn't get to give earlier. Since the epidemic drenched the Kuta Desert, nobody had been setting foot in this place. But there happens to be an abandoned holy temple nearby. A holy temple? Yes, Ms. Pregia is currently praying there. Nanai had seen a friend sending up prayers at a holy temple a few times during last year's spring, so Nanai mumbled as if she understood. She had said a few times before that she wanted to be alone. I wondered if there was something difficult going on with her. But she said it was not like that. She said it because there was a divine message. When you say a divine message, you mean that? Yes, the one she receives from the goddess. Riley remembered that even the priestess from his past life received divine messages sometimes. So, Riley's face had become complicated. You already knew? Having heard what Nanai said, Nara relaxed his face because he realized there was no need for further explanation. He explained one more time briefly about Pregia's current situation. As I explained earlier, I think Miss Pregia is praying because of a divine message, although we don't know what the message is about. Nara also said he didn't know how long the prayer would take. He pointed at a ruined building to the front. That's the place. The building was made of marble stones, so it appeared to have been a holy temple in the past. Riley nodded as if it was making sense. He walked toward the place. Why, young master? Wait, I told you, Ms. Pregia is in middle of a prayer? Nara and Rorona both extended their hands toward Riley and told him to wait. Riley furrowed his brows lightly and turned to look at the two. Come on, it's not like I said I'm going to go bother her. Riley said he will just watch her praying. Nara and Rorona glanced at each other. They looked like they were thinking this could not be helped. They followed Riley. Nanai, go bring Sarah. I think she would come find us easily using her sense of smell. But it would be a bother if she ran into Retri and end up having a long conversation. Riley was walking into the ruined building, but he ordered Nanai, who was waiting behind him. Yes, I understand. Nanai lowered her head after hearing Riley's order. She used the teleport to disappear from the spot, and Riley started to move his eyes around as he quietly entered the building. Is it because the building is run down? Inside is relatively smaller than what I thought from how the building looked from the outside. Yet, she is. There were rubbles blocking the path like obstacles inside. With his upper body lowered, Riley entered deeper and deeper into the place. Riley momentarily stopped walking after he found light exuding from the inside. Praying here, in a building that was on the verge of collapsing, Pregia was there all by herself, on her knees and praying. A steady, warm light was coming from her body. Her prayer pose and the atmosphere are most definitely different from that Helena lass. Riley was not sure if it was because Pregia worshipped a different goddess or if it was because Pregia lived in a different world. Pregia was very different from the priestess from Riley's past life. Riley sighed all of the sudden. That's why I should be extra careful. There definitely will be a problem later. I need to think carefully if it is the right choice to pick her or not. As the priestess of this world, Pregia had the eyes that could pierce through to see the truth in the people. She also had the ability to heal the wounded. She definitely was one of the 6 that Riley needed. However, I was prepared to accept some troubles down the road. But, now that I'm here to really pick her to be a part of this, I am having a hard time deciding. Riley thought about what would happen if he brought her to his past life's world. He had a rough idea as to what would happen as the result of it. This was why Riley was concerned. To make a rough guess as to what would happen, a collision between her and Helena would be the very first thing that might happen. Helena was a priestess just like Pregia. However, Helena had been frequently committing acts that she should not have as a priestess. Considering Pregia's personality, if Helena and Pregia came to face each other, Riley was certain that Pregia would not just stand still. Also, I am not certain if Pregia can use her holy power from this world in the other world. That is a problem as well. Pregia was the priestess who worshipped goddess Ironetza. It was not yet known if it was possible for Pregia to use her holy power in the world of Riley's past life. This concern was also worth pondering about. Riley vacantly rolled his brain as he watched Pregia praying. He suddenly furrowed his brows. What the? Why is she crying all of the sudden? Pregia was praying while exuding light from her body, and she was receiving the divine message from the goddess. However, Pregia suddenly had tears flowing. My child, this will be my very last message to you. Greater than. Last message. How could it be? Greater than. Do not be sad. The path you have walked, and the path you will walk, I'll be blessing all of those moments. Greater than. Prisia was unaware of who was watching. She was pouring out tears from hearing that this will be the last divine message from the goddess Irenetsa. I'm still lacking in so many ways. Instead of blessings, it would be better if you gave me teachings. Please do not go. Greater than. Prisia was born as a priestess. She had never even seen the faces of her parents, so Prisia had been following the goddess as if she was her mother. What the goddess said was like saying that this will be the last time they will be seeing each other. So, Prisia was shedding tears, unable to stop. When you open your eyes, follow the boy who is watching you from your behind. Also, you only need to light the path he walks with bright light. My child, do not forget, I'll always be standing behind and blessing you. Greater than. Goddess. Wait. Please wait a little bit. Just a little longer. Please allow the prayer to continue for just a little bit longer. Your voice. Just a little longer. Greater than. The bright light from Prisia's body was slowly subsiding. It seemed something sad had happened. With her eyes tightly shut, she was shedding tears of sorrow. Also, she started to tighten her two hands. Huyuk. She quietly started to cry, wondering if she was all right. Nara and Rorona were about to walk over to her. However, they were blocked by Riley's arm. They broke cold sweats. Young master, why? Just let her be. It was because Riley noticed that the sound of her moaning was similar to when someone lost a precious family. Huyuk. She had her hands gathered together and her fingers locked for prayer. Her hands were shaking. Her energy became bigger. From the back, Riley was watching Prisia in secret. He also noticed that the energy that Prisia possessed had become significantly more powerful in comparison to just before the prayer ended. Did something happen? Prisia moaned like that for a long time before getting a grip. With swelled up and reddened eyes, she looked behind her. There, you are there, aren't you? With choked up voice, she asked. Nara and Rorona, who had been waiting for Prisia's tears to stop, got up. Ms. Prisia. Are you all right? Prisia nodded lightly as the response. She then locked her gaze with Riley who was standing behind them. She lowered her head and greeted him. I see. Riley lifted his right hand to greet her back. He glanced at Nara and then said, I have something to tell you. So, it looked like Prisia already anticipated this. She kept her mouth closed and waited to show that she was ready. This involves me, doesn't it? That's right. Rorona, who was standing next to Nara, was not a part of the 6 parts. However, Riley decided it would be necessary to explain this to her as well. So, Riley had the 3 sit there and started to explain. So, I'll need you to come with me. Similar to how he did it with Sarah, he mentioned the world below and explained the situation. Riley waited for the 2 people's responses. As for me, as if he was having a hard time understanding this, Nara had been tilting his head to the side. However, he was the one who responded first. As for me, if you need my help, I could go to even more dangerous places for you. Shrugging his shoulders, Nara quickly said he would go. Riley asked in a tone that questioned if Nara would regret it. Will you be alright? Yes, Nara nodded responded. You helped me handle what happened after my father's death. You even enabled me to meet Mr. Ian who I had been idolizing. So, I should repay you for your kindness. Honestly, I don't have a good head on my shoulder like Mr. Retri, so I had been pondering about how to repay you. Although Nara said he would go without hesitation, it seemed there was something that bothered him. He glanced at Rorona who was sitting next to him. Nara said, it is just that I have the contract that I signed with Mr. Retri. Also, leaving Rorona behind is. Nara was blurring the end of his sentence. Rorona sighed all of the sudden instead. Ugh, Commander. Just go and come back. Rorona. From young master's explanation, although it would be a long trip for you, the time frame is different. So it would be no different from being gone for a bathroom break in our time, right? It seemed Rorona understood Riley's explanation completely in a single breath. She flickered with her index finger as she spoke. She poked Nara's forehead with the index finger and cheered for him. Please, go to the trip. Just don't die like Hyzen. Nara vacantly stared at Rorona, who was his fellow mercenary. Nara broke into a suppressed laughter. Cuck. All right, I got it. With confident look on his face, Nara asked, you gave me the permission, right? I didn't give you the permission to die. Now, it became certain that Nara was going to join the group. Riley's gaze was directed at Prisia, who was sitting next to Nara and Rorona. What about you? I'll go too. She was crying her eyes out only until a moment ago, so her eyes were swelled up. Still, she looked determined. There was the last divine message from Goddess Irenetsa. If I complete this world will become peaceful enough that there would be no need for more divine messages. Prisia tightly grabbed onto her skirt. She looked directly at Riley's face and said once again, so, I'll go. Please allow me to go with you. Riley nodded. He looked like he had something he needed to check. Riley asked Prisia, before we go, we need to confirm if you can use your power in the other world. Prisia nodded. Instead of a verbal response, she raised her right hand. Do not be concerned about that. From her right hand, a steady light started to exude. It's already ready. Thanks to the divine message she received earlier, Prisia explained that she would be able to use her power in the other world. She lightly made a fist with her hand. All right. While looking into Prisia's eyes, Riley nodded. He brought out the paper that had the 6 parts written. Next is Andal, Nanai, Sarah, Nara, Prisia, apostrophe. The last of the 6 people. 5 spots were filled. The remaining one was Chapter 198. Now, it became certain that Nara and Prisia would be joining Riley. After that, Riley decided to leave the rest to Rorona. Riley and others joined up with Nanai and Sarah. The 4 on the top of the list are here. Riley had the 4 people standing in front of him. He nodded as if he was liking the picture. They are all here. Still, 2 people are missing. Of the 4, Prisia glanced around left and right and then tilted her head to the side as she asked, according to what you explained earlier, you are planning a counter-strike with 6 people, just like how the 6 parts from the world below came to cause problems in our world, right? Riley nodded. He then explained the current situation briefly. Of the 6, 5 were gathered. 5. Nara was standing far right of the group. He looked at the 3 people who were standing next to himself and then furrowed his brows. 1, 2, 3. 4 including myself. There are 4 in total. By any chance, does the 6 people include you, young master? As if he was confused, Nara mumbled. It seemed Prisia was also curious about this. She wiggled her eyebrows and asked, number, I'm not included. Riley started to explain about the one who could not be seen at the moment. The one who is not here is waiting at a place we promised to gather at. A place we promised to gather at? Of the 6, this one was decided first. First, even before Nanai? That's right. It seemed the 3 people besides Nanai were surprised. They had their eyes turned big as they stared at Nanai. Nanai, you knew about this too? Yes. Do you know who it is? I know. But, yes, won't it be better to save this as the fun subject for later? Nanai scratched her cheek and avoided answering. Riley also broke cold sweat and thought about the red-haired young man who was having a conversation with Abyss at Ansirium. Riley was thinking about the red dragon. I wonder what the 2 are up to. Riley was not sure about Abyss, but Andal was not liking the man. So Riley could only roughly guess that Andal was not going to sit quietly and become a good conversation partner with Abyss. If we sit around longer, the letters Ansirium might disappear from the map. I think I should hurry before that happens. Even before something could happen because of Helena, Riley was having useless worries about half of the map needing correction soon because of Andal and Abyss. He folded his thoughts and said, anyway, we will be moving right away to meet the remaining member. You packed your things, right? I did say that it would be a brief moment in this world's time, but we would be spending quite a while in the other side. So, having heard his question, the 4 all looked at each other. They nodded as if they were ready. They all said at the same time, yes, anytime. By the way, Who is the sixth person? You'll know that too when you get there. Riley looked at Nanai and signaled with his gaze. Well then, I'll open the dimensional portal. Under Riley's order, Nanai was about to open the dimensional portal to find the sixth part. However, she heard footsteps from behind her. She stopped the spell and narrowed her eyes. Hey, the steps were not just one or two people, not just Nanai, but everyone else at the spot turned their heads toward where the voice came from. Is it those bastards, the ones who picked fights with you? Yes, that's right. They said they are from some merchant group. As if interfering with our work was not enough, they broke my big bro's arm. Nanai saw that they were a group who all wore unique desert fabrics wrapped all around their bodies. I don't know which merchant group you all came from, but you cannot meddle with our business. Spot do collections of the group. A man who appeared to be the leader was holding a large metal club on his shoulder. He tapped his shoulder with the club as he walked to Riley's group. Big bro, over there. It's the brown-haired lass over there. She is the one who broke his arm. Men who appeared to be subordinates pointed at Sarah and started to grind their teeth. Oh, the man with metal club on his shoulder looked at her, as if he was impressed. He wiggled his brows and said, "She looks quite innocent." How? The man looked at Prisia and then Nanai. The man's eyes were filled up with greed. He started to grin big time. About this, I was thinking I was unlucky, but it isn't really the case. The man raised the other hand that was not holding the metal club and flickered around his fingers. The subordinates behind him who were on standby all took a step forward with violent looks on their faces. Guys. Yes. Big bro, let's let out our frustration today. Hoo. The men behind the one with metal club all started to laugh in creepy way. If you can, leave those two men alive as well. They have quite fair faces as two. We just need to sell them to nobilities with strange tastes. Letting out their frustration. Selling to the nobilities. Riley's group just vacantly stared at these men saying strange stuff. It was Sarah who showed a response first. Ugh. Sarah sighed big and stared at Nanai with dumbfounded face. Sarah said, "This is why I told you earlier that it would be best to wipe off completely without leaving any dirty feeling behind." TL. In case it was not made clear, I'm pretty sure Sarah was making a reference to wiping one's butt after pooping to make an analogy about handling the thug earlier. This is similar to what happened with Beta and Hamel at the Lower Salia ages ago. Earlier today, it was Sarah who was left in charge of handling the rest with the giant who Nara had a fight with. Because Nanai said Riley was looking for her, Sarah could not help it but to leave it be without finishing it. Sarah was now muttering that it was a mistake. I see. The right answer would have been taking care of the rest completely. It seemed Nanai was ashamed. She turned to look at Riley. The look on her face asked what should be done. Why are you even asking? The answer is already out, right? With his arms crossed, Riley glanced at Nara, as if he was waiting for this. Nara cracked his neck left and right and grabbed his spear. Miss Nanai, there is no need for you to go easy on them. They only exploit powerless people. They are the scums of the desert. In particular, the giant with metal club was infamous for being evil. He was well known even among the mercenaries. The man was most definitely the leader of the desert thieves, and he had a bounty on his head. When I saw what the bastard was doing at the pub, I just thought maybe. But I didn't know he had someone with a bounty among the group. With his spear on his hand, Nara was showing hostility. Riley was thinking hard about something, as if he wanted to tell Nara to wait a moment. Riley pulled Nara's shoulder. Young master? Nara wondered what that was about. He floated a question mark on his face and looked back at Riley. Let's save your performance for later. Riley looked at Nanai. He narrowed his eyes to tell her not to step in either. Nanai understood and nodded. She took a step back. Young master, just why? Nara carefully asked. Riley looked at Sarah and said, Sarah, you didn't get to wrap it up. I can leave this to you, right? Sarah panicked and opened and closed her mouth like a fish. In a tone of voice that lacked confidence, Sarah said, "Excuse me, young master. Still, fighting dozens of such big men would be too much for me, don't you think? They are all wielding different weapons too. Perhaps if I had someone who will support me." Sarah had worries on her face when she looked back at Riley. Riley shrugged and said, Don't you remember that you don't want to make me or Nanai worry? That was, try it out, alone. Riley narrowed his eyes and told her to try it alone. Thinking it could not be helped, Sarah sighed and brought her hands to her waist. Why, young master? Still, asking Miss Sarah to fight all those bastards by herself is, those bastards. It's hard for me to just stand back and watch. Can't you just let me fight? Nanai and Nara asked if it would be alright if they helped out little bit. Riley watched Sarah drawing her swords. He only kept silence. Young master, in that case, how about healing? No, Prisia asked if it would be alright if she used her holy power at least. However, Riley had a stern look on his face. In the end, Prisia had no choice but to look at the back of Sarah while being very concerned. It's just that there is no need for any of them. No need, for any of them. Nanai and Nara could not understand. They looked confused. Like Riley, they watched the back of Sarah. It's not like she is going to die from this, right? As if Sarah could not feel the gazes from the four people behind her. With her piercing gaze, Sarah glared at evildoers who were making their way toward her. She was wielding her dual swords. Be calm. Her swords were relatively short and thin. When her swords revealed themselves, Nara's eyebrows bent the wrong way. Dual swords? She uses dual swords? Although Nara had not lived long, he had met many people so far and seen all sorts of weapons through his life as a mercenary. With intrigued look on his face, Nara put the spear back over his shoulder. I think she has a pretty good stance. As expected, even though she is a maid, she is from Falata. Nara was examining Sarah's stance, who appeared to have the basics down. It seemed Nara was not satisfied with doing just that. He checked how many of the thugs were coming. The number of opponents she can handle by herself is roughly about 30. I really don't think she can handle them all without a special weapon. Riley did order them to just watch. However, it seemed Nanai was ready to save her at a moment's notice if Sarah ended up in danger. With serious look on her face, Nanai had a protection spell ready. Ms. Sarah. It was when Nanai was mumbling Sarah's name in her mind. One of the desert thugs who were approaching Sarah started to charge in, screaming, "Ha! How arrogant of you to stand alone. It looks like we will have to make you feel the bitter taste." On bed, one large man was swinging a hook on a chain. There were others charging in with unique-looking axe or blades. There was another one coming with a metal net. I think it would be easy if Miss Heliana was here. Sarah was thinking about how she fought the guards who were brainwashed by Riatrina during the last winter. Back then, Sarah was protected by Heliana, the summoned spirit. As if Sarah was whipping herself, she shook her head and fixed her grip on her swords. "No, don't falter here, Sarah. Young master asked me to go with him, didn't he? If I don't want to become a burden after going to the other side, then I need to work hard starting now." Sarah was glaring at the front with her eyes wide. The net was thrown at her first. With her swords on her hands, she twisted her upper body in a large motion. First, one of them. She avoided the net by leaning back. She locked her gaze with the thug who was rushing in first. She swung her swords and neutralized him. She then quickly moved her steps. "You stupid." UK. The thug who was just behind the first one clicked his tongue after watching the man being subdued. However, the second thug was surprised to see his own body falling over to the front. He screamed, "Kuk, kuuak." Afterwards, third and fourth thugs fell over or knocked unconscious by Sarah's swords or kicks. The thug's leader, the man with metal club, kicked his tongue. "Fools, you guys can't even handle a lass with petty tricks." The evildoers were feeling anxious after hearing their leader clicking his tongue. It seemed they judged that this was not going to work. Some got out of the front line and fell back. "It looks like this lass knows how to handle sword a bit. Let's see if you are going to still run around all excited and have fun once I get a hostage." Sarah was chasing after weapons that surrounded her. However, she saw a few thugs were slipping out of the formation. She started to think hard about this. What should I do? She wondered if she should let them head to where Riley's group was. She was hesitant. It's not like something would happen if I left them be. There's Nanai there too. Also, there's Commander Nara and even young master. However, if I leave these thugs to get there. Sarah wondered if that was still considered handling the situation alone if she left these ones to slip away and reach Riley's group. However, in this situation, there is no way. She had her hands full from just fighting off the surrounding formation, so she was about to give up on the ones who slipped away. It was at that moment Sarah could feel it. Sarah felt something strange zapping through her left hand. No, it will work. She felt like she found the answer to the question she was thinking hard about. Sarah was holding one of the swords in reverse. She spun it and held it to the front on her left hand. I can stop them. She was constantly being attacked. She had no moment to catch breath. However, in that situation, she found a brief moment using her feel alone. She swung her left arm with all of her strength. Chapter 199. 5 people, and 2. Sneaking away stealthily from their place, the hooligan was approaching Riley when suddenly a sword came out of the blue. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. What is this? Bang! The tired and breathless hooligan saw that a sword slammed into the sand. When they turned their head, they saw Sarah, who was completely involved in the battle. That bitch. The sword that she threw away somehow managed to graze her face. The hooligans, who were already tired, changed their facial expression and began to move in a bigger, louder and faster pace. Let us get hold of a hostage. I will give out a cry. Sarah, who was blocking the stream of weapons that were flying towards her, saw the sight of the hooligans who were approaching Riley and his associates, and bit her lip. The accuracy rate. This was the first time that she had met someone who was worthy of being her opponent, so she bit her lip. Just like that. The sword? Unlike Sarah, who was biting her lip out of regret, Nanai and Nara, who were watching her because Riley asked them to, were astounded and surprised by the attitude of the girl in the field and had an absurd look on their faces. Master, young master. That is, Nara, who felt a little embarrassed, called out to Riley. Riley, who was quietly watching Sarah fight, smiled gently and muttered out, "This is a passing score." Just a while back Nara witnessed the girl throwing the sword and she was more startled and disturbed than Nanai. Sword. To throw the sword for meeting the desired goal was a very low action, and she knew how hard it was to do it. Ms. Sarah. Did she learn how to use a sword? I don't think so. No way. I've never been to the mansion. She too could assert that in the magical cave of Endel Riley was practicing with his sword, not a dagger. To pick up a sword which was very lengthy and to be able to hit the target is a tough thing to achieve. I was barely able to hit the target even after imitating it by increasing the hit rate with the help of a magic spell. Almost hit it, but eventually I did not. Yet it wasn't a problem. Only once. In addition, it was done in such a way that I was surprised that the woman's swords almost hit it. Look at that. I can do it. Sarah, who showed both her swords, was praised, and at last Riley decided to get into the action. He picked up a sword that was attached to his waist. Sarah, I think you are a sensible person with a sword. Tell me if you are not certain. After hearing the sudden voice of Riley in her head, Sarah, who was surrounded by the hooligans, raised her eyebrow, awaiting for a sign. Young master. Sarah peeped into the gap that was present between the hooligans. Riley, who warned her, because the sand is about to rise. When I signal, you take a big step back. Okay? He drew the sword, according to his premonition and his opinion of the sand. Sarah took a stance without the 3 people near him noticing it. That's it. Around the last spring, she saw Riley, who pierced through the heart of Astro. Now, looking at the same posture that Riley took, Nanai's heart started beating at an uncontrollable rate. Shield. Will it hit? No, won't do much. At the question of Nanai if the shield will work against the shock, Riley answered that it wasn't necessary. Intake waved his hands with a short movement. These bastards will freeze. After disarming Sarah, the hooligan who started to approach Riley and his companions, the whole body suddenly started to freeze and Riley took a breath. Riley held the sword in his hand, and they witnessed a scenario where he swung his arm with the sword, but it vanished immediately like a mirage. 1. At the moment when a hooligan took the breath, one could count the number 1. A great gust of wind came from the back of towards the hooligans, which made them Cuck. At the sudden gust of wind that came, the hooligans were surprised and didn't know the reason for it, and Pregia, who didn't know what was happening, let out a loud scream. Ugh! From the place where the sword was thrown, a sound bang was heard. Riley and his companions were hit by a large sand wave. Oh, the gust of wind was lighter than what he expected it to be, and Riley had a grim expression on his face after looking at the sand particles that were completely filled in front of him. Like this, Sarah will be able to clear up her surroundings. Riley, who was beyond worried, used the time magic to help them out. On one side, the sand wave that was coming very speed slowed down noticeably as Nanae stared at it. Be prepared for what's going to come. He knocked on the opaque membrane that was stuck in the air as if he had a shield. Knock, knock. He banged Nanae on it by concealing herself with a momentary move. Oh, OMG, OMG. Ah, the ruler embraced Sarah in her arms as she came back. Ms. Sarah, are you alright? Nanae. Sarah, who suddenly noticed that she was still in the arms of Nanae, looked at Riley and took a deep breath after seeing him, realizing that she was alive. Dead. I thought I was going to die. Riley's dungeon sword was dashing out of his foot. However, if it was thrown hard enough, the shockwave could be great enough for a person to be blown around like a bomb. When she leaped back, the image of new Sarah, who was rising from the ground, came to his mind. Ha ha ha. Nara, who was in front of Riley just a while back, was muttering to herself as she was searching for the vanity that had disappeared somewhere due to the sword. Young master, what did you do? What I did. I pushed those troublesome guys out. Wow, monster. In order for Sarah to withdraw from the roundabout of the hooligans at once, I scattered them up with one strike with my sword, and this explains how Riley's foot got hurt in the process. Monster. What? You are a monster. Young master is a human? At these words of Nara, he looked like this made no sense, and Nara looked at Riley, who had no change in his expression. You are really a monster, right? I'm human. Yes, I'm a human. Persia, who was in front of Nara, immediately changed the topic by asking the companions, no one's tired, right? The girl who was blown by the sandy wind from the east dusted her white hat, and Nara shrugged her shoulders and answered, no one. It's a relief. At the words that no one was tired, Beriza took a breath of relief. Nara scratched her hair, thinking that the wind which came a while back would have swept away the thieves. I have no idea what happened to those guys. Scratching her head, Nara moved back, not knowing that Sarah was approaching in her direction. Excuse me, teacher, I'm injured. Ah, is that so? I'll treat you right away. Where are you hurt? It's my heart. My heart seems to be injured. I was too surprised a few moments back. Joke class. A person with a serious face was joke. Perisa burst into laughter and almost immediately shrugged her shoulders and put up a blank expression on her face. I'm sorry, that field is not my specialty. Oh, ha ha ha. It seemed like my heart was hurt too, but it is fine now, since the mess has been cleared. While they were taking breath, Riley looked at the four people who still had traces of sand on them and said, Let's get back to the main topic. At Riley's words of getting back to the main topic, Nana, who was in the conversation with Sarah and Persia, nodded her head. Then, to move the mana that was inside their body, Nanae, who created a dimension of good source of that can maintain its efficiency even through 5 people, speaks while her arm has been shaking a lot. Please take a deep breath, everyone. Nanae warned everyone to take a deep breath before passing the dimension, because if not, the inside of the body will turn into a torment for them. Once the preparations were completed, she looked at Riley. Preparations are done, let's move quickly. They were worried about Abyss and Indals that remained in the Anthurium. Without any delay, Riley was about to enter the dimension from a side. As soon as he put on foot in the dimension, he spoke. To Ramila village. Before entering the dimension, while 3 people had an idea as to where they were going from now on, while the remaining members were wondering whom they were going to face from now. No way, Ian. Sir, it is Mr. Ian. Last winter, in Ramola village, Nara and Persia, who along with Mr. Ian solved a murder event for the monsters, were muttering his name when Nanae opened her lips and said, please enter first. The dimension portal that she created a while back connects them to the Ramila village. When the three people were looking at her of explanation, Nanai shifted her gaze and started to sweat. Nanai, it is Mr. Ian, right? Has it been decided that Mr. Ian is going to be the last, sixth member? Wait a minute, I saw it in the newspaper that Mr. Ian was in Romola village. Why did he not return to the mansion? Along with the questions of Nera and Persia, Sarah also questioned her, but Nanai turned her gaze towards another side, pretending not to know. Every time you go through Nanai's portal. Ms. Persia, are you feeling alright? Me? Do you think I'm alright? Ms. Sarah's stomach seems to be weak. I'm having a lot of fun. Is this how it is supposed to feel? It's like flying round and round in the sky. Riley turned and looked at the people who were behind him and looked at the messy town and woods of Romola. You two were here the last time, right? At Riley's question, Nera and Persia, who were conversing with Sarah, nodded their head and answered him. It was not messy. I tried to stop in the forest, but the monsters came to one side of the village, especially the big one, were rushing towards the buildings. Wielding the without any hesitation, Nera and Persia took a deep breath as they remembered the day they Holy Spirit all day long. They were through moments like that. As a result, all the members united and no casualties were produced. But the Saint Persia was the biggest. If she had no divine power, then the number of causalities would have increased during the outbreak, and Nera's absence would have added hundreds of more causalities. Miss Nera made the right judgment to stop the tragedy. And was it Miss Nera who persuaded the people who were in a turmoil? The force. I was smiling because it was not appropriate for some reason. Nera was scratching the back of her head because the praises from Persia seemed too high for what she did, and she started being praised by the people for her excellent work. I am more active than I look. She can be said to be in the stage of being compared to young Master Riley. It cannot be seen, but it is a fact that she showed dedication. Sarah, who was listening to the conversation and the explanation of Nera, whispered to Nanai, Miss Inerl, what is this about her being skilled enough to be compared with young Master Riley? Nanai, who was concerned on how to answer the question that Sarah asked, wanted to explain in a simple manner, like last winter. That. Last year's winter. Nanai explained the story of last year's in a simple manner. After listening the incident of the last year's winter, Sarah had a grim look on her face and stared at Riley. What are you looking at? Nothing. Nothing at all. Riley looked towards Nanai and asked why. Sarah turned suddenly, and with the sound began looking at him. What happened? She thinks you are heartbroken after hearing about what happened in the winter of last year. Oh. Riley looked at Sarah, who seemed to know what happened, and moved towards her direction to let her know that he was feeling better. Though Miss Inari is Miss Inari out of specification, it is amazing that she was comparable to young Master Riley. I'm a pupil of Miss Inari. Riley started to walk from the woods to the town of Romola, and two people in front of Sarah broke her line of thoughts by starting a conversation with her. Just now you heard the story of young Master Riley. Ms. Sarah, calm down. I will explain it to you. Sarah didn't know what happened in the village of Romola. So Nanai, who was in front of her, started to tell her the story of what happened in that place. Bring me aboard. Here, nails aren't enough. Get me some more. To avoid the confusion that might arise in the people, Riley went into the forest and checked it near the entrance of Romola, and after checking it he looked at Nera and Persia, who were coming behind him. A few shattered buildings are here. There isn't much. Chapter 200. 5 people, and 2. Sneaking away stealthily from his position, the thug approached Riley when suddenly a sword came out of nowhere. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. What is this? Bang! The tired and breathless thug saw a sword slamming into the sand. When they turned their head, they saw Sarah, who was completely immersed in battle. That bitch. The sword that she threw away had somehow managed to graze her face. The thug, who were already tired, changed their facial expressions and began to move louder and faster. Let's take a hostage. I will give the signal. Blocking the stream of weapons that were flying towards her, Sarah saw the sight of the thug approaching Riley and his associates, and bit her lip. The accuracy rate. This was the first time that she had met someone who was worthy of being her opponent, hence the reason she bit her lip. Just like that. The sword? Nearby were Nanai and Nara, who were watching her at Riley's request. Unlike Sarah, who was biting her lip out of regret, Nanai and Nara were astounded and surprised by Sarah's attitude in the field, having absurd expressions on their faces. "Master, young master," that is, slightly embarrassed, Nara called out to Riley, who was quietly watching Sarah fight. He smiled gently and muttered, "This is a passing score." Just a while back, Nara witnessed the girl throwing the sword and she was more startled and disturbed than Nanai. Sword. It was a tough action to throw the sword and hit the desired goal, and she knew how hard it was to accomplish. "Ms. Sarah. When did she learn how to use a sword?" "I don't think so, no way. She's never been to the mansion." She too could assert that Riley had practiced with his sword in the magical cave of Endel. Unlike a dagger, a sword was lengthy and difficult to hit a target with. "I was barely able to hit the target even after imitating it by increasing the hit rate with the help of a magic spell. Almost hit it. In the end I did not. Yet it wasn't a problem." "Only once? Look at that. You can do it." Showing both her swords, Sarah was praised, and at last Riley decided to join the action. He picked up a sword that was attached to his waist. "Sarah, I think you are a sensible person with a sword. Tell me which part you don't understand." After suddenly hearing Riley's voice in her head, Sarah, who was surrounded by the thug, raised her eyebrow, waiting for a sign. "Young master." Sarah peeped into the gap that was present between the thug and Riley, warning her, "The sand is about to rise, so take a big step back when I signal you." "Okay." He drew his sword, according to his premonition and his opinion of the sand. Sarah took a stance without the three people near him noticing it. "That's it." Last spring, Nanai saw Riley pierce through the heart of Astro. Now looking at Riley taking the same posture, her heart started beating at an uncontrollable rate. "The shield, will it hit?" "No. It won't do much." Nanai's question of whether the shield would be effective against the shock was met with Riley's response that it wasn't necessary. "Intake." Riley waved his hands in a brief movement. "These bastards will freeze." After disarming Sarah, the thug who started to approach Riley and his companions suddenly started to freeze. Riley took a breath. Holding the sword in his hand, they witnessed Riley swing the word, yet it vanished immediately like a mirage. In the split second when the thug took a breath, a great gust of wind came at the back of the thug, making them shriek. "Cuck!" At this, the thug were surprised as they were unaware of the reason for it, and Prisia, who didn't know what was happening, let out a loud scream. Ugh! From the place where the sword was thrown a sound bang was heard. Then, Riley and his companions were hit by a large sand wave. Oh, the gust of wind was lighter than he expected, and Riley had a grim expression on his face after looking at the sand particles that completely filled his vision. Like this, Sarah will be able to clear up her surroundings. Riley was beyond worried and decided to use time magic to help them out. On the other side, the sand wave that had been speedily surging over slowed down noticeably as Nanai stared at it. "Be prepared for what's going to come." He tested the shield by knocking on the opaque membrane of sand, banging hard. Nanai concealed herself with a momentary move. Oh, arg. Nanai embraced Sarah in her arms as she came back. "Ms. Sarah, are you alright?" Nanai. Sarah, who suddenly noticed that she was still in the arms of Nanai, looked at Riley and took a deep breath after seeing him realize that she was alive. "Dead. I thought I was going to die." Riley's dungeon sword dashed out and wounded his foot. However, if it had been thrown hard enough, the shockwave would be so strong that a person would be blown around like a bomb. When she leaped back, the image of a new Sarah rising from the ground came to his mind. In front of Riley until just a while ago was Nara, muttering to herself as she searched for the vanity that had disappeared somewhere due to the sword. "Young master, what did you do?" "What I did? I pushed those troublesome guys out." "Wow. Monster." In order for Sarah to withdraw immediately from being encircled by the thug, I scattered them up with a strike from my sword, and this explains how Riley's foot was hurt in the process. "Monster? What? You are a monster. Is young master even human?" He appeared confused at Nara's words. and Nara looked at Riley, whose expression remained unchanged. "You are really a monster, right?" "I'm human." "Really human?" Standing in front of Nara, Prisia immediately changed the topic by asking the companions, "No one's tired, right?" The girl, who was blown by the sandy wind from the east, dusted her white hat, and Nara shrugged her shoulders and answered, "No one." It's a relief." At this response, Prisia took a breath of relief. Nara scratched her hair, thinking that the previous wind would have swept away the thieves. "I have no idea what happened to those guys." Scratching her head, Nara moved back, not knowing that Sarah was approaching her. "Excuse me, teacher, I'm injured." "Ah, is that so? I'll treat you right away." "Where are you hurt?" "It's my heart. My heart seems to be injured. I was too surprised a few moments back." Joke class. A person with a serious face was joke. Prisia burst into laughter and almost immediately shrugged her shoulders, putting up a blank expression on her face. "I'm sorry, that field is not my specialty." "Oh, ha ha ha." It seemed like my heart was hurt too, but it is fine now. Since the mess had been cleared, they took a breath while Riley looked at the 4 people who still had traces of sand on them and said, "Let's get back to the main topic." At Riley's words, Nanai, who was conversing with Sarah and Prisia, nodded her head. Then, Nanai created a teleportation portal with a good mana source in order to maintain mana efficiency during transport, even when it was to be carried through 5 people. She spoke while her arms shook. "Please take a deep breath, everyone." Nanai warned everyone to take a deep breath before passing through the portal, because if not, their stomachs would turn upside down. Once the preparations were complete, she looked at Riley. "The preparations are done. Let's move quickly." They were worried about Abyss and Andal, who had remained in Ansirium. Without further delay, Riley entered the portal from a side, and as soon as he put on foot in the portal he spoke. To Romela village. Before entering the portal, only 3 of them had the idea of their destination, while the remaining members were wondering what they were going to face. "No way, Ian." "Sir, it is Mr. Ian?" Last winter, in Romela village, Nara, Prisia and Mr. Ian solved a major event for the monsters who were muttering his name when Nanai opened her mouth and said, "Please enter first." The dimension portal that she created a while back connected them to Romela village. When the 3 people were looking at her for an explanation, Nanai shifted her gaze and started to sweat. "Nanai, it is Mr. Ian, right? Has it been decided that Mr. Ian is going to be the last, 6th member?" "Wait a minute. I saw it in the newspaper that Mr. Ian was in Romela village. Why didn't he return to the mansion?" Along with Nara and Prisia, Sarah also questioned her, but Nanai turned her gaze to the side and pretended not to know. Every time we go through Nanai's portal." "Ms. Prisia, are you feeling alright?" "Me? Do you think I'm alright?" "Miss Sarah's stomach seems to be weak." "I'm having a lot of fun." "Is this how it is supposed to feel? Like flying around and around in the sky?" Riley turned, looking at the people who were behind him and at the messy town and woods of Romela. "You 2 were here the last time, isn't it?" At Riley's question, Nara and Persia, who were conversing with Sarah, nodded their heads and answered him. "It was not messy. I tried to stop in the forest, but the monsters came to one side of the village. The big one especially was rushing towards the buildings, wielding the sword without any hesitation." Nara and Prisia took a deep breath as they remembered the day they fought the Holy Spirit all day long. They were through with moments like that. As a result, all the members united and there were no casualties. But Prisia was the biggest saint. If she had had no divine power, then the number of casualties would have increased during the outbreak, and Nara's absence would have added hundreds more casualties. Miss Nara made the right judgment to stop the tragedy. And was it Miss Nara who persuaded the people who were in a turmoil? The force. I was smiling because it was not appropriate for some reason. Nara scratched her head due to Prisia overly praising her for what she did, and she started being praised by the people for her excellent work. "I am more active than I look." It is said that she can be compared to young Master Riley. It cannot be seen, but it is a fact that she showed dedication. Listening to the conversation, Sarah whispered to Nanai, "Miss Inerl, what is this about her being skilled enough to be compared with young Master Riley?" Feeling uneasy on how to answer, Nanai simply responded, Last winter. Ah, that. Last winter, Nanai explained the story briefly, and after listening to the incident, Sarah stared grimly at Riley. What are you looking at? Nothing. Nothing at all. Riley looked towards Nanai to ask why Sarah suddenly turned, and with the sound began looking at him. What happened? Her heart is broken after hearing about what happened to you last winter. Oh. Riley looked at Sarah, who seemed to know what happened, and moved towards her to let her know that he was feeling better. Though Miss Inerel is Miss Inerel, it is amazing that she was comparable to young Master Riley. I'm Miss Inerel's pupil. Riley started to walk from the woods to the town of Romella. The two people in front of Sarah broke her line of thought by starting a conversation with her. Just now you heard the story of young Master Riley, Miss Sarah. Calm down, I will explain it to you. Sarah didn't know what happened in the Romella village, so Nanai, who was in front of her, started to tell her the story of what happened there. Bring me aboard. There aren't enough nails here. Get me some more. To avoid any confusion that might arise, Riley went into the forest and checked from near the entrance of Romella, and looked at Nara and Pregia, who were behind him. There isn't much, just a few shattered buildings. Chapter 201. 5 people, and 3. Could it be because the monsters returned? A completely different side of Romella village lay before them. Nara laughed a little and mumbled, if only I could change like this. Pregia, who was standing beside Nara, opened her mouth to recall those days when the village was a mess because of the large movement from the monsters. At that time, we didn't have a mage like Miss Nanai to either stop or protect us from the monsters, and there was no better way to repair the good side of the village. Pregia was reminded of the situation where she couldn't work with knives and colors, just laughed at this scenario like Nara. You cannot fix buildings with new powers. After listening to the excuses that didn't seem like excuses, Riley looked at the side and started to walk once again towards the village of Romella. Huh? Guests, familiar faces, Isn't that Captain Nara? You're right, that's Captain Nara. The residents who were in the midst of construction at the entrance of the village looked at Riley and his party, who were slowly walking towards them, and their eyes went wide. Who are the people that are walking along with Nara? Seems like I saw them somewhere. Okay, that bachelor, the one who found Miss Inerel. Oh, aha, I remember. I get it. The village people wanted to know what this group was up to, as it wasn't just Nara and Riley. There were Nanai and Sarah, and Pregia, who they saw once. Why in the world are those smooth-looking friends coming to this side of the village? I can see Captain Nara. Did you find Miss Inerel? They fought together. It's been a long time since last I saw their faces. Hey, it has been a while since we were mixed up with the big disaster. It has been a while since Captain Nara has come to the village. Looking at them now, I don't see Miss Rorona, do you? Is that so? Slowly, the voices of the Romella villagers reached Nara, who was just behind Riley as they entered the village. At this sight, Nara's stiff face turned red. You're a celebrity? Huh? This is such an embarrassment for me. Nara avoided making eye contact with Riley as his face was turning red with embarrassment. This caused a slight laugh from Sarah and Nanai, like Mr. Ian. Just like that. What? At the sound of the two maids who were saying something about being identical to someone, Nara looked for the source of it. If Mr. Ian also recognizes who it was, even he might shrug his shoulders out of embarrassment. See? Captain Nara's shoulders are also like. Sarah was smiling and covering her mouth with her left hand and stealthily held the shoulders of Nara. Nara was a little sick of the village people who were tapping his shoulders as a sign of strength. Well, surprise. When you admire someone, you become similar to them. Imagining Nara puffed up after hearing that he was similar to Ian, Riley wanted his butler to come back since they hadn't met for a long time. Is Ian still staying with Inerel? The location of the house. Is it still the same? Because of the monster invasion, the layout of Romella village was completely different now. It was a question to confirm if Inerel's home was still in the same place as before. Yes, Miss Inerel's home is still the same as before. Inerel's house was located relatively in the middle of the village, so it was impossible for the monsters to enter that area. Nara described it by pointing to a house that was far away. The one over there. Looking at the place where Nara pointed, Sarah's eyes opened wide and her lips were shaking after she found the place. That. Riley and Nanai turned their gaze to the place that she was pointing to with a bewildered voice and shrugged their shoulders. Ha ha ha, it has been a while. It was quite cold in the winter. Does it feel like spring? Yes, over there was Ian and Inerl. Young master. What? That is Mr. Ian, right? It was different compared to the village of Romella where conservativeness was at its peak. And there was Ian with a boy-like appearance, even being embarrassed. I showed you. Why, were there no rats? The maids were discreetly enjoying themselves. Ian started to slightly tilt his head to find a rat hole and Inerl smiled slightly and tapped his shoulders if he saw anything. No, I'm too old. Enough of this. This was a new thing about Sarah, who was preparing tea. While she seemed to be having fun and was excited, Ian put his head down with shrunken shoulders. By the way, I can't see Iaril and young Master Riley. Weren't you with them? Nara wanted to divert the situation away from Ian, who was a little embarrassed, so he asked them about the other two people who were in the house. Ah, those two are training. Training? Yeah, last time, Mr. Riley and I have seen something and noticed that after the monster's invasion those two are training to improve their skills. Inerl explained that for a long time the two people used to come back home for lunchtime and discuss stuff, but lately they have only been eating 2 meals a day and are practicing all day long. By the way, why are you all here? Without answering the question, Inerl asked them for the reason of their visit. All the companions except for Riley turned towards him, awaiting his answer. This isn't about something else. We just came to look for Ian. Upon hearing Riley's answer that they were just here to see Ian, all the other companions' faces lightened up a little. The 6th member is Shirley. Mr. Ian. Hearing that they were here to see him, Ian shuddered his shoulders and looked at Riley. Ah, yes, he was here for vacation and relaxation. He came to Romella village to spend some time with Inerl, but Ian was the butler of Felitha House. Do I need to return to the mansion? In response to Ian, who guessed that he was needed back at the mansion, Riley shook his head at the sight of his face and opened his mouth. It's not like I made a disgusting look. Ian, who was nervous, hid his relief at Riley's answer and waited for him to continue. This is going to be a long story. Riley smiled after seeing that Ian understood that this is important. He continued, let's talk when the kid comes back. I don't want to repeat this. The kid referred to Iaril. Riley wanted Iaril to come back for him to talk to everyone. Meanwhile, the tea party in the kitchen started with Sarah and Nanai having the expression "this is it" on their faces. By any chance, is it not Mr. Ian? Ian looked at them strangely as he didn't know why those two maids were looking each other and heard footsteps approaching from the outside. Finished with practicing, Iaril came inside. Ah, the winter is definitely nice. As soon as spring comes, it's become warmer. What do you say, sir? It wasn't that cold outside, but the narrow house felt cold for Iaril, who found Riley sitting at the table with raised eyebrows. You are? It is like that. I need your hands to go there. The story about his past life was not brought up at all. Riley mentioned the world below that Ian spoke about and looked at Ian and Iaril from his chair. What do you think? Ian, who knew the story, had a serious face and was worrying about the answer, while Iaril became nervous since she didn't understand the story. I will go. Though Ian hesitated, Iaril maid answered decisively. Iaril, miss, are you alright? Do you understand what kind of place we will be going to? Nara raised his eyebrows and looked at Iaril, who was leaning against the wall, and asked her the question. Yeah, I understand. What do you mean, Captain Nara? Why can you go but I can't? Just between us, I have a total of 10 matches with 6 wins and 4 losses. Captain, there is a meaning attached. On the forehead of Nara, who was laughing, tendon sprang up. Correction, you have 5 wins and 5 losses. Oh, if you were an associate, would you admit that you were winning? One cannot win in a dirty game. Dirty? Who was dirty? Uriel growled at Nara with sparks from her eyes while Riley was sitting right across from them. She shook her head and began to explain the reason why she wanted to go. No matter what you say, I'm going. There is no way I'm not going when Captain Nara is going. That's it. In front of the fireplace, Inerl was seated in a rocking chair and was very nervous. It might be a great opportunity for you to improve your skill if you go. It's a different world out there. Not like what you see here in Romella Village. It will be a good chance for you to gain experience. Uriel clenched her fist with a determined look in her eyes that said that she wanted to see this through. Riley understood it and nodded his head. Then he looked at the person who was seated beside the girl. Ian. What about you, Ian? At Riley's question, Ian looked at Inerl, who was seated in front of the fireplace with his mouth open. If it is hard, you don't have to decide. To announce his decision, Ian stood up from his chair and pushed it back before sharing what he thought. Can you give me some time to think this over? 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes is all you need to give and I'll decide. Seeing the old man with a serious face, Riley had an expression that said he had no choice, so he nodded his head. Fine. Ian, who stood up from his chair once, looked at Inerl, who smiled softly at him, and he went out. The remaining companions in the room breathed out as a sigh of relief. Young master, didn't you say 6 members? At Nanae's question, Riley shrugged his shoulders, looked back at her and answered, It was that, but I changed my mind. Riley said that he had changed his mind in the midway, but it was originally 7 members that were on his mind, Ian and Uriel. While Inerl was concerned about what the two going to learn and the intense training, Riley decided to take both of them without any hesitation. If Ian says that he doesn't want to come, it's fine, as I originally planned to leave with 6 members. If Abyss had as much power, he thought, he would not have any problems even he took more than 6 members, though the idea of paying back Abyss with the same 6 might possibly not work out. Even if the idea won't work out, since the original purpose would stay the same, Riley was thinking about the benefits that he would have if he could take all of them, including Ian and Uriel with him. I will do it if you bring me the feeling of a pair. As Riley looked concerned with something else while sipping from his teacup, the other companions who saw this started to talk. I'm caught up with the idea of 6 people. I forgot that the young master was greedy. Well, that's our young master. If Mr. Ian is ready to go with us, then it will be 7 people, right? It is going to be quite a lot of work. Will Mr. Ian accompany us? Not sure. I'm not the one to hesitate regarding things like this. Miss Inerl will be worried. It wasn't long after they started talking that Ian, who went out, came in with a stiff face. Have you decided? Riley put down the teacup and asked Ian, who came in. Ian nodded his head. Yes. Everyone was waiting for the reply from that person. I will go, Ian answered after a long silence. I have to see the end. Not 6 people, but it was 7 people. After the answer from Ian, Riley decided that it was going to be 7 people. Chapter 202. Before the start. 1. Master, are you really alright? Ian told Riley that he was going to leave for a moment, but even then Ian's anxious facial expression was questioned as to whether he was concerned with something. Have you heard the explanation? It is going to be a long time for you, but for the people in this world it is going to be as short as if going to the bathroom. They couldn't read the expression on Ian's face. Ianrel, who could feel the Ian's concern be the sound of his voice, stretched out her hand. Ian, stuttering, Ian carefully caught the hand that was floating in the air. Yes. Ash held Inerl's hand. Ian's expression turned sour. I'm not the person who is worried, you are. I might be the one saying this, but you're quite old yourself. Please act while thinking about your present state. There was no answer from Ian. Ianrel touched his hand, covered his palm and added, there is a story about putting yourself in someone else's shoes. Therein lies your answer, rather than asking someone else for a favor. Yes, since you decided to go along with Uriel too, please try to do your best. Inerl was wondering why Riley wanted to take both Ian and Uriel together with him. After giving Ian serious advice, Inerl turned to face Uriel. Uriel, yes, Grandma, Earl. Also before leaving, Earl was standing behind Ian to greet Earl before leaving. Though you're good with the sword, don't go around swinging your sword everywhere, and make sure to listen to Ian and Mr. Riley. I hope it helps and that there won't be any casualties. Earl looked at the Earl's blank face and understood what she meant, and she nodded her head and asked, "Aren't I still a kid?" "No, you are an adult." "Ugh. I get it." Earl knew that she couldn't win against Earl through words, so she just sighed as if she lost. "Then, I'll leave first." To give Ian and Earl some alone time, Earl walked to the side where Riley and his companions were waiting. Ian took a huge breath and opened his mouth. "Okay, me too." The hand that he wanted to hold, even if it was chilly, Ian eventually put it down, took a step back and bowed his head. "I will be back. I thought about it constantly." "There isn't any need for you to be so formal. Besides, if you will come back soon." "No." Ian lifted his head after bowing to her and answered her that it was not definite. "For Earl and me, this could be a long trip." Upon hearing Ian's reply, Earl thought that the first part of it could be wrong, and she tried to put up a small smile. "Is that so?" "Yes." Before leaving, Ian was touched the sword that was hanging down from his waist and started to walk away, hiding his expression which said it was really the time to go. "I will be back soon." Ian started to follow Earl and reached to the place where Riley and his companions were waiting. Earl stood there till they started to disappear from her line of sight and released a huge sigh. Are you alright?" A young man approached Earl from behind. Ryan took off the hood he was wearing and asked, "What are you talking about?" She didn't seem to know, so with a bitter expression on his face, Ryan asked her once again in a detailed manner. "Listen, that guy Riley originally thought of taking 6 members with him. So couldn't he have chosen to leave Ian behind?" "Ian could have been left behind." Ryan asked his teacher if that was what she wanted, but he didn't hear an answer and only saw a face with a question mark on it. "Teacher?" Instead of hearing a reply, there was only silence. Ryan looked at the hollow expression on the face of his teacher. Shack, shack, and sometimes it was just a soft sound coming from the neighborhood. The silence continued for a while and Ryan looked at the still figure of his teacher and spoke in a careful tone. "Teacher." Only the reflected sunshine in her eyes, as since there was no reply for a long while, coupled with blank expression, Ryan's lips parted, trying to shed away the well of sadness had opened. After a long silence, Earl, who was standing in the sun with her chin down, lifted her head. Teacher?" Ryan, who had waited in silence along with Earl, couldn't hide his surprise and said, "Teacher just now." "Anywhere." Ryan had a blurry reminiscent of the lady. The appearance of her was that of one who had traveled much farther than either Ian nor Earl had. "It was spring." Earl opened her lips with a blank expression and suddenly smiled a little and mumbled. Seeing this, Ryan's had a questioning look on his face. "What?" "It's been quite a while. I was asleep for a while." "Just a while before." Earl didn't provide an answer to the question that Ryan asked and simply turned her face to the direction where Ian and Earl walked away. Again, Earl knew the gift that someone had left and stayed quiet. She thanked under her breath to the boy who left her this present. Then, except for one altogether, Riley, who had left something behind for that woman as she let go of Ian and Earl, turned his head and looked at the 6 members that were gathered in one place. Yes, of the 6 people who stood side by side, Nanai, who was standing on the left as the representative, bowed her head and answered, "Young master, the selected 6 people are all present: Nanai, Sarah, Nara, Pregia, Ian, Earl." "Nice." Riley looked at the faces that showed different expressions and Riley nodded his head as he liked this. He then ordered Nanai, the remaining one piece of the puzzle, the picture, must be gathered in order to be completed. "So let's go there." "I see that everyone is curious." They were curious about the one person who was a pawn decided at the beginning but not collected until now. Nanai and the 5 others' expressions seemed like they were waiting. She asked, "Who is it?" "Are you really hiding that person?" "I noticed that even Nanai knows it." "Ah, I'm curious. The gender comes first. The 5 members were still conversing while Riley shook his head after he was reminded of Andal, who was left behind in Ansirium. Come to think of it, did the dragon have a gender? It used the appearance of a human male when it needed to play the role of a human. Riley, who didn't know if the dragons had a gender or they were genderless, looked at Iril after hearing her voice. Me. I'm curious about the last person. It would be nice if that person is younger than me. If that friend is younger than Iril, it's a little. At the Iril's words, Riley wondered about the Andal's real agent. To get rid of his thoughts, he shook his head and opened his lips. Well, you'll know once you meet that person. As per Riley's command, Nanai created a portal and stood beside it. Note it. Riley, who was the first to walk into the portal created by Nanai, turned around and glanced at Iril. He added, he's older than you. Ansirium, Lakeside. This is a warning. One more time. If someone calls me a lizard one more time, I will evaporate the lake. I don't need to fish. His irritation reached its limit. The words that were coming out had anger in them. If not lizard, then what am I supposed to call you? You can call me a dragon. Dragon kid. This idiot dares to call me a kid. The figure of the boy, who was in a relaxed posture with his arms crossed, was a matter of concern. A little while back, Andal, who was called as a lizard by a boy, furrowed his eyebrows and asked, what is it, Abyss? Let's see, I seem to know something about someone. What the hell does the guy do? There seems to be something going on between you and Riley. At the question from Andal, Abyss remained in an relaxed posture without answering and started to make a sound by tapping his arm with his finger. Tick tick. What is my relationship with this guy? It's a complicated question. Abyss, who was concerned about the answers he could provide, decided something and spoke. Riley is a longtime friend. Andal's eyes frowned. Are you kidding me right now? Wasn't this the answer that you were looking for? If that Riley guy is a normal human friend, then why don't you let me look into your memory? How does that sound? Haha. In fact, from a while back, the memory extraction magic they were going to try on Abyss has been failing, and for some reason Andal was feeling nervous. Riley has gathered companions. He is definitely going through with it. This feeling isn't much different from when I first met that guy. The feeling that I'm getting from this guy, the sense of difference, is because I met Riley. In comparison with Riley, my anger is a huge advantage. I will not allow you to look into my memories. You want to know the relationship between me and Riley, so won't it be fine if I explain? Will that be alright? The explanation that Abyss wanted to give will take a long time. Andal answered that it doesn't matter. What? It doesn't matter to me even if it is going to take a few thousand years. Haha, a few thousand years. What? Is it really going to take a few thousand years? Andal thought that it was the truth and frowned. Abyss laughed again and shook his head. No, if it was my story, then it could take that much time. What? Enough of my jokes. Let me start from the beginning. Abyss, whose head was tilted back to get relief from his stiff neck, started to talk about the first encounter between Riley and him, and about Riley's past life. This is a story about the things that do not exist in this world. It's going to be an interesting one for a dragon kid, like an adult who was reading a fairy tale book to a child who had a lot of curiosity. After gathering his thoughts, Abyss opened his small eyes and began to tell the story. In simple terms, in another world that is different from this one. In a previous life with Riley and I, devils and human beings misunderstood each other for a long time. The past life and devil that Abyss was talking about was hard for Andal to understand. He scrunched up his face, but did not ask for clarification. I was a devil. Andal personally hated to break the flow of the story by interrupting with a question. He thought that he would remember the things that he was curious about and ask them once the story ended. And Abyss, who introduced himself as the devil, spoke while looking down. If the one who stands above all the devils is the Demon King, then the one who stands above all the humans is the devil. As Abyss spoke, a strange energy started to flow around him. Andal started to tremble and watched Abyss warily. This body of the Demon King of the devils, was controlled by a human youth with a sword. He was born blessed by the saints. Hat poor friend was carrying the hope of all of the humans on his sore shoulders. He finally succeeded in taking me down. Andal guessed who it was. By any chance, was that human youth? Abyss nodded his head at Andal's mumbling, and said the name of the human youth. Riley. In Riley's past life, Riley had a rough approximation of the number of humans and devils that he killed by swinging his sword. Abyss, who was telling him about what Riley was going to do from now on, took a while to speak again. In my past life, I didn't even know how the time went by. Abyss looked at Andal's face after telling the story and turned his head, staring blankly. Chick, chick, chick. A small lightning sound seemed to have been heard. At the space he stared at, Abyss saw a portal appear. He has come. Beyond the portal, Abyss saw that Riley had arrived and lifted himself from the chair and stood up. I guess he has come. From the portal along with Riley, 6 other humans were coming through. Upon seeing those people, Abyss looked at Andal and spoke. That is how it was. You must use some power. Abyss backed up quickly and said, Dragon Kid, you were his first. Chapter 203 Part 1. Before departure, the Ansirium Lakeside, which would have become a sea of fire, was unaffected, which made Riley, who returned to Ansirium through the portal, breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that the character of Abyss would have made Andal's heart disturbed. Isn't that so? After passing through the portal, Riley saw Abyss and Andal were standing side by side and stared at him. He felt that he might have thought wrong, so he couldn't help but laugh. But it seems this little guy is saying what to do while jesting about it. Riley could only immediately stop his teasing manner. No matter what happened in his past life, it was over. How can the guy under the age of 20 talk so much here? Although Riley didn't know what they had said during the period when he was absent, it was in accordance with his expectation to some extent. Looking at Andal, who was angry with Abyss, Riley sighed and walked over there. I will be back soon. Please give me a second. In order to introduce Abyss and Andal, Riley intended to bring them both here. But every time Riley moved, the 6 people who followed him began to sway their heads and whispered, Is Andal the two over there? Definitely not. I've said explicitly that Andal is one person. I think it may be one of the 2, the young boy who looks younger than Iril. Shouldn't it be him? I think Andal is definitely older than him. Is it the red-haired one? Wait a moment. The red-haired one. I used to see him in the mansion. Who was he? Sarah looked at the red-haired person with a puzzled expression. Nanai thought if it would be better to tell the truth earlier, so he said with a sigh. He is actually the one who has came to the mansion last time. He is the doctor who has healed me in Rainfield. Do you remember? The doctor? Ah, I remember it. Doctor? Did the doctor appear for the first time? Exactly. Sarah, who was suddenly enlightened, clapped his hands as he exchanged his eyesight with Iril, who nodded frequently, and Prisia, who had recognized Andal. Nanai, who was watching them, briefly adjusted his breathing and pointed to Andal. As you have analyzed when you pointed at the first person, it is actually the red-haired one over there. Oh, what a pity. Why? Just because there is no reversal? Commander, were you niggling us before? No. Cough cough. Interrupting Iril and Nara's quarrel with a cough, Nanai began the introduction with the name of the red-haired man he had just pointed at. That is Andal. Andal? What a strange name. Crossing his fingers, Iril put his hands on the back of his head and murmured to himself with a smile. Well, this name, I seem to have heard it before. Where did I hear it? I have known it clearly, because of this familiar name. Iril smiled and began to frown to try to figure out when and where she had heard the name. Very soon, she seemed to think of something. Her expression hardened. Wait a moment. Iril remembered where she first met Nanai and Riley, and soon she looked palely at Nanai, who introduced the name Andal. Could it be? Nanai nodded and affirmed her thoughts. It's that Andal. Riley had been looking at Nanai, who was introducing Andal to the rest 5 people with a pity. Now he walked over to Abyss. You're here. Over Riley's shoulder, Abyss saw the 5 people becoming excited due to the show up of Andal. He felt very interesting, smiling as greeting Riley. Riley pushed Abyss's shoulder hard, and then Andal, standing aside, began to frown and glared at Riley. "I have heard your story," Andel's words made Riley, who stood next to Abyss and gave Abyss a glance, sigh shortly and shrugged. "So, it would also be fine for me not to introduce him to you. You owed me a debt at that time." "Debt? You said you would offer me a drink." Abyss, who was pushed to Andel by Riley, smiled and said that he would drink a cup of wine to repay him. Meanwhile, Riley also shook his head with a smile. "Forget it. That guy may have heard the general explanation. I will go straight to the point." Riley had wanted to ask a question, but was interrupted by Andel, who was clutching his fist tightly. "When, the world you lived in, when to go there?" Riley, on the other hand, seemed to be angry because Abyss was too aggressive in asking questions. He replied with sweat. "Today, definitely." "Today? Are you sure it is today?" Looking at Andel, who was as excited as a child, Riley looked at Abyss doubtfully, and Abyss just shook his head helplessly. "I understand what you have said before now. I know what coke is as well." "What?" "Cars, airplanes, high-rise buildings." "Why didn't you say that the world over there has a civilization that this world hasn't?" After listening to Andel's question, Riley knew why he was so excited. Then he couldn't hide his tired expression and replied, "You should calm down first." It occurred to Nanai sometimes, and the same also happened to Salvation. The desire to study the novelty encountered for the first time seemed to dominate the rationality of the Red Dragon once again. "The little guy is not interested in the story of you and me." Watching Andel turned the target of the question from him to Riley, Abyss was very pleased, once again looking at the 5 people who hadn't come down from the impact yet. "Are these 6 people you brought then?" "Yes." Riley pushed Andel away, who followed him closely and kept asking about the civilization of past life, and answered Abyss questions. Chapter 203 Part 2. "There is one person over there, shouldn't you only bring another 5 here?" Pointing to Andel, who was pushed away by Riley, Abyss, with his head tilted to one side, asked. "In this case, there would be 7 people." Unlike what was expected, when Abyss found that Riley brought one more person, he scratched his hair and asked Riley, "Is it necessary to limit to 6 people?" "How can you say that it is unnecessary?" Hearing Riley's words, Abyss squinted his eyes, thinking that he needed to give a more detailed explanation. Then he said, "I mean, with your ability, I don't think there will be any problems if you bring more people. I just thought it would be better to bring one more person at that time, so I did it." "Oh, I see." Abyss thought Riley's words were very funny, so he laughed. Then he cleared his throat and then asked in a whisper, "Are you going to use the trump card? Will the 7th person be chosen as the potential card?" When Abyss asked if Riley was going to arrange the 7th person this way, Riley nodded immediately. "Yes." After glancing at Riley, who was nodding, Abyss asked while observing the 6 people who were looking over there, "So, those 6 people. Stop kidding me." "Nanai, Sarah, Nara, Pregia, Ian, Uriel, and Andel. There are a total of 7 people including the dragon's child." "Who would you choose to be the potential card?" When Abyss asked him who he was going to choose among the fixed 7 parts, Riley turned his head and stared at the 6 people he brought, which seemed to indicate that he would not choose Andel. "Guess who it is?" Riley asked a question in reply. Hearing his words, Abyss started to stimulate Riley with words again. "Sure enough, you can't win." Riley looked at Abyss and sneered at him, then turned to Andel, who had just been pushed away. "Andel, are we leaving now?" Riley muttered secretly. Compared to being anger and questioning why there was something concealed, Andel's attitude was really much better now. "Before departure, let's visit your cave first." What's wrong with my cave? Haven't Abyss told you? We have to prepare what we need to bring before we leave." Hearing Riley's words, Andel's eyes, which were gleaming just now, suddenly lost their light and cooled down. "Do you want to steal my treasures?" "No, what are you talking about?" replied Riley, who was reluctant to show weakness. "Even if you are in the bar where you work, if you give me a glass of wine, wouldn't you also charge money?" "It's no different from that." Although you can go to a place by teleport, but people in that world don't use magic, and you have to buy a ticket if you want to travel." "Buy a ticket? You can't go to that world without my help. So if you want to go, You should pay me money. Riley said that some items in the cave could pay for the ticket, and Andal had to use mana to open the portal to his cave. Why, I've got a feeling that you are cheating me. Did I say I want everything in the cave? Andal opened the portal to his cave and signaled Riley that it was all ready. Riley turned his head to the 6 people who were waiting for him and said, "You stay here and chat for a while." Riley said that he would go to the cave for a while and come back soon. Then he passed Andal's portal and disappeared with Andal. The 6 people who stayed on the spot swallowed and began to look around. What should we do? Since he asks us to chat, then, shall we make some tea? The 6 people had been shocked about the fact that the red-haired man who disappeared with Riley was Andal. They hadn't recovered yet and kept confusing expression. Are you the 6 people that came with Riley? When the 6 people, including Nainai, stood there in a daze, the teenager, Abyss, who looked at them with his hands behind his back, walked leisurely and glanced at the faces of the 6 people. The potential card. Although Abyss desired to continue the conversation, he wanted to know who is the person Riley has just referred to as the potential card. "Excuse me, who are you?" Sarah wanted to ask the boy who looked much younger than Earl. "Miss Sarah, please step back." Nainai raised his right arm to stop her, asking the other 5 stand behind him. Nainai started to stare at Abyss. "This person is dangerous." Looking at Nainai, who said the young man was a dangerous person, the 5 people standing behind him became serious and all stared at Abyss. "It seems you are right." Being stared at by the 6 people, Abyss glanced around with a smile and continued, "Although I am not the kind of dangerous person you need to worry about. But whether it is the sea or the mountain stream, warm-up activity is necessary before entering the water." While stretching and relaxing, Abyss said that before doing something dangerous, warm-up was necessary in order to avoid serious injuries. "You can regard this as a warm-up activity before departure." "What is it?" Nainai frowned and muttered to herself, "I'm not the same as Riley, and I would never say too troublesome, so that's it." Abyss slowly lifted his right foot, but, in consideration of the relationship with old friends, his right foot slammed on the ground, and the ground began to sway and creaked as if there was an earthquake. I'll be gentle. Chapter 204 Part 1. Because of Abyss's words, or more accurately, due to the huge momentum behind Abyss, Nainai found that her breathing became difficult. This feeling of pressure. Nainai remembered the scene when she and Riley first met in Salia last spring, and she began to use mana with a serious expression. "Is he going to kill us?" Nainai believed that if Abyss wanted to kill the 6 people brought by Riley, he would not refer to the fighting as warm-up activity. Nainai clenched her teeth and created a defense net in front of them. The so-called warm-up activity. Being looked down, Nainai raised both her hands and used different advanced mana to show her hostility towards the other person. Nainai looked back at the 5 people standing behind, hoping they could protect themselves, and then she stared at Abyss again. "Are you going to fight against me alone?" "You are too arrogant." Looking at Nainai, Abyss smiled slyly and raised his chin. However, differently, Nainai, who was staring at him, pulled her chin and started to use her brain. Although he was evenly matched young master in his past life, what Abyss didn't know was that Nainai owned the memories of Riley's past life. Although Abyss had no weaknesses, knowing what technique he would use will definitely be a big advantage for Nainai. "I have a chance to win. He doesn't know me, but I know him clearly." In the 2 hands that Nainai lifted up, the mana of different attributes burst into sparks and lightning, waiting for the moment of shooting. Even if Abyss was a demon lord in his past life, since he was born again as a human being, his physical strength must be limited. "As long as I use the mana he does not understand, I could handle it." Nainai thought the outcome of the fighting depended on time. When she was going to start fighting and shooting the mana that floated in her hands to the front. Abyss had come to Nainai suddenly. When, let alone the movement of bending legs, Nainai didn't even see Abyss jumping. Looking at Abyss, who smiled softly in front of her, Nainai clenched her teeth. "No, don't panic. It's a fighting depending on time. Just defend and fight." Be calm and distant from him. After Nainai fired the mana in her hand, She didn't even confirm whether the magic hit Abyss and then quickly used the magic to move backwards. If it could be a long-term fighting, Nanai, who used the moving mana to step back, looked at the place where she had just launched a magical explosion. Sure enough, he was hiding away. Where has he gone? Nanai couldn't feel the presence of Abyss in the dust, and then Nanai immediately widened her senses and began to look for Abyss. Where has he gone? Nanai began to concentrate on finding Abyss. When she found that Abyss had been standing in the same place, her eyes popped out. Why are you there? Abyss, who had just appeared in front of Nanai, stood where he had been, as if he hadn't started fighting yet, and his expression was easy. It seems that you have seen illusion. Hearing Abyss's self-talk, Nanai knew that the mana he had just used was not targeted. I have to praise you. Being able to see the illusion just shows that your eyesight is good. Abyss suddenly praised Nanai and then quietly bent his upper body. I'll be serious this time. Nanai felt very flustered when she heard the illusion mentioned by Abyss. At this moment, the ground at the foot of Abyss suddenly fell and his body rushed out like an arrow. After he comes to me, he would also punch at me. Young master sometimes also does that. After Nanai confirmed that Abyss would first attack from the middle, she concentrated the magic on there and then prepared to use lightning magic that was fast and easy to counterattack. He is coming. Just like the illusion did before, Abyss shortened the distance between him and Nanai in an instant. Looking at Nanai, he smiled gently and swung his clenched right fist. Sure. He uses a fist. While focusing on defense, Nanai's fingertips began to glow gray thunderbolt as Abyss's right hand moved. Sure enough, you are really arrogant. What? Before Abyss finished the word, his right fist hit Nanai's defense net. Crack. It came the sound of something cracked, and the expression of Nanai, whose right hand was bolted with lightning, was distorted due to pain. The power. Nanai had seen Abyss's punching in Riley's memory of past life. She thought her defense net could stop his first. Crack. She was wrong. Nanai opened her mouth. Nanai, what's that? His fist did not fall on Nanai's defense net. Look down on you. Abyss's fist penetrated Nanai's defense net and stopped in front of her abdomen, and Nanai's maid costume wrinkled like a whirlpool. The first attack used the right fist. When I was fighting young master, his fists didn't have such power. As the air current caused by Abyss's fist twisted her face, Nanai remembered what Abyss had muttered to himself. I'll be gentle. Nanai felt that if she really moved, Abyss's fist would not stop in front of her clothes, but had already broken into her abdomen. Thinking of this, Nanai got a goosebump. Chapter 204 Part 2. For the sake of the fact that you are the most beloved subordinate of Riley, Abyss then gave advice to Nanai, who had floated up as the defense net was broken. I wanna tell you, who is always arrogant. Again, saying these words, Abyss turned to look at Nanai and the other 5 people. Although fighting against me alone may be what you expect. When Nanai was thinking about why Abyss said these words, a voice came from behind. We have to help her. How to help? Shall we just stand by? Let's cure Nanai first. Nanai, who was so painful that her face twisted, turned around. No. Nanai, moving her lips, wanted to say no, but she was unable to make a sound because of the impact she had just suffered. In the world we are going to, the people or demons you will face will not listen to you quietly. Once again, Abyss disappeared. Where has he gone? He is in front of us. Among the group of people who could not capture the traces of Abyss, only Sarah, who had a better sense, barely noticed him. She pulled out the sword and waved forward. She shouldn't be able to find my illusion. As Sarah predicted, Abyss suddenly appeared in front of her, showing a serious expression and staring straight at her. So it is this your talent? Abyss praised Riley for picking out such outstanding members secretly and meanwhile turned his body indiscriminately to avoid the double swords that were waved towards him. You little devil, although I don't know what you are doing. At the same time Sarah wielded the swords, Uriel and Nara, who were behind Abyss, widened their eyes and stabbed their sword and spear forward. But you hurt Nanai first, so it's self-defense, shouted the 2 people in their mind. When they thought that Abyss would be stabbed by them, They increased power in their hands. You guys really have a good relationship. The situation afterwards was completely different from what was imagined by these two people. What? Abyss, who bent down the upper body, escaped Sarah's sword while grabbing Nara's spear and blocking Iriel's sword. Although the attack range of spear is long, but its shortcoming is that it's too long. Abyss seemed to be advising Nara. Talking to the horrified Nara, Abyss bounced the sword tip of Iriel, which had been held in Abyss's hand. The sword is very sharp. Abyss admitted that Iriel's sword was quite sharp and then gave Iriel advice. But this is the only advantage of the sword, and the sword is too straight. At the moment Sarah failed to stab Abyss, who had given advice to Nara and Iriel, arbitrarily avoided the attack of the two people. Using Nara's spear that had just been dragged as a handle, Abyss's body twisted in the opposite direction that he had just turned. Although Riley is professional in the field of swords, let me teach you first. While Abyss turned around, he dragged the spear and then Nara's body was pulled to the side. What is this body made of? Is there such a strange force? As a basilisk who is not human, Nara once confidently believed that she would not lose to everyone in strength except Riley, but now her expression became very anxious. Pull over. While Nara bent forward, Abyss, who grabbed the end of Nara's spear, lifted his right leg to Nara's abdomen and kicked him out. Like Nanai just now, perhaps more painful than her. Nara's expression became very distorted, and her body was folded like an origami. Iriel, determined he would not fail to stab Abyss again, swung the sword once again. Sword is not just straight. Kuang. Abyss, who had kicked Nara's stomach, leaned his upper body forward as if he was performing acrobatics. Instead of turning the spear, he punched the ground. With the crushing sound of something, the balance of Iriel's body was broken. Iriel, who planned to wave the sword again, started to struggle at the moment. Nara. Looking at Nara, who was kicked into the sky by Abyss, Prisia shouted her name and used holy power. At the same time, Nanai, who had just been punched by Abyss, fell on the ground. We are not at the level to be able to battle with Abyss. In this embarrassing situation, Ian, who had stayed next to Prisia and witnessed how Nanai was defeated, frowned. He is not. Looking at Abyss, who arbitrarily avoided his sword, Iriel thought. Human being. Nara, who suffocated and was kicked by Abyss into the sky, muttered in her heart. He was once evenly matched young master. Nanai, who fell to the ground, seemed to have the same thoughts as Iriel and Nara. She frowned and stared at Abyss. The Demon Lord. According to Nanai's understanding, if Riley was the warrior who stood at the peak of swordsmanship in his past life, then Abyss in front of him was different. He was the Demon Lord who stood at the peak of wrestling with body. Chapter 205 Part 2. The punching and kicking techniques were exactly the styles of Abyss. This was the unique techniques that Demon King constantly polished and finally achieved during the long years of struggle with Riley. Nanai confirmed that the technique was the Abyss style used by Abyss, or the demon who was diametrically opposed to Riley in the past life. She gritted her teeth and straightened her upper body. Nanai found out who Abyss was going to tease next. She wanted to warn that person, but she only opened her mouth without making a sound. Ahem, my voice. Nanai, who couldn't breathe normally and couldn't make a sound, felt that she should change her way, so she conveyed her voice to Prisia's mind. Prisia, Abyss's next target is you. Please set up the defense network as soon as possible. Hearing the voice of Nanai coming directly from her mind, Prisia's shoulders kept trembling, but she didn't seem to panic. According to Nanai, the defense network was quickly built. Is there a priest? Abyss kicked Nara's abdomen and punched on the ground. Because of that, even Iriel sat down on the floor. Abyss then stared at Sarah and asked the aforementioned question, but didn't hear her answer. Even if I tell you, you cannot benefit from it. Sarah did not answer him but pulled out her own sword. This is also very sharp. It's exactly the opposite from the previous one, but it's still not sharp enough. Abyss's gaze shifted from Prisia to Sarah, seeming to want to teach Sarah a lesson. When he frowned, Nanai conveyed message to Sarah's mind. After receiving the message sent by Nanai, Sarah's body immediately tilted backwards. Why can't I move my leg? Unable to focus on Nanai's message in her mind, Sarah found her body falling backwards uncontrollably and she looked back in a panic. Teleporting? Sarah found that Abyss, who had been in front of her, instantly moved to her back and blocked her feet behind her ankles, so she fell. Want to meet with the priest? Before Sarah, who had been kicked by Abyss, fell to the ground, Abyss grabbed her ankle and asked the question. He just threw her out. Prisia finally set up the defense net. However, when Sarah flew over to her, in order to prevent Sarah from being injured, Prisia hesitated for a while and then put away the defense net. Fuck, I forgot Prisia lacks experience. Looking at Prisia, who was on pins and needles after putting away the defense net, Ian, who had been standing by next to her, felt that he had to take action, so he pulled out the sword. Prisia, start with the treatment of Nanai and Nara, and then Sarah and Iril. Ian tried to catch Sarah who was flying over here. However, when he found that Abyss had lowered his upper body again and was running over here, he gritted his teeth. Shit, I'm really caught between a rock and a hard place. If Ian caught Sarah, he would be attacked by Abyss. If he didn't catch Sarah, Sarah would be seriously injured. If only I have two bodies. Ian showed a helpless expression, threw the sword that had just been pulled out on the ground and opened his arms. He has only one goal, to catch Sarah. Abyss's face suddenly appeared in front of Ian who safely caught Sarah. Ian gently held Sarah who seemed to have been suffocating. Unlike the others, he didn't tremble, but instead he glared at Abyss in front of him without regret. Perhaps Abyss was curious about the number of wrinkles on Ian's face. This time, Abyss, who hadn't moved, didn't say a word and started to glare at Ian as if they were competing. At the same time as Abyss and Ian started to glare at each other, Abyss stopped moving, and Prisia, standing next to Ian, began to burp involuntarily. Burp. From the time Nanai fell to the ground, all things happened in less than a minute, so it would be easy to understand why Prisia burped. You've got wonderful eyesight. From Nanai to Ian, Abyss made eye contact with everyone. He seemed to be very satisfied, praised Ian and then glanced at the body parts around his neck. The female magician. Is it Nanai? If you can identify my weakness and defeat me, I will praise you. But don't you already know that you can't? Nanai made a flame spear, which appeared around Abyss's neck, burning. It seemed it would penetrate his neck at any time. The winner has been determined. Abyss turned around his face and whispered to himself. At the same time, the magic of Nanai, who fell to the ground and tried to squeeze out the magic, was exhausted, and the flame spear she made disappeared into the air. We failed completely. Chapter 205 Part 3. After requesting Andal, Riley waved his hand at Helena, who was nodding his head to welcome him, but did not answer. What happened in Ansirium? Greater than. Flying back and forth between Riley and Andal, Helena asked what happened in Ansirium and Andal frowned. Helena, don't ask, just some annoying things happened. No matter how much nonsense Helena said, she had never seen Andal like this. So she asked cautiously, and Riley replied, we met someone who is hard to deal with. So annoying? Greater than. Helena didn't seem to understand what it meant and shook her head. Andal stared at Riley, who was giggling and seemed to feel very interested, as if he was warning him to be appropriate. Then Andal shouted, so, what is the ticket? The shouting Andal asked what the ticket Riley had mentioned was, and Riley shrugged and replied, 6 items. 6? I need something that the guys who go to that world could use. They don't know anything about that world. If they go there without preparation, they would be busy rushing from one to another, and there are likely to be dangerous things. That's not a problem. Hearing Riley's words, Andal interrupted him and asked, frowning, why 6 items? Why 6 items? I only need 1 ticket for me. Why do you need 6 items? Hey, I believe you have enough items. Ignoring Andal who was angry, Riley followed Helena and walked towards the corner of the cave where Andal had accumulated treasure. Why not just take him around? The human beings dare to take things of the dragon. It's not funny at all. It is not a funny thing at all. Riley, who stumbled while Andal was muttering, began to look at the gold and silver jewels and treasures that piled up in the wide space. It will be teased by other clansmen. Riley, who almost sneered at things that had nothing to do with him, forcibly held back his laughter and then answered Andal. I told you, even if you spend a lot of time there and less time here, it will not happen. Riley, under the gaze which was likely to burn his hair, ignored the gold coins and walked towards the place where the treasure was piled. Swords, sticks, arrows, spears, and even decorations. Andal, you're incredible. Wait. Are most things here similar to these? Riley looked at the weapons and decorations he had seen in the world for the first time. It seemed to be difficult for him to make a choice. Thus, he waved to Andal, who was staring at him. You can pick it yourself. Why do you call me over? Andal, who had been angry because of Abyss and impatient because of the ticket, quickly came to Riley with a bitter expression as if he had relieved. I know nothing about it. Your eyes are more keen than mine. Riley praised Andal's taste. His eyes passed the first and second floors, looking at the treasures stacked on the top of the floor, talking to himself. 2 use swords, 1 uses double sword, 1 uses a spear, and 1 uses holy power. Hearing Riley's words, Andal remembered that he had just confirmed 6 parts in Ancerium, so he nodded, frowning, as if he had agreed. 2, 1, 1, 1. How about the other person? Andal found that Riley only talked about items for 5 people, so he shook his head and asked the above question. I will personally pick something for Nanai. Riley replied that he would personally pick the things for the other person and then started moving. This seems to be very normal. This looks good, but it has no sense of spirit at all. In order to find something for Nanai, Riley walked and suddenly saw Andal standing nearby. Then he asked, What are you doing? Shouldn't you look for something? The items for the 5 people. Should I look for these items? If you look for these items, it would take a shorter time. Riley said that if he looked for these items one by one himself, he would spend a longer time. Then he continued to look for things carefully among the treasure. Ian and Earl each needs 1 sword. Since this guy likes sword, why not look for ornaments for him? When Riley was meditating with his chin resting on the hand, Andal, who stared at him behind, seemed bored, shook his head and began to wander around the treasure. Why the ticket is so expensive? This world will only disappoint people. No matter what the world is, the guy called Abyss will finally break all its rules. Hearing Andal's words behind, Riley shook his head like Andal, lowered his head and selected a few necklaces and several rings, put it back, and sighed. Will clothes be better than necklaces and rings? Looking at these ornaments which were either too gorgeous or too big for young girls, Riley turned his eyes to clothes. Nanai has worn that red coat here. It's quite good. Maybe realizing that Riley wanted to pick clothes for Nanai, Andal, who was picking things for the other 5 people, glanced at him and said, This one? Yes. When Riley picked up the red coat and wanted to ask something, Andal nodded and began to explain the coat. There is a kind of cherished animal called the fire sheep. Whose whole body is covered with hair that is made of sparks, and this coat is made of its fur. Fire sheep? Especially, if the hair of fire sheep falls off from its body, the spark will instantly turn out and become ash, so it is very difficult to get the material. This was produced by the fire elves and the tailors of the gnomes who are good at making weapons and armor. Added Andal. She seemed to wear this coat when we went down the mountain here. Andal said that Nanai, who had undergone trials here, wore this coat when she came out of the mountain, and Riley remembered the scene where he met Nanai last year. Young master, you are here too. At that time, she still had the black marks on her face and the torn fingers. When he saw her again, she wore this coat with a happy smile on her face. Yes, she was indeed wearing this coat. Riley wondered why the coat Nanai liked was here, so he asked Andal. Andal, Maybe you gave Nanai this coat and you got it back. I thought it was you. I will not get back the things I have given to others." When Andal became angry as if his mouth was spurting fire, Helena, who had been flying around him, explained the reason why the coat was hung in the treasure chest before Andal exploded. "After reuniting with young master, I said to myself that it was a bit too much for me to wear this coat, so I used teleport and came in quietly, then I hung the coat back and went out immediately." Greater than. Hearing the explanation of Helena, Andal sneered angrily. If Nanai is a disciple of Andal, of course she could be courageous with sufficient reason, but she would never be courageous. It's one of her weaknesses. "Look, remember what I said? It's also a problem that this guy is too bold." Master, I'm wrong." Greater than. Riley removed his eyes from Helena, whose cheeks were pinched by Andal. Looking at the red coat, Riley squinted his eyes. "Then you choose this." Andal, who was pinching Helena's cheeks in order to change her way of speaking, asked Riley whether he would give this red coat to Nanai. Riley hesitated for a moment and replied, "No." Compared to clothes, Riley seemed to be hesitating and hung the coat back on the clothes stand. Looking at Riley, Andal realized that the words he said, if he looked for these items one by one himself, he would spend a longer time, just now was not groundless. Chapter 206 Part 1 Complete Defeat. The words that emerged in the minds of all the 5 people who had beaten by Abyss were complete defeat. "We never succeed in attacking him. We were just beaten up by him." Nara and Iril, who didn't know the identity of Abyss, had thought that they could beat Abyss, but at the moment, they were forced to face the huge impact of failure. I'll have you cured first." The atmosphere became tense after the battle. Prisia, who had been standing by for a long time, carefully gathered the other 5 people to check their physical condition. "I'll treat Nanai first, okay?" Nanai smoothed her rumpled clothes caused by Abyss with his fist, and then stared at Prisia as if she was asking, "What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like this?" "Nanai, are you not feeling well?" With an expression which made people feel that something strange had happened, Nanai put down the rumpled clothes and replied, Nothing." Hearing these words, Prisia turned to look at Nara and Iril and asked about their physical condition. "Are you two feeling well?" "What? I don't know, it's hard to say." Maybe the condition of the 2 people, who were confused about Prisia's question, were similar to Nanai. With their head tilted to one side, they couldn't figure out whether they were feeling well. How about Sarah and Ian? Since Ian had just stared at Abyss, without any physical contact with him, it was likely that Ian was not injured. But Sarah may be seriously wounded as Abyss had grabbed her ankle and threw her away like a ball. Me too, I'm fine." Even though they had rolled forth and back on the floor or fallen to the floor just now, they were not injured at all. Y. Prisia, who had seen Nanai and Nara being beaten up by Abyss, couldn't believe it and muttered to herself. At this moment, Abyss spoke. "Priest, are the children feeling well?" "Sorry." Prisia didn't feel strange when Abyss, who was much younger than her, directly called her priest, and she replied politely, "I haven't used this body to fight for a long time, so to be honest, it's difficult for me to adapt to it." Nanai suddenly realized that what he meant was not to be hurt, and she remembered what Riley had said before they came here. "I'm really worried about you." Nanai was sure that Abyss would not do anything harmful to the 5 people, including herself and Riley, even though Prisia did not use the eyes of the saintess. "Oh, I see. It's very nice that we're not injured." Abyss looked at the 5 people who got together, nodded and sat down. He seemed to be relieved. "The warriors, well, because Riley took you guys here, I think you must be excellent to some extent. But since you're so weak, I'm wondering if you could be regarded as wonderful friends." "It's very interesting." Abyss, who talked to himself, laughed happily. But Nanai and other 4 people showed a questioning expression. "I didn't intend to hurt you guys. I simply think we have to warm up before departure." "Really, that's it?" Although Abyss looked very young, he stared at the expressions of the 5 people carefully in an old-fashioned way, and asked, "Don't you say that you are fine? I want to tell you about your strengths and weaknesses when we were warming up. Is that okay?" It seemed that the 5 people were still on guard against Abyss, as everyone looked at Abyss with a skeptical look. Abyss sighed helplessly and changed the topic. "It seems you don't like this topic, then I'll talk about something else. Maybe we can talk about something about Riley that you don't know." Only Nanai, who knew Riley's past life, frowned, and the other 4 were curious. "The stories of the young master we don't know, But I have always been with the young master since he was born. How could there be something about young master that I don't know?" Ian, who lowered his head, wanted to deny Abyss, and Abyss couldn't help but laugh and looked at Nanai. "You seem to know about that, Nanai." Everyone's eyes fell on Nanai, and Nanai, who frowned, looked at Abyss and asked, "Should I call you Abyss? Could you please tell me why did you ask me the question?" Hearing that Nanai talked to Abyss so cautiously, Prisia stared at Abyss as if she was saying, "There's indeed something interesting. If you don't want to talk about it, I'll tell them instead. I have told Lizard these things, but compared to the stories, that guy seems to be more interested in the places where Riley has lived." The rest of the people who were listening to the conversation between Nanai and Abyss began to look at each other as if they were saying what to do next. They were curious about Riley's stories that Abyss had mentioned, but they thought there must be some reasons why Nanai frowned so distressed. "I don't intend to hurt you guys, I just want to kill time." "Kill time? In any case, we have to go to the world over there. It's better if you know more things about him before departure. Since Riley is not here, don't you think I should tell you earlier?" Looking at Nanai's disapproval expression, Abyss asked with a shrug, "Does Abyss forbid you to talk about these things?" Well, Riley had said that it's better not to mention his past life, but he did not forbid others to talk about it. So Nanai was not sure about that. "It seems that he just warned you." Abyss seemed to understand something. He nodded and continued, "Nara may just do what you have done. It may cause unnecessary troubles if telling others these things. But the situation is different now. You must know about his stories in order to avoid troubles when going to that world." Looking at others who were curious about what they would talk about next, Abyss continued, "It's not a good thing to conceal the truth from team members who will go to the other world together." Even though Abyss mentioned that maybe the team members would quarrel due to these things in the future, Nanai still kept silent. Abyss looked at Nanai with regret and praised her secretly. "It seems Riley is very popular." Abyss praised Nanai in an envious tone, then he nodded and continued, "Well, it seems that I have to tell you guys by myself." But Nanai moved her lips, her tone changed again, and meanwhile Abyss said to her without fear, "If Riley asks what's going on, you can tell him that I said everything. I'm not telling lies, I'm just tell the truth, so I don't have to worry about it. In our past life, we were deadly enemies. If Riley is angry and wants to kill me, I will run away. But it's a pity to lose a friend who can fish together." Abyss looked at the 4 people who were on a questioning expression and began to tell the stories of Riley that they didn't know. Chapter 207. Before departure. 6. UGH. That jingle jingle rascal. Really, an unusual sized red portal appeared near the shore of the Anzirium Lake, and from there, a young man, who was caught gallantly walked out. "You just have to choose an item. That's it." A young man and the spirit of fire came out of the portal. Andal, who ground his teeth as if he was depressed, caught the young man staring at the bag he was dragging. "Are you here?" Abyss, who found the 2 walking out from the portal, got up from where they were sitting. "I have nothing left to tell you. For the rest, you'd better hear it from him. If he doesn't tell you, it's probably a way to find out for yourself in that world you're about to go." Until a while ago, they still hadn't heard much more about Riley's story. Abyss, who had advised them to hear the story from the person himself or find out for themselves, walked toward Andal. "Those stories. Are they real?" "Warrior, Demon King, how do they?" "But I are ill. You saw it in person that evening." Mrs. Inerilyn Young Master struck the sword with a whistle. "That kid." Abyss's ability is also hard to believe if what he said wasn't true. Behind Abyss, who was walking towards Andal, The rest of the group were panicking. They quietly turned their head and looked at Nanai. Nanai, not only did she know all of these facts, but she also knew more about Riley's stories. Tell me just one thing, just one. I won't ask you anymore. Sarah, who was sitting next to Nanai, grabbed her hand and asked, the story of the young master that Abyss told us, is it all true? The expressions of Nara, Iril, and Prisia, including Sarah, were endlessly serious, but to what extent they were guessing this fact, they were staring only at a distant place with an unconventional expression. Yes. Nanai barely nodded after hesitation. It's true. She thought that if she hid more, only doubts between each other would build up. She was honestly aware of it and said everything they had just heard was real. Oh my God, is this the past life, the present life? Right now, then we're going to go. That's right. It is not the world below, but the world where he lived. Ian, who looked at the group who made desperate expressions at Nanai's words, spoke out. Well, those facts. Is there any reason not to believe? Mr. Ian, have you ever heard the story that he has committed countless evil deeds in his previous life? No, he has lived a life that deserves praise, and he just hasn't spoken about it. Without stopping, he swung his sword to rescue many people, and finally the unfortunate warrior died with the Demon King. That was all about Riley's story that Abyss shared. You guys, I don't know what Priestess Prisia is thinking. When I heard this story, I just wanted to help him more. While listening to Abyss's story, Ian, who was sitting on the ground, stood up and looked at the group. I just follow. Like a butler. After checking his sleeves, checking his tie, and then checking his own sword on his waist, Ian closed his eyes and recalled the moments he had been with Riley. Young master, let's hold the sword. No, I won't. Young master, the sword. Annoying. Young master, hide and seek is fun, right? Why the hell? Apostrophe. Why the hell aren't you holding the sword? I have killed the Demon King with great difficulty. What? Apostrophe. Can I take a rest now? At the time, he didn't understand what he was talking about, but now, he was proud to be able to understand a little bit of what Riley used to say when he was young. Hulu. Ian smiled quietly. I'm not wrong. When Riley was a kid, Ian, who recalled himself excited to see his potential behind him, was relieved that he wasn't wrong. He was delighted. Mr. Ian. Among the rest of the group, who looked at Ian blankly, Sarah was the first to stand up with a smile. That's right. Nothing has changed. Following Sarah, Nara and Iril also got up from their seats and began to wander as if they were worried about it. I've never heard of a basilisk who can't pick people. Although the personality of the young master annoys people around him, he cares about them that much. I also know for sure, he didn't keep it a secret because he was trying to trick us. My grandmother allowed him to hold her sword, so we can just follow him. My grandmother also told me to listen carefully and have something to learn. As the group got up one by one, Prisia, who was looking up at them, bit her lips with a gloomy expression. Prisia was reminiscing about the moment last spring when Riley told her to live for herself. Apostrophe. You have power. Power? You have strong enough power to stop Astroa with a blow. Power. I heard it from Nanai. Not only that, but I clearly remember what you just showed me. Apostrophe. If you have the power, if you have received revelation, don't you have to use that power to protect people? I don't think so. What is that? What if I don't do it? Are you going to talk to the people around the neighborhood? Young master of the Felletta family actually has tremendous power, but he's just fooling around? Apostrophe. Or are you going to follow me and bother me? Are you going to pour out your divine power into my dying body and bless my cursed body to force me to fight? Saying that I am not allowed to fall here because I have received revelation? On that day, she came to understand Riley's feelings as she poured out her life for herself. Prisia's feelings were so heavy that it couldn't be summarized in a word because they were so complicated. Leave me alone, I want to rest. It was because Riley's words seemed to come to her mind over and over again. Did you tell Lady Iris? No, I kept it a secret from her. I'm sorry I didn't tell Lady Iris that either. That's what we need to convince. No, It seemed that Lady Iris was making some guesses. Well, she has a good eye. Maybe she's waiting. The moment when young Master Riley tells her himself one day. Prisia, who was overhearing the conversation between the members of the Felletta family, sighed with her head down. If he has lived that kind of life, it's understandable that he hates priestesses. Maybe even now, he feels uncomfortable with me. When Abyss told them about the bad relationship with a priestess, Prisia hid her gloomy expression and sighed deeply. Riley was back. I'm here. The group greeted Riley with a fresh smile, except Prisia. Ah, young master. Welcome. I've been waiting. Riley, who frowned at the excessive responses, looked back at Abyss and walked backwards, wondering why they were like this. Why are they like that? Abyss, who was walking while looking at Andal, who was huffing, turned to Riley's question. Ah. Abyss, who looked at his friends who were smiling awkwardly at Riley, replied with a cackling voice as if he knew it. I told them. What? A little bit of your story. When Abyss conveyed the words a little by making the shape of a claw with his thumb and forefinger, Riley, who had twitched his facial muscles without knowing it, looked at the part of him again. It was a shock at first, but it didn't change that much. Young master is a young master, you know. If you want to make a point here, you only told Nanae and didn't tell them. Is it right? As the words that were thrown word by word, Riley, who pouted his lower lips, fluttered his bangs, scratched the back of his head and blew his breath. Woo. TZ. What? Okay. He was going to tell the story someday anyway. Riley, who thought the timing was just a little earlier, pushed the bag in his hand forward to hide his sloppy expression. Enough with my story. First take the goods. As Riley started rummaging through the bag, the group, who turned their gaze toward it, wondered what it was and question marks appeared on their faces. It's a gift. Before going, to be precise, it was a life jacket and a safety device so that it wouldn't be dangerous in that world. Sarah. Yes. Here, take it. Young master. It looks very expensive. It's expensive. It's not mine, so you have to be careful. Oh my. Riley, who presented the best twin sword that Andal chose in his cave, called the next person to give the gift. Nara. Ah, yes. When his name was called, Nara came to Riley in a sloppy manner. You have a spear. Like Sarah, the best spear picked by Andal himself was transferred from Riley's hand to Nara's. For mercenaries who earn a day and live a day, it's a little weird. If you don't just take this, young master, take it fast. My arm hurts. Thank you. I'll cherish it as much as I can. Riley, who delivered the spear to Nara, searched the bag like Santa Claus and looked for the next person. Iril. Yes. When Iril raised her hand and advertised that she was here, Riley, who twisted his lips, asked playfully, the gift, what do you think it is? A potion to grow taller. Boom. Unfortunately not. Riley, who took out a straight sword from the bag and delivered it to her, looked at her as if he wanted to hear what she felt. Oh, thank you, but maybe it's a little too much for me. When Iril, who smiled awkwardly at the mana flowing out from the sword, stepped back, Riley approached the next person to give him a gift. Ian. Young master. Sorry, but I don't have yours. Ian's expression turned pale. Just kidding. Take it. It seemed that Ian had already determined that it was a good sword. What Andal chose as a gift for him was one-eyed glasses with a wide shape. It's glasses? I will tell you how to use it later, so just keep it for now. After spending a lot of time contemplating Nanae's gift in Andal's cave, Riley thought that he should deliver the gift quickly and go to that world before Andal could really explode. And next was Prisia. What are you doing? Prisia, who had been squatting alone and hugging her knees, carefully raised her head to Riley's voice. Yo, young master. What are you doing? Looking miserable? Riley put his hand in the bag and handed out a brown book to her. My arm hurts. Take it quickly. Prisia accepted the book reluctantly and looked at the book blankly. Thank you. Just in case. If it's because of the story that you heard from Abyss before. You don't have to. Riley turned around and added a little as he walked toward Nanae, his last turn. But if it's about you, I knew you were very good. Leaving Prisia, who was looking at his back blankly, Riley sighed and approached Nanai. Young master, you don't need to make that face. As Nanai was making a gloomy look, Riley, who raised his hand to his head, asked. He said you didn't say it until the end? As I said before, it doesn't matter because I was going to say it anyway. And then Riley, who moved his hand to her head to make her hair look messy, whispered while looking at the other five. Let's talk privately for a moment. Yes, the reason why he whispered was not because of the ring. It was because she alone received 3 gifts, which was why he called her separately, afraid that the others would be jealous. I have something to give. Riley muttered inside. It was never like this before. Chapter 208. Before departure. 7. I don't mind if I don't have that. Nanai, who replied that it was okay not to give her the gift, seemed to change her words as she saw her hand being pulled by Riley and asked carefully. Excuse me, young master, but suddenly where? A question mark floated on Nanai's face as Riley suddenly grabbed her hand and tried to move out of reach of other people's eyes. You can just give it to me, why do we have to? Anzirium, which was ruined by epidemic, had quite a lot of remnants of the building where the two could hide themselves from other people's eyes. Is here all right? Riley, who decided to deliver the gifts as soon as possible, hurriedly lifted the bag, recalling the voices of his group whispering behind their backs as they moved. Here. Nanai, who was staring blankly at the bag that Riley had lifted, raised her gaze and looked at Riley's face. Do I take it out? Oh my. Riley, who frowned at Nanai's question, tucked his hand into the bag, and pulled out a red coat. Here, take it. This. A red coat popped out from the bag, and Nanai's eyes were wide open. In Teacher's Cave. It was in the teacher's treasure trove, right? How did young master get this? When she saw the red coat that Riley gave her, which she used to wear in the past, Nanai asked how he got this, but stopped talking. So, it turns out that everything young master gave us, they seemed like the items I had seen in the teacher's treasure trove, but then Nanai stared at Riley, realizing that all the items Riley had given to the group were items she had seen in Andel's cave. Young master, couldn't it be that you stopped by the teacher's cave? That's right. Riley nodded reluctantly and explained why he stopped by Andel's cave. Before we go there, I thought it would be better to have insurance, so I stopped by to give them a life jacket. Apparently, I heard you had a warm-up with Abyss while I was away? Nanai, who had a faceless look at Riley's question again, nodded with a gloomy look. Yes, I heard that you were brutally crushed? Yes. When Nanai, who was grabbing the shoulder of the coat with both hands, replied with her head down, Riley grinned and tucked his hand into the bag. Well, you could lose. Riley, who took out the second gift for Nanai, a white scarf, wrapped it around her neck and spoke. If you won, I would have thought it was rather suspicious. To the soft texture that wrapped around her neck, Nanai, who was looking down with a gloomy expression, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Riley, who was standing opposite her. Young master, Nanai's fingers, which were holding the coat, trembled lightly. This is, what? It wasn't as good as the coat she had in her hand, but Nanai, whose face was blushing enough to be spotted, stopped talking as if embarrassed. There was a reason why I asked to talk to you separately. It was because Riley's face was close to her nose, perhaps to tie a knot on the scarf. Done. Well, it's good. Riley, who took a step back and looked at Nanai's scarf, nodded and praised her as he thought the scarf looked good on her. I gave everyone one, but if they saw me giving you 3, I thought they'd be grumpy about it because of their personalities. I don't want to be bothered, so I am giving it to you secretly. When Riley asked her not to tell the number of gifts to the group, Nanai replied briefly, yes. After replying, Nanai, who was blankly fiddling with her scarf, realized something strange about what Riley had just said and tilted her head with a question mark. Wait, 3? Yes. 3. With the 2 gifts that she had received, Nanai's face blushed even more when Riley said he would give her one more gift. Well, I am satisfied enough just with the coat and scarf. There is one left, but it's up to you to decide to use it or not." Then Riley, who put the empty bag down on the ground, put his right hand in the pocket of his jacket. "Don't say useless things." When Riley's bag lightly fell to the ground, whether it was empty or not, Nanai, who belatedly realized that the last gift was not in the bag, looked at Riley. "The last thing I'll give you is this." Riley's fist, which hadn't been clenched before it entered his pocket, was somehow clenched when it came out of the pocket hand. "Ah yes." Nanai, who nodded at Riley, put the red coat she had in her hands behind her shoulders, and carefully stretched out her hands. "There's no particular reason, it's just." Riley, who couldn't see Nanai's eyes, looked aside and blurred the end of his words, slightly opened his right fist, and dropped what he was holding in his hand. "It bothers me that you aren't wearing the ring I gave you before but just hanging it on your neck. That's why I'm giving it." Seeing the 2 rings that fell on her hands, Nanai's eyes began to tremble. "Ring? Yes, it's a ring." Maybe she was embarrassed. Nanai, who covered her lips with her chin buried in the scarf she just received, only blushed and couldn't speak. Riley glanced down and looked at the ring she had. It's still hanging on your neck." The Astroa ring that Riley gave her around last spring, she made it into a necklace and kept it. "Why don't you wear it on your finger?" Even though it was an efficient ring that helped the person wearing it to accumulate mana by themselves, she was using it as a necklace without wearing it on her finger. "That's..." Nanai mumbled, burying her chin in her scarf, and shrugged her shoulders as if she were Riley. "Wear it. Don't hang it on your neck." Riley gave her a new ring, wondering if she didn't like the design, because it bothered him if she wore it on her neck and not on her finger. "I asked Helena, and she said this shape was your taste." Riley, who pointed to 2 thin rings with only silver without any decoration or pattern, added that she should use them well, and turned around. "The shape of the ring is not the problem." Nanai, who looked at the rings on her hands, bit her lips, moved the rings to her right hand, and then stretched her empty left hand forward and pulled Riley's sleeve. "Young master." After delivering the 3 gifts, Riley, who was going back to where the group were gathered, turned his head slightly. "The reason I hung the ring from young master, I was wondering if I dared to wear it." I am." Nanai, who pulled Riley's sleeve with only her thumb and forefinger, lowered her head, biting her lips firmly. More than half of her face was buried in the scarf, glowing red as if it was spewing out steam. 2 rings given by you." "There were 2. "Oh, that's right. I heard that 2 are 1 set." Unlike Astroa's ring, which had only 1, the ring that Riley gave to Nanai this time was a set of 2, so it wouldn't work unless 2 were worn. "Excuse me, then." Nanai carefully pushed her right fist on her chest toward Riley. "The 1 is." "Couldn't young master take it back?" "What?" At Nanai's request to take 1 back, Riley looked at her, frowning as if saying what she was talking about. With her face lit red, Nanai was waiting for Riley's answer without daring to look up. "This ring, 2 or 1 set, right?" "If you don't wear 1, it won't work unless you wear it at the same time, so if you wear 1, it's usually half." The ring Riley gave was not 2 people each one, but the ring that only worked when 1 person wore 2. Riley, who was trying to ask why she tried to return one of the rings to him, stopped speaking halfway, looking at Nanai's fingers holding onto his sleeve. "Yes, well," said Nanai with her head down. Riley accepted one of the rings she gave back with an expression that he couldn't help it. "As you wish." Nanai's fingers, which were holding onto his sleeve, were trembling lightly, very lightly, as if they were representing her feelings. "You're here?" When Riley and Nanai, who had disappeared for a while, returned to their seats, the corners of the group's eyes that looked at them narrowed. "What the hell have you been doing? Why does it have a strange atmosphere?" When Nara and Sarah asked what happened, squeezed their eyebrows, Nanai avoided answering by covering half of her face with her white scarf as if she were possessed. "Well, I just gave her the gift in the same way." Unknowingly, Riley, who was flushing, looked at the 2 as if he was nervous, then approached Abyss. "Are you ready?" "Yeah." When Riley looked back at the group he had brought and replied that the preparations were over, Andal, who was venting his anger nearby, stepped forward and asked, "Are we going now?" "Yes, we're going now," as one of the 7 parts Riley decided. Andal, who complained that he had waited for a long time, screamed finally and clenched his fist. "Then, whoever's going to go, gather around me." As Abyss beckoned to come closer to the group, he approached them with frequent steps from Nanai, who was shy, to Sarah, who was sneaky, and laughing. The 7 parts, including Riley. "Soon we'll go to that world. Are you ready?" When Abyss asked, the whole group nodded. "Good." Abyss, who closed his eyes as if satisfied, spoke with a purple energy around his body. "All parts, close your eyes." Most of them closed their eyes when Abyss said that, but Andal stared at Abyss with his arms folded as if suspicious. "Lizard child, you should close your eyes too. Anyway, I don't want to." After confirming that grumpy Andal closed his eyes, Riley finally looked at the faces of those who were going to go with him one by one and closed his eyes after them. "When you open your eyes again, before your eyes." After saying that, Abyss stopped talking. Riley carefully opened his closed eyes. "Did you call her by any chance?" "Ah, I'm screwed. I'm going to miss the subway. The other time, I couldn't drink the Coke because it ran out of steam." After Abyss stopped talking, what they heard was the voices of people they had never heard before. "I'm back. I'm here." Riley, who opened his eyes, discovered tall buildings and people wearing unusual attire that felt somewhat alien. "Oh my god." "Here? What the hell?" Riley, who was looking around the high-rise building, turned to the familiar voice coming from next to him. There were 2 people. Is that a castle? This ground? What else is this?" Even though they only closed and opened their eyes, the world had changed, and the 2 people who couldn't hide their confusion continued to mutter something. "Wait." Riley frowned at the 2. "Where's the rest?" Chapter 209. The Beyond. 1. "Wear it. Don't just hang it on your neck." The words Riley said played in her head again and again. After many times, Nanai closed her eyes when she heard Abyss told them to close their eyes now. If we go over. More than before, more than now. For young master. Nanai held the silver ring she received from Riley in her hand and listened to Abyss with her eyes closed. When you open your eyes again, before your eyes, Nanai felt some special energy, which couldn't be said to be mana, was spreading widely from Abyss. When she couldn't hear his voice anymore, she opened her closed eyes. "How about the game room after school today?" "Hey, Cole, just trust me and follow me. I'll win everything." Again, I lost to Hyo Ian by Eong again. That one. The scenery, which seemed to be completely reversed despite just closing and opening its eyes, boasted a different atmosphere as if it was a dream. Here, as Nanai was absent-mindedly checking her surroundings, voices were heard stuttering beside her as if they were perplexed. This, what the hell? Are we here?" 2 voices were heard. One belonged to an old man and the other belonged to a girl. "Mr. Ian? Ms. Pregia?" "Ah, Nanai, we are here, right?" When she was asked if it's true that they came to the world where Riley lived, Nanai scanned her surroundings and the people here then nodded. "Yes, maybe. It's the same as the scenery I remember." After confirming that the scenery was the same as those of Riley's previous life, Nanai suddenly tilted her head with a question mark on her face. "What about the others?" Ian, who looked blankly at the scenery, also began to look around with a question mark like her. Come to think of it, as Pregia saw only 2 familiar faces, her lips began to tremble as if in a panic. "Why? Are there only 3 of us?" "Riley and Abyss. And 7 parts." Until she closed her eyes, 9 people were standing around, but when she opened her eyes again, for some reason she could only see 2 people. Somehow, it seems to be scattered. Without any delay, Nanai gave strength to her right eye. She began to use her ability to look for Riley and the rest of the group that Pregia thought of. Only the approximate location was confirmed. Nanai, who wasn't able to confirm in detail, frowned in pain in her right eye. Pregia approached her and used her divine power. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I am okay. When Nanai replied that she was okay and pushed Prisia away, the people passing by around them began to mumble. Hey, look over there. Are they capable people? Note, capable person equals a person who has the ability or skill to do something. A talented person. Why are they dressed up like that? Nanai, who was holding her right eye, looked at Prisia and Ian's clothes as the people looked at them and gossiped about whether they were capable people. These clothes, it might stand out. This was because people wearing clothes called suits or school uniforms were gossiping at them. Why do people look a little bit? It's like they're looking at a suspicious person. Prisia and Ian also noticed something strange and looked at Nanai with signs of uneasiness and gave her a look, asking what to do. Maybe it's probably because of the clothes. Clothes? Why are our clothes? Prisia, who tried to ask if there was anything unusual, noticed that the clothes of those who looked at them were very foreign, and opened her mouth blankly. This place, it's different from where we lived. When the pain she felt around her eyes had improved to some extent, Nanai exhaled lightly and began to look around. Is there anybody who wears such clothes these days? A maid, a butler, a nun? Wow. Look at the two faces over there. Aren't they capable of charming people? Oh, I'll be tempted. Nanai, who decided to get out of here for now, moved her mana when she found a particularly familiar building among the buildings around her. We're going to move. As Nanai swung her right hand, the ground flashed from beneath the feet of the three. Blue light emanated at once. Dato, what? They're gone. Ah. What a pity. I should have taken a picture of those faces. If I posted it online, it would have been a huge hit. Looking at that movement, I guess they weren't charming people. As the blue light that had emanated from the feet of the three disappeared as well as themselves, the people who were looking at the Nanai's group stopped for a while and scattered again. Among the scattered crowds, to be precise, on the ground where the crowds were walking, several opaque heads with horns popped out, talking about the three people they had just seen. Explain what happened. Hey, Mr. Andal. First thing first, calm down. Do I look like I'm going to calm down? Abyss, Andal, and Iril, who had passed into the world where Riley lived in his previous life, were talking in a deserted alley. I was told to close my eyes, so I closed it. And what is this? At the appearance of Andal screaming with fire breathed from his mouth, Iril, who was afraid of dragons, tightly closed her lips as if glue was applied. Even if we are scattered, why am I with these two? At Abyss's explanation that they seemed to be scattered, Iril stared at Abyss and Andal alternately, her mouth trembling. One is a demon king and one is a dragon. Even though she was just still silent, she felt suffocated by the atmosphere of the two opposites. It can't be helped. Now that we are scattered, there will be nothing good for us to move hastily. If something is going on, it will be faster for us to go there. As Abyss mumbled casually with his arms folded, Andal twitched his eyebrows and grabbed Abyss by the collar. All the 7 parts Riley brought, the spec. No, physically competent. Couldn't it be that you just didn't hear me? If you heard it for sure, have you not noticed what I was talking about? I couldn't say any easier than this. At Abyss's heart-scratching words, Andal fluttered his hair, starting to spew his mana. If something is going on, we can go there? You're being ridiculous. We'll be the first one to make a fuss. You know why? If this body's going to crush this place, then. Surely. Andal, who had been grinding his teeth while talking, suddenly stopped. Iril, who was watching the two, trembled. You must be sleepy. While being angry like fire, Andal collapsed. Iril was trembling while looking at Abyss with a gulp. He looks tired, so I need to keep his eyes closed. Abyss, who looked at the fainted Andal while leaning against the wall of the alley, turned to the stone-stiffened Iril and asked, do you want to keep your eyes closed too? Iril hurriedly shook her head as if she was refusing to do so. Abyss shrugged and sat next to the fainted Andal. It seems like the problem was that we spent too much energy before we came over. Because you guys are quite good at warming up. As Abyss glanced at Iril, who had been stiffened, she approached him carefully as if she was still wary of him and asked, everyone really scattered? Abyss nodded at Iril's question. staring at his palm and muttering, "All 9 people, that's for sure. I guarantee it." The problem was, how many, how, and where the 9 people who came here were scattered, then. The problem is how to find them. When Iril, who had very little knowledge of the world here, muttered with a perplexed expression, Abyss replied with a bloody smile, "It's not as wide as the world you live in, so we won't have to wait so long. In case we join later, it would be more efficient to move around." Efficient? Yeah, efficient. Abyss, who thought that she had somehow been relieved, picked up a small stone rolling on the ground. In the first place, there was a lot of land like the world you lived in, but most of the land has sunk under the sea, so now, Abyss, who drew a white line on the brick road with stones, continued to explain, drawing a rough map of the world where they were now. "It's like this. Can you compare it to where we lived?" Perhaps it was out of curiosity. Iril, who had put her fear aside for a while, looked at the map Abyss drew on the brick road and asked. Abyss shrugged and drew another map. "This is where you lived." Iril, who was comparing the map of Salia, Rainfield, Anzirium, etc. with the map on the other side, nodded as if she knew clearly. "It's very small by comparison, because it's narrow, so be careful. It means that there is a high probability that our existence will be discovered by the other person." Abyss, who drew a solid line on the map of this world, pointed to the part where he just made the solid line. "Here. These places. You should be especially careful." Iril tilted her head as if she wasn't sure what he meant. "Below the ground where this solid line is drawn is where the demons described previously exist." "Demon, like you?" "My name is Abyss, so call it that way." "Ah, yes." Abyss, who corrected the name that Iril called him, put down the stone he had in his hand and leaned his back against the wall of the alley. "First, we need to know when it is now." "When is it?" "Is this before or after Riley and I died?" "You have to know it first and move. That way, you can move efficiently without stumbling." Then, when fainting Andil leaned his head on his shoulder, Abyss continued with a bloody smile. "Riley should be checking it out by now." The ultimate goal here was the saint named Helena, so moving without being noticed would create a favorable situation for Riley and 7 parts. Abyss smirked and opened his mouth again as Iril, with her fist under her lips, rolling her head. "You don't have to roll your head to understand the situation right now." "Why?" Abyss, who didn't change his smiling face even though she asked himself why, answered with a kind face. Note, Iril asked why informally, not formally as usual, because you're the type that moves directly and learns through experience. Abyss. Iril, who stared blankly at Abyss's smiling face, praised him with a smile on her lips. "You're a pretty good person, yo. It's okay to be comfortable. It would be more comfortable if you could talk informally." When Abyss said it was okay to be comfortable, Iril nodded with a bashful smile. Okay, but it would be better to be respectful to the dragon child. He's a pretty strong guy with pride and stubbornness. Oh. Iril reluctantly nodded to the fainted and relatively gentle Andil. Abyss then added something he had almost forgotten. "The reason why I knocked this child before he went violently was also this induction to avoid the demons, to move efficiently, but there is one more reason." "More?" "Since there are 7, not 6, we have to make good use of the hidden card." "Hidden card?"